Good morning, everybody. Bright and early here from the East Coast of the US and North America, but we are going to be bringing you all the action from Milton Keynes, UK, as Josh and I once again are primed for another marathon session. He's got his MGI shirt on, folks. He is ready to rock today. But very excited to be back with day 3 from the Mind Games Incorporated International Scrabble Classics 2025. Josh, I am so excited to see all the crazy games we're probably going to get today.
Yeah, this is the day where it's the penultimate day. So champions won't be made today, but very, very, very important matchups will be had. So yeah, I'm also super excited. We had some great games yesterday. Hopefully, you guys were able to bear witness to some of that. If not, go back and watch. It's all live. It's all free on Will's channel. So yeah, super awesome stuff. I'm awake today. I slept.
That's great news. I feel like I slept a little better yesterday than today, but I'm still feeling pretty good. And just as an overview of what we are looking at today, what's in store for us, we're here. You are here. We missed the first round of the day for 4 a.m. reasons, but we're here. It's 5 a.m., 10 o'clock local time, and we've got 8 games coming today. We are into the second half. Players have now played 18 rounds, and you can see here are the standings. Another win for Bob Linn, and I think a loss for Rasheed Balogun. So he was 2 games up, and things are tightening up. Bob is insistent that he is not wanting to appear on the stream. I don't really know that there's any budging on that, so just a note that I would love to see some Bob, but I don't think there's anything compelling him to be on the stream. But we have any number of excellent matchups, and the one we're going to start with is two. Is legend acceptable for these 2 players, Josh?
Yeah, they're both pretty legendary.
Harshan won his last game as well, so we have that result in. Harshan started 2-4 in this tournament, Josh, but I think both of us in that moment were pretty insistent that he was very likely to rise like the Phoenix, and he seems to have done just that.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Can you
Wasn't
hear
he?
me?
Ooh,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
hey,
Can you hear me?
what's up? We're live, Luke, man. We're ready to
Yeah.
start.
Oh, I just want I want you guys to talk to Sammy, see how this works. Okay.
Oh, can we talk
Mm.
to Sammy? All right, let's see. Maybe we
Ooh.
can. We can
Yeah.
see. So let's see if Sammy can hear us. Hey,
I
Sammy, how
can.
you doing this morning?
Mr. Ecodes is fine.
What's up, Sammy?
Yeah,
That
it was so funny when he played it. I said I was gonna check it, and then for some reason, when he played that bingo, I'm like, man, look at what he got on his rack. I just, yeah, I don't know what happened. I just
yeah.
So
lost.
Sammy talking about the game yesterday. Yep. No need to live in the past, but that
No,
was
no,
a
no, no,
very
no, no. I
interesting
just,
game.
I
Yeah.
just saw it, and then the surf play. I figured after I played surf, I was down by 11 points. And he had nowhere to play. You
Yeah.
know, that was my whole point. Except he had the other S for bingo, and he had absolutely no play. So I said, let me get close to him because he was up by 40 something at that point. If I played off, it gives away the L, the G, all that stuff. None of it has been played. If I played OF, it doesn't really do anything for the board. I can't come down. There's no front hook for OF. So I decided to just play surf and keep it floating just like that. And it worked out perfectly.
He liked it. Yeah, we like that play as a super defensive play.
It
So,
it it
yeah.
took it took all my time though.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a toughie, but you played fantastic every time you've been on stream. That was uncharacteristic with the ecods, and we know that's very unlikely. That's lightning. Lightning struck
Yeah.
that one time, and we always love watching you play. So,
I appreciate that.
So yeah, we got the interviews working, which is cool.
Nice.
So
Yes, sir.
good
One
luck.
question to you, Sammy. Before we wish you good luck, are you happy that you don't have to play me this time?
It would have been a win for me, so I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. Yeah. How you feeling though? How's everybody?
Awesome. We're good. We're good. We're ready to jump into this game. Thanks for the thanks for the little interview.
All right, cool.
And good luck.
Sorry to keep you up this morning.
Not at all.
All
So
right,
yeah,
later. Thanks.
good luck to you, Sammy.
Thanks.
So yeah, very cool that we have that
Did
working.
they hear that? Yeah, I hope they heard that.
To be able to talk to the players. So I hope you guys enjoy that. So now, basically, let me see if we can get Harshan a little more framed up here. I think we can. There we go. That looks pretty good to me, except for the spillage. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Everything looking good. We got all our clocks and board cams looking great. So hopefully everybody gets to enjoy a nice seamless experience today, and I'm excited for this game. These are two very strategic, very word knowing like these are two players who are going to give us a show.
Yeah, totally. So Harshan going first, he'll have a small advantage. As I've said in the past, for those unaware, there is a first turn advantage in Scrabble. The latest numbers say something around close to 20 points for the leading player in the CSW lexicon. And the reason for that is simple math. There's a 50% chance that the player going first will have an extra turn. And a turn is worth around 40 points at the highest levels. So we'll see if that advantage befits Harshan, or if Sammy's able to equalize and to give us a great game. So yeah, Harshan to go first. Super exciting matchup here, Will.
Yeah, two players that have Harshan twice a runner-up, so twice a finalist. Hard enough to get to the finals of a world championship, let alone win one. And then Sammy, as I chronicled in my video about the history of Nigerian Scrabble, had one of the most impressive results at a world championship in my memory, winning maybe the strongest field in the history of the event, in the main event, only to lose in a best of 3 match after a 32 game main event. That kind of still doesn't sit right with me as a Scrabble player, Josh.
Yeah, finals are semifinals, finals brackets. Those are certainly not the most, I guess, fair way to judge who the best player in a tournament is, but it's good for views, it's good for content. So we gotta give a little back to the fans. But yeah, that was a very unfortunate finish.
Yeah, the thing about it though
So
is like longer matches are good for content too. So and better for the players if we can do it organizationally. But yeah, what are we looking at for Harshan here?
yeah, AFJINRT. So not that many options here. If you want to play your J, you play Jin, Jar, Taj, Raj. There's no way to play the J and the F as far as I'm aware. If you want to keep the J, you can double the F and score a little bit more, but I don't advise something like that. The J is definitely not a tile you necessarily want to keep at the beginning of the game. So I'm liking Jin for the AFRT synergy. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, as you suggest, there aren't that many plays with the J, but I could definitely see some players play Taj here simply because other options with the J are all much more hookable than that. So if you were a player that doesn't want to create easy hooks for your opponent, you might play Taj instead. I don't think there was any avoiding Sammy having something good with this nice rack. I don't know, playing upside down. There we go. So Sammy drawing fantastically well to start the game. I wouldn't say fantastically well, but good enough with that blank, and Bogarts is going to come down quick. First bingo of the game. Nicely spotted. No need to waste time.
Absolutely, yeah. We like this. I mean, we saw Sammy take a very long time on some important moves in previous games, but on a move like this, you quickly look and you see, okay, I'm one letter off of something like obligati, or two letters off. You know you don't have anything from or to the I in Jin. The only way to score more than Bogarts is to overlap. So yeah, I think Sammy very quickly sorting through his options, especially on Harshan's time, and he knows that this is best. So good on him. We'll see what Harshan has drawn to his AFRT. Harshan, a very deliberate player. As you can see, sometimes you see the players just put letters on their rack immediately. Other times, um, you see them take some time before looking at their new tiles, making sure they're doing all of the paperwork, scoring, putting down the letters that were played, just making sure everything's in order before diving into that rack. So we see an
Yeah.
ENO draw, and
Frontage.
frontage is going to come down, I'm pretty sure.
That's going to make an interesting situation. So frontage is going to potentially be the only bingo that I see. That's going to go down right here, putting the E in that spot. So there's going to be a huge S hook after this. But of course, with this play scoring 76 points and the next closest being significantly less, Harshan's definitely got to go for it. Yes, Sammy could have just drawn one of the four S's, still unseen, but if he doesn't, it creates a very annoying situation for him, and then you might draw the S and benefit from your own play. Josh, a theme that we've discussed before in other contexts.
Yep. Yeah, so this is not going to be that bad for Harshan as a comeback. We see Bagwig with a D for Sammy. He would like to play that cool word. I think that is a word, Bagwig, right?
Yeah, Bagwig. He spotted
but
it, but where,
There's nowhere to play it. So he's going to have to do something else. I think overlapping that A looks pretty good. Just BAWD, for example. I'd also be looking.
You can play a G there too if you want to undouble the G's, but the synergy of that leave doesn't feel any better to do that. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, playing GAWD instead would score 3 fewer, but yeah, the BG versus the GG probably slightly better, but for 3 points. I think it's all about what happens next turn. So if we imagine a B going here, we have a G for Gab. If we imagine a G going here, we have a B for Bag. So probably there's a higher likelihood of a play coming down starting with B than with G. So maybe God would be a slight improvement there.
Look at Harshan's draw. Look at this draw. So Sammy has to tread carefully here. So he is going to undouble the G's, which is defensible. I mean, that leave, as you see, tribute to our former Pakistani youth, world youth champion from Pakistan, Moise. But yeah, this is definitely a reasonable play. This or the B, very, very close. But that was a timely play.
GIBED.
Sure.
Was also an option.
Also solid. Maybe a bet. That looks kind of nice, actually. That option looks pretty good.
Yeah, the engine prefers it ever so slightly. Those 3 plays being very, very close.
Is it possible that jibed does a little better just because this spot is so nice to score in, whereas if you're playing jibed going across, playing through OB is much more difficult than playing through this, Oh. Wow. Wait a second. Is that good?
What?
I think
I don't know. Someone said it is. Yeah.
It must
looks
be.
Like it is.
Oh man, I have a memory of this being good. I totally did not remember that, but Harshan did. That's why he's Harshan. And that is a fantastic play. It is valid. I would definitely be giving this a 5-point challenge if I'm Sammy, but that is phenomenal by Harshan. Great hook knowledge there.
Yeah, we were just totally blind to that here in the commentary booth. So we thought God just blocking very well, blocking the S hook, but RD, very common two constant combination.
Yeah.
And yeah, Harshan trying to count this up. 96 points for curdlers. That's a blank R. And Sammy is thinking about it. We'll see if he gives it 5 points.
I
I'm sure
would.
curdlers, you might challenge curdlers too.
That's
But
true.
those are both words.
Curdlers is definitely not an obvious one. You could see that one warranting just a quick look in the dictionary just to make sure on that too. So could Sammy challenge both? Just by rule, if he were to challenge both, it's 5 points per word challenged for a valid challenge. So if he challenges both of these words, they both come back good. That would actually result in 10 extra points for Harshan, which is extra value for him there. But fantastic play. Really impressive. And man, Sammy landing the first bingo, but things changing on a dime with those two response bingos by Harshan.
Yeah, crazy stuff. So either 192, 197, or 202, depending on the result of this hold. For those unaware, you hold a play, you do not have to challenge. You're just saying, I'm not sure if your play is valid, and I want to maybe check it. So we see the challenge here as they try to stop the clock.
Yeah, I think they got it.
And we're gonna want to know. We're gonna want to know if both words were challenged. So if we have someone on site,
yeah, we'll ask.
But yeah, crazy swing there. And Sammy would have done well to put his tiles down on the table. Harshan going behind to look up that word might have been able to glance at his letters. But
yeah, Harshan.
No matter.
Harshan very classy, so I would expect him to not look at that intentionally, but definitely it's incumbent on Sammy to when they get up, gotta turn those tiles over. He plays bait here. We'll figure out, Josh, whether both words were challenged, and we'll let you know. But this seems okay. I was surprised maybe not to see something with the
FY
hook. Yeah, I feel like something here. There were a couple options that looked nice to me, whether a buy, or bay. But this seems solid. Maybe the idea is Sammy wants to keep this stuff open at a deficit, whereas playing parallel to frontager closes things off just a bit.
Yeah, that's probably the reasoning there. It's taking out a scoring spot, and you can imagine the Z going here, but not anymore. So yeah, this stops some annoying things from happening and leaves the board open for a potential comeback. That Sammy's down by so much.
So Harshan slow rolling us as you mentioned, very deliberate. He's in no rush. And that is a style that definitely works very well for him to play very under control. No need to rush to get those tiles there. But when Sammy redrew tiles after bait, he drew an N, which was probably the single best tile he could have drawn to the leave of AIGE, followed by WU, and now Harshan is gonna do another forced bingo.
Oh man,
making a gigantic hook. There's nothing Sammy could do about this. Brutal.
No, the content is just flowing from Harshan. This is 3 in a row. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
What Sammy did to deserve this. But that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that's Scrabble. We haven't had that many games like this, I feel, so far, and that's a part of Scrabble, for better, for worse. Some games, your opponent at a world-class level, as both of these players are, but certainly Harshan. And yeah, I do see that we could get more uwu. We had that from Tom Wilson in day one. My first experience of seeing uwu But we could easily see Sammy do the same, keeping that nice ing leave together. But yeah, sometimes your opponent draws 3 bingos and you just sit and watch him play. The problem is, hopefully you're going to get some games like that mixed in as well in a sort of even distribution. The real key is to try to convert those tweener games where both players draw good stuff and it's all about who manages to maximize their chances with what they draw in an even game. That's what determines champions most of the time.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so back to Sammy here, who's drawn, as we've seen, the WU. Ooh is an option. You could also play WAUL.
Wall Anderson.
For Wall Anderson. And he's
Yes.
gonna play. Ooh, there was a really cool play available that he probably missed of Whitney, Witney. Probably worth the points. That
Wow.
would have been 36.
That's crazy. So Whitney here, that is a great play. It just scores so much. It does blow up the rack, but Sammy needs the points in a big way here. So
yeah.
Well, Gliadine. If Harshan doesn't find a way to block, there is a bingo available for Sammy. It's Harshan's turn right now, so it's up to him how to navigate this QX situation, Josh.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he would do to block other than maybe play exec here, an ES.
Yeah.
That seems a little weird.
Seems
it
like
does
he's
set up CINQ, but you already have that. You already have CINQ here, and playing it here or here both have some risks. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I imagine Gliadine's going to stay open, just given Harshan's rack.
I think the risk of playing sync here, yeah, you could get hit with something with there's only one U, both blanks out, and you would probably need one of the S's to really hit this hard. I guess an A or an E would also do the trick sometimes, but that is very rare. That's not likely to happen. I guess the one is there anywhere else that if Sammy had the other U, is there a place he would have played the full ooh? I guess he would have played it here, right? So from Harshan's perspective, he might be saying, well, Sammy definitely didn't have the other U when he played this, or he would have played that instead. So I could play this with much more confidence that I know 5 out of Sammy's 7 tiles are not the U. I mean, these are the things that players at this level are thinking about for sure.
Yeah. The problem I would think with that logic is if you play CINQ now, I mean, when is that ever getting blocked?
That's true.
When is this area
stays open
when
forever?
The person draws a U. So we're seeing exec. This is actually
Sammy,
a very sick block of Gliadine. This makes a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Troupial S, that was by far the biggest threat.
Yeah.
On the board. Harshan being up over 100. So eliminating that threat, even though exec doesn't exactly close the board.
Great play.
This wasn't really a mind reader. It was just probably the best play.
Yeah. I don't think Harshan was thinking about bingos through the L with this. Yeah, it does block those. As you said, Josh, this is all about the Troupial's hook, and this being easily the fastest way that Sammy can get back in the game. A double-double starting with S, scoring probably upwards of 100 points almost every time. Great play by him to be patient. He'll be able to get rid of that Q in all likelihood. Maybe he draws the last U on his replenishment draw and can play this with extra confidence, maybe even knowing that he can set himself up for good plays there. A lot of good things can happen. Big fan of that play. He can even, if he doesn't want to open anything like that now, he can even play it here, setting up his S next turn if he wants to do that. So.
In all likelihood, I think his next play is
just just dump it. Yeah, for sure. Your leave is dynamite there.
look
Yeah.
look how amazing that draw was. So Sammy, unfortunately, if I know the feeling. You're just sitting there, you see you have gliadine through that L. You're like, yeah, when is he not going to purposely block this lane? I have to get really lucky for this to come down. And yeah, then you see the block and you're like, well, all right, gotta find something better to do. And I don't really know what that is at this point.
Yeah, this is a very
Icing, acing.
this is a really brutal turn. Even if the game, frankly, even if the game were closer, this would be a brutal turn, right? Like if Sammy were 20 points back of Harshan, this would not be an easy turn to try to figure out what the right way to go is. It's even more disheartening with the score gap being what it is here. So tough one for Sammy. Really hard to point to a move that was like, oh yeah, he did this to deserve this outcome. I don't think there is such a play for him. It's just how the cookie has crumbled here.
It's really just BAYT, I think, Will. We both liked maybe playing over here, and what would that have done? Well, that would have prevented Trupiel.
Yeah.
But he still would have been down 100 points. So doing something like DIT, which is what Sammy's about to put down, he's about to put his D right here, makes a lot of sense. You're setting up edit, addit plays on the top, keeping AEGIN. You're leaving the rest of the board open for 8-letter words potentially. And yeah, this is a sensible approach, but instead he's deciding to score a little bit more. This makes sense as well. So by playing icing, you're setting up at least your D for dicing. You have this AG potential. You still have all this open, and that'll further open the board. If you're able to make a play, maybe ideally over here, you could then see some sort of
craziness.
forkage.
Yeah, it will start to get a little crazy. I mean, Harshan is still going to be in excellent position, but that is a great idea by Sammy, a 2-turn sequence to create some massive volatility on this board. So it's exactly what he needs. Harshan is sort of forced to stop, and there we go. Sammy with sneaked.
Yes, indeed.
Sammy has sneaked his
that
way.
Infamous, yeah. We both know about that infamous Conan O'Brien.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's hilarious.
So yeah,
anybody know what we're talking about here? Sneaked is gonna play. There's only one spot.
Just with dicing, I assume. Yeah, I mean that's not ideal. It doesn't fill, it doesn't perform that role that you mentioned that Sammy probably would love to play through this area to set up multiple lanes, whereas this basically just allows Harshan to hammer this triple a lot of the time. He has no choice. He's got to do it. It seems to be the only, as you said, only spot for a bingo. He's going to take it and hope for the best. If Harshan were to have a terrible rack here, Sammy might start to have some hope, but Harshan actually has a pretty good set of tiles. Looking around for a bingo, doesn't really need to have one. He can just hit the top pretty hard some of the time here.
Yeah, but this, Sammy's back within distance of being able to mount a comeback within the next couple moves. So Harshan could very well have just snapped right back. He drew an H rather than maybe a vowel, which would have allowed him to come right back with a bingo of his own. But yeah, it's sort of a weird spot now. You could play something like Pith through this T.
We're getting a score check or a chat? I'm sure a score check. Harshan's verifying. Yeah, he's not challenging sneaked. Although, as we said, it's like possible to maybe doubt that, but Harshan.
Yeah, for me, I've always said snuck, so it was very interesting for me to learn about this lore.
Yeah.
But anyways, what I was trying to say is for Harshan, strategically here, you just want to cover this, but to do that, you need to use either only a couple tiles, like play ETH, and blow your rack up a little bit, or use both of your vowels. So there's not going to be a fantastic way for Harshan to respond to this bingo.
Yeah.
And depending on what Sammy draws, there's still a lot of board to play on. So could be some comeback potential at this point.
That's a fair point. It's hard. You would think with that, you would love to be able to play the PH together somehow with a word. Doesn't look like there is a way to do that up at the top of the board. I mean, Harshan has pith right here, which does nothing to address the new spot, but scores quite well and gets rid of both of those letters, leaving a very nice leave. But there's no way he's leaving this open. He's going to play something up there. Oh boy. Sammy knocking his rack cam off course a little bit, which we can try to get corrected. I guess it's still visible. After the game, we'll tweak it back. But a horrible draw for him. Not what he needs at all. Brutal. That might put his comeback attempt, stop it in its tracks here.
Yeah, I guess the only hope is that Harshan does just decide to leave this spot open. And then he could play TOE, TOE.
Yeah. I just can't imagine. I'm guessing we're going to see something like EH up there, PIER maybe if you want to draw more tiles. The bag is vowel heavy. So if Harshan uses his 2 vowels, he's pretty likely to fill up with more after that draw. So he could go that route. Probably be okay.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see what he does, but that's not the draw Sammy needed. That's for sure. Harshan with some great tiles, so many options to look at. He's going to choose the one he likes the most. If I were Harshan, I'd be looking at what's unseen in terms of consonants. So do I play, let's say if I'm debating between air or peer or PEIN, I'd be looking to see, are there lots of N's to redraw, lots of R's? If there are lots of R's left, I'd like to play an R. But he's decided to play PEIN, keep RHS, which is a very nice combination. There are only 2 R's left. So that makes some sense. Anything similar to this is what we're thinking here. But
yeah, 3 more points for air. I mean, I feel like the extra points are tempting. But this gets the job done.
Having the H.
Yeah, the H is pretty good, actually. That's a good point. H is solid here for that reason. So.
Dicing's is good, right?
It is, yeah. I was my gut was that it was, but good to know that's the case. Sammy is gonna play 2. This is
not a word though. Remember what this letter
is. Oh no. Harshan's probably all right. Yeah, maybe he's realizing that. Gonna go and play toot instead. I mean, really rough. Oh my god! And now check it out. Oh no, never mind. I thought there was a bingo.
Almost
there is.
Harshan.
Siraz, does that fit anywhere?
I don't see a spot for it.
I guess not. Okay, I was gonna say. I thought for a second that he had Harissa, but not quite. Okay, well, great draw.
Shiraz.
Oh, so he's so close to both of those, but they don't quite fit. But that's still a nice draw for him, just to know that Sammy doesn't have that last S. I'm sure he's feeling quite good about that. So, Harshan in good shape here. Let's see if I can get this.
Yeah. Oh.
What are we talking about here? I have no idea. Oh, it was how many words were challenged, I'm pretty sure. I think Harshan was saying 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. That was an interesting way to go about that, though.
Yeah, a little disruptive, but it's all good. Thank you very much, Lukeman, for that. Intel, yep, just frontager. So we got that.
Okay.
Question answered. Let's see. Try to get this rack angle.
So I guess if you're Harshan, something just like hairs here looks pretty good. Not ideal. You're not really closing that much. There'll still be the lane here. You're opening the lane underneath. But scores very well, so to be honest, yeah, I don't really see what else I would do as Harshan. Harris for 33. You don't really want to play to this triple and then open this area of the board. But we could see SRI potentially here.
Mm.
You wouldn't want to put the R, so you'd put the I instead.
Right.
Very lesser seen 3-letter word SRI, but it's a fun one. It was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
I don't know what words were my favorites as a kid. Like, I didn't even think that way.
All of them.
Well, define kid. Are we talking about like a young kid or the 15-year-old pounding games of Boggle in every free second? Because then I probably had favorite words by that time.
Well, we know Nigel as the goat, but you're the kid. You're the baby goat, right?
Yeah, nice. I don't know about that. I don't think I belong in too many conversations of that nature. I mean, Boggle, I'm up there for sure. At top group. Airs.
I've seen mention of this very weird
Hairst,
hook.
right? Hairst.
So, oops, that's a possible reason to not play that word. I really thought this was eliminating some play over here, but you being able to put a T right here.
With that T, yeah. He has the T.
Yeah. Sammy has it, so ideally you could play here, open this. But he probably... I guess the play of hairs doesn't necessarily signal that Harshan has that last S, but it is somewhat likely.
Yeah, feels likely. Just feels like there must have been ways of scoring decently well without needing to burn it. So I'd be thinking it's likely, but I agree it's not a lock. But for Sammy, he has the T, but I don't think he has a good Hairst play. Looks like he has HOI set up. Not sure. I mean, this is a really tempting spot for him just because the H is going to score quite well and it opens more space, but there's really no way to do it while keeping even a remotely balanced leave. Like, what can he even do? Just play HI and then keep 4 vowels and a T. So he's going to play Hoi, which actually obstructs that T hook. At this score, Josh, I'm not really that bothered. I feel like his comeback chances are going to be tough at this point. But maybe he had ways of keeping Hairst alive.
Yeah, there's, after this play, 16 letters left unseen. So if we're looking at the score, Sammy probably needs 2 bingos in a row to win the game. So maybe not the best approach, sort of constricting some space, but at some point you need to score something. So
yeah,
makes sense. Back to Harshan with 1 vowel. That vowel is going to be very important. Either he plays for a huge score, just says with dicings, or he's going to probably want to keep that E just in case he doesn't draw another vowel. So we were mentioning in a previous game, one of the ways to lose when you're up by so much is to suffer the consequences of keeping all consonants or all vowels. And yeah, if Harshan were to play something here, keeping all consonants, not scoring all that much, drawing more consonants, we could see Sammy take advantage and bonus twice and Harshan be completely incapable of doing anything. So yeah, one of the concepts when you have a big lead is to at least keep 1 vowel and 1 consonant on every play, so you're able to respond to anything that's thrown at you. But in this case, if you're sure of dicings, I think you just go ahead and play says for 47.
Yeah, it looks like he's pivoting.
He's thinking of res up top. That's interesting. The problem with that is it could allow some very, very
big
responses.
It's going to allow eld or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's very lucky. Just Eld for like 30. Like, it could
Yeah.
be Azo. There could be something
Yeah,
huge in response to that.
an A would be much scarier probably than the D for that hook there. But Sammy without an A, several of them. From Harshan's perspective, leaving the 4 consonants, you're totally right that is dangerous, but he has to feel good about the contents of the bag from his perspective going into this turn, and he actually has only drawn the 1 vowel. But from Harshan's perspective, this is Sammy's perspective. I think it was like 13 vowels and 10 consonants or something like that. However, Sammy did just make a play signaling more vowels in reserve, so that probably that ratio wasn't quite as rosy for Harshan as it would look at first glance, knowing that Sammy's going to have a lot of those vowels. But all right, there we go. Eld, you're right, Josh. This could have been way worse. Another play worth mentioning, too, probably not the right play, but scores a lot, would have been just Zest here. Sets up really big counterplay along the triple line that Harshan might really wants to avoid here, but it scores a hell of a lot of points.
Yeah. So Sammy having to take the points for Eld just because the threat of something coming down for Harshan there would have been way too much to deal with. He had other options elsewhere on the board, but yeah, I think he had to do that. I guess he could have considered EIDE right here.
Oh, that's pretty slick. Yeah, that's fun.
Huge. The
Why
problem
not?
is
Lean into
whenever
it.
Harshan can, he's just going to block, and then once again you're in this problem. You're in
Yeah.
this situation where
Sure.
you have to adjust the scoring spot. So it looked really bad for Sammy regardless. Back to Harshan, who, like you said, drew one of the vowels. That's
Just enough.
probably good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, Malm.
So
he's got Malm
looking at
lined
Malm.
up. Looks great here. Setting up your S, not usefully, but better than nothing, I suppose. But really, the salient thing is it just scores a lot of points and covers this overlap. That definitely looks called for here. He's gonna play Malt. Interesting. I'm curious. The
Yeah, why
M,
not?
is he thinking?
Keep the M for
you know,
insurance.
I'll play the M here. I would have played Malm there in a heartbeat, but he must. I guess the M also plays here, so maybe there's a couple nice places for it. I would just be worried about drawing some of the other high pointers that don't mesh that well with an M, like the F, V, things like that. So I'm playing Malm there. What do you think, Josh? Is that a justified?
I think
alteration?
it's always a good idea to just keep a scoring tile when you're up by a lot. I think it's just like it's a nice instinct to have. Yeah, I think Malm was probably better. The M can be very useful to like maybe respond to bingos underneath. You might be getting more than the 4 points or the 6 points you're sacrificing by like double tripling the M somewhere. So it could be a valid reason to keep the M. Yeah, it's to me it's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
I understand the decision.
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't. Oh my God, Harshan. Blunders like this is. He clearly saw Malm, made that active decision of I want to have a good scoring tile going into next turn with a couple good places for the M to play. So definitely far short of something we're criticizing. Makes total sense. He's really played, the 3 bingos. Yeah, you drew 3 bingos in a row, but I definitely think plenty of players would not be that confident in either frontager or curdlers. And then he's made a couple other plays like exec, which I think are super high level. I was very impressed. Ooh.
Are we gonna see this play by Sammy?
Amazing.
Just throw caution to the wind, try to win the game.
So Versman would then absolutely hammer him.
Oh no. Don't predict the future. Oh no. I hope that doesn't happen. But
Yeah.
This play makes a lot of sense.
It does.
The situation.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, there is a consideration if you're Sammy that there's still a lot of time in the tournament. You're going to drop to 12-7 in all likelihood, and you want to try to protect this number as your tiebreaker. Which, if you actually look at the standings, there's only one player at his win level right now with a higher tiebreaker than he has, and that being Ben Schonbrun. I'm expecting we're going to see some of Ben on the stream today, which is very exciting. He has a really fun style to watch. But yeah, Sammy's tiebreaker is in good shape there with the 765 spread. He might basically say, I could play Evite. It looks like he has it lined up too, slightly off camera. But he might be thinking, do I want to go for a miracle win here, or do I want to pack it in and protect my spread tiebreaker?
Yeah, I think given that the tiebreaker we use in these tournaments is differential between your games, so overall how much you won by minus how much you lost by, it's always important to keep that in mind. Although Sammy, he has decent differential. I think he can maybe afford to try to do something like the problem is it's just never gonna like win you the game unless your opponent just makes a horrendous blunder. I don't think there's like any rack Harshan could have from Sammy's perspective. You see his perspective right here. Yeah, I don't think there's any rack that Harshan could have that wouldn't be able to block this E and win the game by at least a little bit, even if Sammy responds with a bingo down there. So
it's worth noting though that this is not a good pool, and Harshan actually has a very nice flexible set of tiles. Like often you can play Evite and you're definitely not getting hit with bingos that much. But Sammy is going to play it safe. I think I prefer this for sure.
Yeah, this is very nice. Very nice by Sammy, very classy. And it's not going to lead to an incredibly high scoring bonus from Harshan. So he's thinking about it. I think he's going to hit his clock. Yeah.
Yep, there it goes. So no Versman. Oh. Getting another score check, I think. So yeah.
It's 32.
Definitely a treat to watch this game, watch Harshan play some excellent words and then also maneuver strategically, definitely showing his, stuff. He's been on an incredible run this year. I believe he's won pretty much every event he's played in the UK this year. I think he's working on a streak of 4 big, multi-day size wins, if I'm not mistaken. So he's in very fine form, and it's pretty easy to see why when you watch him for any length of time.
Yes, indeed. This is just one of the hopefully many times we get to see Harshan on the stream as he mounts this incredible comeback from being 2-4, 12-6. Yeah, that's
in this field.
That's 10-2.
This field is deep too. There's really nowhere to hide anywhere. So even if you start slow, you're going to have a ton of tough pairings. Like I saw he was going up against people like Mark Nyman yesterday and Lewis Mackay, players who have incredible pedigrees. It's not that easy to work your way back. So, but he's definitely up to the challenge. I think we saw one of those early games of Harshan's, which he lost, and even in that game, he was making really good plays. So no surprise, happens to the best of us. Starting slow is just a rite of passage in Scrabble. You go into a tournament saying, hey, I'm ready to rock here, and then you just get blown away a bunch of times in the first few games. But that's how this game works. You got to stay relaxed and hope things will turn around. And if you're making good decisions, trying to solve those puzzles every turn consistently well, you have a good chance of doing that.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I'm locked into this position. What should Harshan play. He's considering, I think, Nim, which
Yeah,
would be a
nice.
really good play here. Setting up the S, keeping AERSV, which is
Sure.
a very, very strong combination. There's also the option of just dropping the N. And oh no, that takes a T now. Okay, that doesn't work. So I
Yeah,
think Nim,
neat. Nim
leaving
looks
one
cool.
letter in the bag.
It's great.
I think there are lots of draws. You draw into ovaries. You draw into, yeah, probably a lot of stuff under here. I just wonder what you're drawing over here.
Very nice.
But it is definitely hard for Sammy to block everything.
Yeah, that's great.
So we like this play a lot.
This is so clever. Setting up that last S, picking a word that doesn't hook with anything else. So, for example, rim would also set stuff up, but there are many, many more hooks to rim, rhyme, rima, all kinds of other stuff, rhymey. So that's not going to work. He's picked the one that works and drawn FD, which isn't exactly what he needs to get that bingo down, but the idea was still very solid. For Harshan to, again, we talk about that spread tiebreaker. Harshan's winning a lot of games, but this number isn't that high. So what he's trying to do with a play like Nim is steal, snatch another big chunk of point spread away from Sammy with that last bingo. So makes a ton of sense from his perspective, and didn't hit his draw, but we like it.
Yeah, and it is so disheartening, right? When you've drawn IOY. If you're Sammy, you're like, okay, game's over. Like, hopefully he's just gonna make some random play, but Harshan makes a play that forces Sammy to really think hard about what he wants to do next. And
I mean,
like, oh, okay, it's not over. But yeah, from Sammy's perspective, it looks pretty good.
does it help him
FDU
to just plop his Y down? I mean, that he's worried
maybe,
about that. I don't think it actually matters.
I don't think he's worried about anything, but it still forces Sammy to be like, okay, is there something that Harshan could have here? If there's something, he needs to block it, because it's a difference between losing by almost 200 and losing by maybe 150. So that's a pretty big deal. Unfortunately for Sammy, the F and the D draw for Harshan wasn't great, but it was very good for what Sammy has, because now Harshan knows that unseen to him, AIIOOTUY. So Sammy's going to draw that U out of the bag.
Brutal.
And Nuity is coming down.
No, just knew it. He's just trying to get as many vowels off as possible. There's definitely better ways to score here, I would think, but all of them leave something to be desired. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at myself for thinking Nuity was a word.
It's all good. But yeah, the nice thing about Nim is also, if you don't hit your bingo, you still get plays exactly what Harshan can do here. If he wants to play faves or fards or whatever he wants to do, dervs I think is maybe the best. Just feels like you must be able to do something good with FA somewhere. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to, even if you don't hit your bingo, this play is going to set you up really, really nicely for the end game. And there it is. He spotted dervs, which I guess our engine is saying is the best play. Hey, check me out. I solved an end game.
Nigel over here. So you saw that in 5 seconds, Will.
Yeah, I think it's pretty trivial to know that you're going to want to play a 5-letter word in that spot. Picking the right one is just a matter of saying, well, what other 2 tiles am I going to leave behind? Mr. Nigel over here still doesn't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with AF yet. Do you just play fan? Do you just play, is this set something up? No. So I'm not sure how to stick the landing on this just yet, but seems like a good start.
I think you're confused. I think you think solving endgames requires you to calculate. It's all intuition.
I wish. Maybe that's true. But I feel like there is sometimes... Oh, well, that now creates a better spot for... Yeah, so I don't know if that was That might have been the best play for Sammy just because it
It
scores
was.
so much
We
better.
had an
Yeah.
optimal endgame on stream. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Perfect. There we go. 84 more of those, and we got Nigel on our hands. Yeah, insane. It's rare, right? A perfectly played endgame by both players is pretty rare, but if I was going to nominate two players to pull it off, it would be these two. So, yeah, we should be able to potentially talk to Harshan about this game, which would be cool. I'd love to get his opinion about a couple of these moves, Josh. I'm sure you have some you want to ask about as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to speak to the man himself. Yeah, if you guys have any specific questions that you might want to ask, if we do indeed get Harshan on the headset,
Yeah.
feel free to let us know in the chats. And yeah, I really think that this game was super well played by both. Really, what ended up happening is Trupiel setting Harshan up for a very easy game, and I think
Yeah.
you and I both agree that that play of bait was a little bit hasty. I think
Yeah.
maybe
Leaving the
if he
three.
had played BAYE, Sammy had played that, he would have had a chance to win this game. But other than that, super well played. Super well played. Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't made contact with producer Lukeman on site. Don't know 100%. He's also directing and doing a million other things. So he's going to be the one that needs to hand the headset over to Harshan if we're going to chat with him. So hopefully that happens. But if not, so be it. I think it will. I think he's going to find his way back. The only question is, does Harshan even know that interviews can happen? Maybe he's going to get up and take a well-deserved stroll, take a break after this game. So we'll see. Either way, we're here to guide you all through that, and we are awaiting some next round pairings. It looks like they have the electronic scoring. It's cool to see the electronic score submission becoming more prominent, Josh. It's a lot easier than the old way of doing this.
I will say, having been at this tournament last year, this was the weirdest electronic score entry I've ever dealt with. Maybe because I'm not used to the European way yet. But electronic score submission rather than writing something on a paper, having someone having to fill everything in and read your handwriting. Oh my god, so much better. It's the technology is incredible, Will.
Yeah. So I think we are going to potentially talk to Harshan if he's willing. Try to fix the rack cam here. Got to make sure.
Here we go.
Unmute. So we're going to get this Zoom unmuted in just a second. There we go. I think we got Zoom unmuted here. All right, so
not sure if Harshan can hear us.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be something done with the with our. I think we might be muted on our end.
I don't think so. Harshan's not hearing us. I see everything unmuted. Oh,
there we go. Hello.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, Harshan. Yes, Will and Josh.
I don't got any audio.
Oh, Harshan's not hearing?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think at the beginning of the game, Harshan asked to turn the audio off on the computer, which makes sense.
Oh.
So
how about
get Lukeman too?
How about now? Can we?
We muted, yeah.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
What's up, Harshan? It's
all right.
Josh and Will here. How you feeling?
Hi, my two favorite people in the world. What a treat.
Wow, that's one of the
pleasure's all ours.
A feather in my cap. I don't know if I have a Scrabble accomplishment better than that. But Harshan, that was a fantastic game. We really enjoyed watching you operate in this one. Josh, I feel like we have a lot of questions about great moves that Harshan made.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say is congrats. You played fantastically. That was a beautiful game to
Means
watch.
a lot coming from you. Thank you.
So we want to talk about that curdler's play. So it looked like you were very confident on that R hook of frontage. and curdlers. Was there any doubt in your mind when Sammy said hold?
I mean, it's funny. I was 100% sure frontager. Can I tell you a little story about that?
Absolutely.
So I was playing Nigel Richards at the Causeway. I think it was 2016, and he put an S on the front of ungazing to make sun gazing, and he played ST the opposite direction. It was the
Yes.
northeast triple words go. And at that time, I wasn't the player I am now. So I challenged it, and we are walking to the challenge computer. And Nigel turns to me and he says, Harshan, you know, after all these years, you should really know all your two-letter words by now, right? So so he implied that I was going to challenge ST instead of sun gazing. So guess what I did next? Just guess. I made it my mission to like add all the 8 to 9 hooks to my card box. That was my next project. So I was 100% sure frontager. I wasn't completely 100% on curdlers, but I remembered looking at it and remember thinking a curdler is a machine that curdles, and I remember that connection, and that made me sure, basically. So I knew he would challenge curdlers and not frontagers. So yeah, it was a good spot to be in.
Oh, is that what? So Sammy actually did not challenge frontager. He challenged
No,
curdlers.
exactly.
Wow. Okay, we had
And
that wrong.
And from my perspective, that was the word I was slightly less sure of.
Got it.
But even then, I kind of remember thinking at the time when I looked at it, it's a machine that curdles milk, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
honestly, I love that story. I tell that story all the time, Harshan. I remember that game like it was yesterday, and I remember just the legendary quote. Yeah, you should know your twos by now. But I did not know the part of the story where, yeah, you decided, okay, I can't let this happen again.
Yeah, Harshan said, never
eights and
again.
nines.
Never
That's
again
awesome.
am I going to have this. And that clearly is paying dividends. So very.
And I mean, Nigel, I know he blows a lot of people off when they're asking for advice, but I asked him for advice, you know, I think 2019, Nigel, how do I get better? And he said, look, 80% of the time, the best move is the highest scoring move. Harshan, you just need to learn all the words. That's what he said. And I took his advice to heart, right? I've been on a mission since then. And he's right. He's 100% right. The game's a lot more enjoyable when you know the words, right? It takes the stress out of the game.
Well, a little bit. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of the stress, but there's definitely many other stressors. And Josh, if you want to go to the Quackle position,
Yeah.
where
Which one?
Where Harshan played exec, I think that one was a fantastic move by him that we should really look at. I guess it's we're not seeing the full rack here, but Harshan playing exec, leaving INQ. I thought this was a really excellent high level play by you, Harshan, and if you can sort of walk through your thinking on this.
So a couple of things really. I mean, I had a guaranteed Q play next turn. There was off the C of XX, CINQ, or off the C of Curdler, CINQ. I was really worried. I mean, I was like loads ahead at the time. I was pretty sure Trupial took an S, and I really didn't want to be in a position where he hit me with like 100-point bingo starting with an S. So I wanted to stop that happening. And I wasn't concerned about the queue because I had two guaranteed places for it. And exec did things to the board I really liked, and it scored decently. So that was my thinking.
Yeah, that was fantastic. A lot of players would just play sync there, just sort of autopiloting and saying, I got to get rid of this queue ASAP. This was so clever, Josh, from a positioning standpoint. We loved it in the booth.
Yeah, so what was great is that like when you played exec, we were both like, oh yeah, of course. What ended up happening is that blocked gliadine, so GLIADINE, through the L. So that was definitely the most important pivotal point in the game. I would say that, yeah, I mean, just seeing those plays, seeing exactly what you want to do, knowing that you have a home for the Q next turn, it's probably as comfortable as you could have been in that position.
Am I right in thinking that Trupial with a U or two O's, they both take an S? Am I right in thinking? Yeah,
I think
fine.
it's a bird, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I didn't I thought the way I'm going to lose this game is either multiple bingos or like one enormous bingo, like 100-point double bingo. I did not want to let that happen, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, perfect. There was one. I had one question about your play of res. So can you take us through that position? There was, from our perspective, a question of whether you were sure that dicing took an S.
Yeah, I was sure.
And
Yeah,
okay.
100%. So I knew that it was dicings and disking. There's no uncertainty at all. But same principle, right? I did not want to hang that Z on that triple word score. I mean, if he gets a bonus off that Z to the bottom right triple, that's like a 100-point bonus. I did not want to let that happen. It wasn't a big sacrifice on the score. And I like the leave better with res. And I think the difference in score was only about 8 or 9 points. So for me, it was a no-brainer positionally and in terms of equity and board, right? That's another way I could have lost the game. I play says he bingos off the Z, like he scores like 110 points. That's not a good position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely makes a lot of sense. Yeah, great. I think there was one other question, whether when you were thinking of playing hares, were you thinking of the T hook on herrings?
I missed that. I completely overlooked it, basically.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think it's still the best play.
Yeah.
It was just
yeah.
a little bit
Yeah.
dicey potentially if you
It's
could fork the board with hares. But
I
yeah, that
mean,
was
the way
never
I
happened.
kind of think about things like hairs is I really don't mind Sammy like bingoing under hairs or even putting a T on the end of hairs because it's the penultimate row and column, isn't it? So he's going to give me counterplay, right? If he gets 70, I get 40. The bingos which are really damaging are the bingos on the bottom rows, the top rows, and the leftmost and the rightmost columns, because they score more, they score 20 points more, and you get very little counterplay. So I was completely okay with him, bingoing under here. So no issue for me, really, given my lead.
Yeah. Awesome. So that's I think that's it. I don't know if we have any more questions in the chat, because honestly, it was such a clean game. I don't really know what else
Thank you.
what else we have to say. So yeah, congrats. You've been coming very nicely back into the fold after that rough start.
That was
So,
going to be my only
yeah.
follow-up question, less about this
Yeah.
game and more about, Harshan, you are now 13-6 and well within striking distance of the top after starting 2-4. We saw you in one of those losses, I believe, on stream playing very well again, but, there's definitely a mindset component there to having a tough start and now really blazing a trail back into the top group. How have you sort of maintained your focus after that initial day one?
Can I tell you a story that I tell my patients when they are struggling to cope with bad news? Can I tell you a little story?
I would love it. Yes.
So in this book, Atomic Habits by James Clearly, you should all read that. It's a fabulous book. It's highly relevant to Scrabble and life. He tells this story about this desert in Morocco, a really arid desert that lots of people died getting lost crossing. And, the government came up with this scheme where they planted a series of barrels across the desert. And the way the barrels are situated is you could just about see the next barrel from the first barrel, right? And the only thing you needed to do to get to the end of the desert, the only thing you needed to do is to aim for the next barrel, right? Get to that. And once you get to that, you aim for the next barrel. And that's the way to cope with like having a rough run in Scrabble. That's the way to cope. If I'm telling a parent that their kid's been diagnosed with leukemia, I tell them, think about the next barrel, head for the next barrel. And if you do that over and over again, you'll cross this desert safely. That's what I tell my parents. And it works. It really, really works. It keeps you together.
That is an incredible metaphor that I think is highly applicable, as you said, not just to Scrabble, but to many walks of life. And that is a great anecdote to share. And it's worked for you here. Any final thoughts for Harshan, Josh, before we let him actually take his break? We've used up your entire break. Hopefully, still get a walk in or something. But Josh, any last word for Harshan?
Thanks so much for being with us, Harshan. Yeah, nice game and keep up the good work. I'm sure we'll see you again. Yeah, have a good
My
next round.
pleasure. And thank you very much, both of you, for donating your time to stream this. And, I know why you're doing it. You want to promote the game and make the game bigger. And you love the game like I do. So we all thank you. Thank you very much.
We appreciate that, Harshan. Continued good luck to you and fantastic performance just now. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again on the stream at some point. And yeah, with that, let's say goodbye to Harshan for now. I'm going to call here. And we should be good to maybe take a look at the standings here. That was a fantastic conversation with Harshan, Josh. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, like the YouTube says, class act for sure, and just such a strong player. So yeah, very nice. I'm thinking we should see Rasheed and Ben,
Yeah,
right?
that's what we're picking.
Unless
Going with
unless
that
we're
game.
gonna switch to lower division, but
So yeah, we're producer Lukeman there behind the scenes. We are definitely going with that game. Rasheed, we've seen a lot yesterday, but Ben Schonbrun is a player we definitely want to see more of. Looks like he's going to start in this next game against Rasheed. So matchup of the two Americans traveling overseas, doing extremely well in the standings right now. Rasheed has been in first, Josh, for quite a long time. But if Ben beats him here, we could start to see that grasp of the top spot slip.
Yeah, well, so almost certainly, I would say. So Bob Linn playing Kevin, both of them at 14 and 5. I guess if Bob beats Kevin, we could still see Rasheed in hanging on to first place by differential. But if Kevin wins and Rasheed loses, we're going to have a new leader. So Rasheed losing the 2 games this morning after being 15 and 2 after 2 days. So yeah, hopefully we didn't jinx him too hard yesterday, but it's definitely encountering some resistance along the way. And Ben is certainly quite the obstacle to get through.
Yeah, for sure. It's just tough if, Josh, I'm sure you have experienced periods of time where you are in first place in a tournament for a while. It's actually exhausting where everybody you're playing is giving you their absolute undivided attention and very best shot to knock you off of the standings. You're down the standings, I should say. You're also very likely to be facing an incredibly strong group of players who are also at the top. So, heavy is the head that wears the crown of the number 1 player in the standings. And I think we are actually set here to begin. Very little delay. Next game is going to be Ben Shonbrun versus Rasheed, 4th place and 1st in the standings in round 20. So let's let them get started. Players are seated, and this should be a good one here. I really enjoy watching Ben play. It should be noted that we apologize in advance for the Ben Schonbrun tile position. It can be a little bit wonky with tiles every which way on the rack there, but we're going to do our best to guide you through that. It would be cool to have a streaming mod, Josh, that unbenjifies the tiles somehow for our viewers.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I guess the solution to that would be some sort of tile recognition software that translates something into online. I'm going to be looking up these head-to-head records between Ben and Rasheed.
Yeah, these two
I've
must have played a
seen
bunch.
so far they've played 9 times in NASPA tournaments, and I want to check. Wow, so far in my search, looks like Rasheed has a 7-3 record against Ben in tournaments, which definitely surprises me. But I mean, obviously, Rasheed's a very, very strong player. I want to see if there are some other results here because, yeah, there are 3 organizations in North America, so not easy to figure it out. But yeah, as it seems, Rasheed has the advantage in this matchup. But anything can happen. Ben is first. His clock has been started, so let's see what the tile gods, Scrabble gods give us, Will.
Yeah, hopefully a good one. I feel like, again, ooh, look at this start. There's some interesting.
Auspicious.
Yeah, this should be a fun turn. Oh man. One vowel for Ben. It's got the Z, got ERS, but BFV is the fly in the ointment. Too many consonants, too many high point consonants, and there is, if Ben plays that E, which if he has to, if he's going to play a word, it will give something back to Rasheed for sure, whether it's strength or greenths. Not sure what else, but Rasheed should be getting the first bingo here. I was thinking,
Wow. Yeah,
know,
I was thinking this. Fez or verbs, right?
yeah, which of those two? It's tough. They both have their warts. I feel like this makes a lot of sense to me. Get as many consonants off as possible. Keep the really useful Z. You could get frizz, zerf, all kinds of stuff through the R verbs with certain vowel draws, zarf. But yeah, it's going to be met if Rasheed sees it with a gigantic bingo to start this off.
Yeah, strong bingo. So it's worth noting, regardless of what Ben did there, he was going to get bingoed on as long as Rasheed has
even
seen
in exchange.
everything. Throngs.
Yeah, I
Throngs
didn't
was
even
there.
realize that. Right, exactly.
So the engine giving credence to just verb with the E on the star instead for a few point increase, probably just because it's a little bit cagier, setting up your own S and potentially setting up some better responses with the Z. But yeah, no clue with that play. That's what I thought to play intuitively, and up to Rasheed to see if
he's got one of
finds,
them.
His common word bingo or greenths, which is not common at all. I mean, either or, strength or greenths. Both seem very, very good to me.
Yeah.
As long as you're hitting both of those double word scores, you are in business.
So he's going to do that. Greenth's definitely going to hit like a truck, but at least Ben has a assortment of high scoring tiles to hit back. Greenth's has so few vowels in it that, unfortunately for Ben, he's not going to really get a tailor-made place to play that Z. It would be great with a play with more vowels in it. You might be able to overlap a little bit better, but nicely spotted by Rasheed here. 94 points for this. Impressive start, and Ben sort of staring like, oh boy, uphill battle for me.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of opening turn bingos this morning. So do you know the stats on that, Will? Something like 1 in 5.
How many
second?
Yeah, it's higher going second, I believe. So yeah, I think the numbers are something like, in the Collins lexicon that we're using here, it's close to 14-15% to bingo on your first turn, and then, as you suggest, about 20% on the next turn. So it's funny. I mean, you were talking about the advantage of going first being roughly 20 points, but depending, I mean, there's definitely situations where, oh, look at this, fantastic. Oh, I thought he was going to play Zymos. Is that even a word?
Like that looks good, but
Zymoses. Okay, so he didn't play what I thought he was going to play. He played the valid word, the actual word, which looks very strong. That it does put that Z in the triple lane, and you can see how quickly Rasheed is going to answer and use that Z to his own advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you had to play Zymes. It was certainly the best move, but oftentimes you float a high point tile in a triple lane, immediate clap back, Will.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like now Ben is going to have a great spot. This I alongside Fritz doesn't really do much for almost any tile except the F, and Ben is going to be able to hit this super, super hard. So even though he's gotten hit by Greenths to start things off, oh, look at that U draw for Rasheed. Loving to see that along with his Q.
Yeah.
So a lot of
I was
action
gonna
here.
say, Will, I mean, look at how few vowels have been played in this game. 3 vowels,
Oh, yeah.
all those consonants. So even this early on, I was expecting a 4 vowel draw for Rasheed a lot of the time there. So
Yeah.
not unexpected, but definitely much appreciated for Rasheed as Foyer comes down. Yeah, another play nailed by Ben, and
Yeah.
Rasheed to respond with this QU.
And Ben's right there on the scoreboard. Opening with verbs and then 2 50-plus point plays, 58 for Zymes, 53 for Foyer. So that's the way to keep pace with your opponent. Scoring 90 to start. But Rasheed should have another good play here. He's going to have plenty of options to get rid of this Q productively, scoring decently. I guess Qua stands out as a solid option. I don't think you would play Aqua here, even with the vowel situation being what it is. I think keeping an A pairs nicely if you just play Qua with the rest of these letters. And of course, if you play, whoops, you got me on the board spin right there. If you do play Aqua instead of Qua, now you're giving up the triple, whereas Qua does not give that much back. So, Quina there, much better. Yeah, never mind. All that analysis is bunkum.
Well, I mean, Qua is a great play, but yeah, seeing Quina or Quina, however you want to pronounce that, I'm sure there's a proper pronunciation, but we're not etymologists. We're unfortunately just Scrabble nerds over here. Quina making AG for 51, probably the star play in this position. Rasheed's already spotted it, and Ben had a U on his leave. He kept, I think, BUT, but
True.
that's not going to help him here.
Rough
Not
tiles
to
for
be
him.
able to play through that Q.
Yeah. This could be a rare situation where he actually wants to keep the Q if he has a good overlapping play, which he very well may, right? Like something like just bow. Alongside here, you normally, you got it, would normally, you would definitely want to prioritize getting rid of that U, but could be worth it here, depending on how Ben wants to attack this. But Rasheed with another U, too. Oh, boy. Okay, so not the best. Rasheed's rack is not very good, except that Q is saving it so much here, so benefiting hugely from that open Q here, and it doesn't feel like Ben's really in a position to close it down.
What does Rasheed have?
Quode.
Oh, yes. Quode. So, yeah, my thought here, bow is an interesting idea. My problem is the leave of MUGT. You need 2 specific letters, I think, to actually benefit from that Q next turn.
Great call out in YouTube, though. If you play Mo, M-O-W, you can now draw an I for qubit. Brilliant. Great suggestion by Scrabble in the chat. That seems like it definitely pumps up your value there.
Yeah, I still think the right option is probably Gumbo, keeping the W and the T.
Sure.
Just to get rid of more stuff. But yeah, you have to do a little bit of math here if you really want to solve this position. Like, how likely am I to draw an I? How likely is my opponent to have a play from the Q or have a play blocking, et cetera, et cetera. Every other variable is a little bit less important, but
yeah,
I'm not sure. I think Gumbo is probably still the correct call.
I agree. I just think drawing so many more tiles, you score a bunch more points. WT can turn into a bingo way, way more often than whatever GU, TB or whatever it is after Mo, right? Like this is a more standard play. It's fun to be creative and think about, what can I do with this Q? But I think Ben is dead on to play this here.
Yeah, and Rasheed to respond with Quode. I mean, I didn't see it. I imagine
I would be
Rashid is gonna see
shocked.
it.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Nice job, Rasheed. Rasheed has played extremely well so far in this game, befitting of the first place player. Not nary a misstep that I can see.
And Ben to respond with a potential bingo here. It's a very, very interesting one.
Oh, bio waste. Oh my gosh, is that it? I mean, these tiles are not the best with that OW, but I feel like Ben's going to spot this, and that's huge. Depending on what Rasheed draws, LUN to start the next rack isn't great.
Look how quickly.
Nice play. Oh, okay. So this is, unless this actually bingos somehow, which that blocked unbottle.
Oh,
So bio waste, this spot of the board is so off the beaten path. It happens that Ben blocked unbottle through the B, and I don't think this gives anything back to Rasheed. So huge swing in the game.
Yeah, you would expect. I mean, I would say the S is pretty not off the beaten path, but the B just like
Yeah,
no one expects the B Inquisition, right?
that's right. And now Ben drawing a bunch of consonants, but the Y, the LY.
Wow. Where are these vowels? Okay, we did see some vowels played now, so things have sort of calmed down with the imbalance, but
Yikes.
I'm still thinking a lot of vowels to come for both players for the rest of this game.
Yeah,
So
for sure. Outlent.
I wonder.
Oh boy, is that? I hope Rasheed's not thinking about that.
Yeah, I wonder. What I think here is ignorance is bliss. If Rashid does not notice unbottle as a possibility,
Then it's
I think
fine.
he'll be in a much better mental state to find the best play here, which is probably just Toluene, right?
Yeah,
Probably
Toluene.
just go for score.
There's definitely stuff that can play here, like Noel or something like that, but that leaves not very well, and Toluene scores similarly well and just leaves such better letters. So I feel like I think Rasheed has seen everything he needs to see to make a decision here between Toluene, Lunette now, and probably overlaps. Is there a 5 making ST? That would be what I'm looking at here. Like something more flexible, but maybe not.
No, nothing. But yeah, it's
No.
definitely worth looking for. So, couple options through this E. We like Toluene. You could also see something like outlet, or yeah, it's anagram let out. Doesn't seem as good. But Lunette, I would say, is a mistake.
Yeah.
Because
we
yeah,
like
set up
this
big spot. So
good play.
We like Toluene, and for Ben, I imagine he's gonna find some way out of this rack. But
so there's stuff,
is...
right? Like you could play URDY under quote. That's not great, but like that's at least something. The Y is gonna save it a little, but it's gonna be tough for sure. Is there any other?
Yeah.
Like
just ERP also.
ERP.
Triple the P both
At
ways.
least ERP leaves the Y, right? If you can score, you can just play ERP. That's a funny little Easter egg word for Scrabble players using the analysis software Quackle, where if your play isn't in the top 20 or whatever it's calculating, Quackle says, your play, ERP. It's too low to be ranked. So Ben has Erdy set up. That was my initial instinct of like, I just want to play more tiles off so I can draw vowels. So yeah, looks like one of those plays is likely to be the play. And oh my God, Josh, the vowel situation is going to be insane that you've already pointed out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Look at Rasheed's rack.
But that's a really, really bad draw for Rasheed to follow up with Ben's draw there. So the Y, very controversial letter. I guess we could pass the question off to you and to everybody watching. Is the Y a vowel or is the Y a consonant, or is it neither? And I have the answer. You guys are all going to have to trust me. But I would say in this situation, keeping the Y could be quite useful in the short term and in the long term. So maybe ERP over ERDI, but I hesitate. But I think, yeah, you have to play through this rack. I think you can exchange.
Yeah, agreed. Something's worth playing here. Worth mentioning too, all these consonants here, the W plays nicely. This spot, looks like a place where, stuff could maybe happen. Actually, maybe not. That's not that easy to play. But at least you keep that W. And I guess I'm mostly concerned about the future of the J. Does that have hopes to really help Ben out on a future turn? I don't think he can worry about that. Oh, he might be considering exchanging 6, leaving R. Is that possible?
Yeah, I don't think, first of all, I don't think that's Ben's style. I think Ben likes to score points.
Yeah.
Even when it's close. And second, I think the unseen letters are really not that good. So keeping an R, it's obviously way, way, way better than keeping whatever you're keeping, JPLW. But I think it's definitely worth playing through here and trying to, that W spot, as you mentioned, like it's very, very nice. And the J, I guess, could go here, JA.
True.
You draw one of those 6
that's
A's,
something.
so it's something. So I think Ben needs to be a little bit patient here. I know it's very easy to want to just get rid of everything at once and maybe go for that final blank, but I think it's too early. I think you really should play ERDI or ERP here. But he did see I think ERDI. I don't know if he's considered ERP. I think ERDI is probably still the correct play though.
Yeah, I just want to play an extra tile, score an extra few points. There it goes. This doesn't feel great to make this play, but I feel like as I look at it more and more, seems like the best option that Ben has. So, not every move in Scrabble is going to make you feel great, like you're, destined for great things ahead on the next move, but this, I think, was the best that Ben could do. Now, very tricky situation for Rasheed with all these consonants and no great way to do anything. This is going to be a really tough move for Rasheed. I wonder if he has... We flip this board for y'all. I think he's getting set to play Tinked here. Seems as good. I mean, that might be just fine, actually. Undoubling a lot of stuff. So
I like it. I think that's probably the play here. He was looking at Clint's, just a very low-scoring play to dump a bunch of consonants to that S, but I think...
He's going back to that.
I don't know. I think the biggest problem with Tinked is it sets this up underneath, but for the 8 extra points, it's probably what I would do.
Yeah, putting the T here, setting up this spot, but you have to start with a vowel, and Ben did just play ERDI, which is maybe gives you slight confidence that he's struggling with consonants, though if I'm Rasheed, I'm looking at this pool, and I'm saying he for sure has vowels. So I don't think you can read consonant heaviness here, potentially. But, yeah, this seems fine. You do run into that issue, like you said, Josh, but can Ben even... What does he even have?
I don't know, but I have to answer our question from earlier. Is the Y a vowel or consonant? We had a lot of fun answers in chat.
Right.
It is technically a semi-vowel.
That's its actual linguistic designation?
Yes. So whatever that means, I'm sure you guys are not very satisfied with that. But for me, when I'm thinking about how many vowels are left, how many consonants are left, I leave the Y out of the equation. So
Interesting.
I don't even consider it. It's its own thing. It's a unique. It's like the blank. The blanks and the Y are in the same category for me. They're their own thing. So Tinked comes down. That's the highest score Rasheed had. Ben is really just gonna, he's gonna
There's
play
that W.
That's That's his highest score as well.
Yeah.
Really, no need to do anything else. He, like I said, has JA. He's drawn that A for next turn. Just keep going. You keep slogging through this and
Wow.
see what happens. But
Which-
wow, what a draw for Rasheed.
So this plays into the T of Tinct. I don't know if it actually plays anywhere else. If Rasheed plays this, I'm going to be very impressed. It looks like he clearly sees planche. So that's a word. This is a 7-letter word. But that word doesn't fit anywhere. He has to know that you can actually hit this T. Very improbable word. Oh, fantastic.
Nice.
Great play
nice.
by Rasheed
and
here.
He's putting the CHCT first just to
a little extra trolling.
Just to bedazzle it a little bit.
Yeah,
nice.
That's really nice. Beautiful. Great job, Rasheed. Really nice word knowledge on display by him all game here.
Yeah, I have not seen Ben's lips move, so Ben too, I think, very confident.
Yeah.
In this word.
Right as he got the lead too, the timing is tough. And the worst thing, if I'm Ben, I'm thinking to myself, oh God, not even a blank in there either. With the second one coming, you could easily draw it with 7 tiles reaching into the bag. But maybe he'll miss it and Ben can draw it. Either way, though, Rasheed definitely in command after that great find. And Ben struggling. Oh. There you see it. Find its way onto Rasheed's rack along with a boatload of vowels, though.
I mean, look at this. 17 vowels, 9 consonants. Ben must be just shell-shocked at his draw of DG from that pool. Before this, I think it was... it was 19 vowels. No. Yeah, 19 vowels and 14 consonants. Or... No,
yeah.
19... vowels and 16 consonants. Okay, not that bad, but
yeah, look at it now though. Yeah. This is really vowel heavy, and Josh, you were right on it early in the game that this was almost even destined for this game.
Yes. How do you even start here? You're down 60. I guess you just have to I don't know, I guess you have to play Hodge. I mean,
oh my
it's
God,
the only way to score
you?
anything.
God,
but like you're
setting up
in the barrel of 5 eyes.
Yeah, Hodge.
I just think that
with the eye hook looming with all of this. Oh my God, it's so scary.
I actually don't know that it's that scary though, Will, because there's not much that can hurt you. The X, the K. You're really not. I don't think you're really increasing Rasheed's average score by a lot. You're increasing his flexibility for sure. If he's drawn like Oidia, for example.
Yeah. Adoy.
I guess that already plays. Yeah, Adoy. You're allowing him to really get rid of a bunch of vowels at once. But I actually don't think it's as worrisome as it looks at first. But to
it would
be able to play something like Hodge, yeah, very scary.
Take as Duke Nukem used to say, balls of steel. He's not gonna do it. He's gonna play peg. Okay. This is much safer. I guess I'm curious if there was any way to keep that P here for Ben. So if he had a play in that spot that kept the letters together for this word, Lapje, with an E draw, that might have been nice. That being said, I don't think that's that salient of a concern, and there isn't really like what else is he going to do? He would have to play the T in that spot for Thu, or else he has to find another spot to play. So I guess this is justified. Maybe there's other stuff. Oh, nice draw for Ben. Got an S there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that position. This is a bit interesting. Like he could have played Teg in the same spot with THEW.
Yeah, does that actually help him score well with Lapye or Lappy, or whatever you'd say that? Yeah, looks like it's still. Wow, look at that. Oh, all right, it's dropping in the engine. I was like, okay, maybe I was onto something, but that's probably not enough of an upside to care about.
Yeah, we'll see. I still like making the computer play of Hodge.
Yeah,
But
I think it might. As you,
so
I
hard.
mean, he can have. So yeah, he can have eyes. But what if he has three eyes? You know, he can't.
Right.
He can't do much there anyway. Oh wow, interesting. This is a curious play by Rasheed with a lead, I would say, because I feel like this opens up a solid amount back. Like this lane, it's
Yeah,
pretty hard. Maybe it's okay with that blank in hand though.
I really think the aggression is warranted if she can just bingo next turn. But I think
Why
maybe
not
if other
Aya?
players playing AI, I maybe not super thrilled with that. But yeah, AIA somewhere
Are you
probably
that?
there.
I
So
mean, are you that
feels
worried
better.
about a six there? I mean, the same reasons that you said, but I guess he could have the JXV, where she just drew the X. But yeah, maybe you don't want to play Aya to give some of those big non-bingo plays with a power tile back. So, but this I don't think is the answer to that, right? Like it makes a
Right.
nice lane, but
Yeah, probably a little on the aggressive side with the lead with the blank. I think you can really afford to just chill. But yeah, this is going to yeah
nice play.
come down
This
for
is great.
Ben. And
Yeah,
that's a
52.
great way to punish.
Drawing to the
But
blank, but Rasheed's going to play Exordia, and it's going to be very tough from here on out for Ben, who's probably about to draw another raft of vowels here.
yeah, he could respond. He could draw something. There are 5 consonants that Ben can draw in the unseen pool, and there are 10 vowels. So yeah, we'll see. I'm not very confident that Ben's gonna get something good here, but it's possible. Problem is after Exordia,
Yeah, it's
where is
just
that something gonna go?
right. He's just in serious trouble unless he draws something incredibly precise and good out of the bag, which is hard to imagine. So Ben has fought valiantly here against two blanks and other good tiles besides for Rasheed, but I have to. I mean, Rasheed. I guess I don't love that play of AA, but they're actually. I mean, there isn't anything that much better than that. So if we're gonna not consider that to be that big of an issue, especially because he had the blank and being aggressive with the blank makes sense, even though he was the one with the lead. Apart from that, he's played amazingly well. But oh my God, Josh, you're pointing out an insane play that if Rasheed doesn't want a bingo, he can score 59, leaving the blank. That is insane. Didn't see that.
Yeah. I don't think this is right. In this particular instance, I think if you play Exordia, you're just gonna outrun everything. But pretty cool option. Pretty cool option.
Yeah.
So Exordia here, he could have taken 2 more points playing with AYE, but that opens a bit more. So yeah, we
Yeah.
like this.
Exordia takes an L, and there is one L from
Yeah,
Rasheed's
exactly.
POV. So Exordial would be tough to give back. There's definitely some, outside chance that Ben could have something with Exordial, which you don't want to have happen. So this seems solid, even though you're giving back counterplay here. But in all likelihood, that counterplay at this point is going to empty the bag and not be a bingo. So Rasheed should be just fine, even if that occurs.
Yeah, great analysis. And Ben only 1 tile, not right side up here. I'm sure that makes a lot of people happy. But yeah, this is probably over. There's okay, the L and the V are still unseen, along with an I. So yeah, I don't really see anything that could help with. But I think Ben's gonna look for something. He's probably gonna take a lot of time here, unless he's just happy to cut his losses, which might be the case too. Yeah, both players played super well. Really, for Ben, it was just that opening play of verbs that was apparently slightly suboptimal, and that led immediately to that high scoring double bingo for Rashid. So, I mean, again, an extremely well played game on both fronts. Both players playing really, really solid Scrabble. So we love to see that.
Yeah, for sure. Another very, very crisp game to start. Game between Harshan Lamabadusuriya and Sami Okasaga was also very, very crisply played. So, the cream having risen to the top, there's actually, I think I made the same comment either yesterday or the day before, that this tournament has a heck of a lot of cream. So there's cream all over the place, but definitely everybody at the top is Josh loving my comments there. Feel free to clip that if you want. I'm used to it by
It's 7
now.
in the morning.
Yeah.
7 in the morning. Just like
You don't want to have this conversation at 7 a.m.
No, I mean, I'm the younger one of the two of us, so
Wow.
I should be able to handle it.
I think we're both feeling pretty good, given that we're looking at time and 6:50 a.m. We've been up for a couple hours already. I'm feeling good.
Yeah. 5 more games, 6 more games after this. So we'll see. We'll see how long we last with this smile on our faces. Probably the whole time.
Yeah.
It's just been such a pleasure to watch these guys play. Looks like Ben is considering playing Deke, or he was considering playing that.
Yeah, that would be
something like that.
3 tiles in the bag. So if he were to do that, it would basically be raising the white flag and saying, I can't win this, which might be true. I'm not sure what I would do. Maybe he should play like Axe AXE, try to dodge the D and set up an axed bingo. But none of these things are actually working in practice. So I think Ben would be justified in just playing Deke and cutting his losses here. He does have a really, really nice tiebreaker that he should want to protect here in the form of this over 1,000 point margin of victory, which is that the best? It is the best in the tournament right now. So Ben can sort of know that he's going to win any tiebreaker on the strength of that big spread. So I think maybe even more so from that POV, cutting bait and playing something like Deke seems reasonable. Deke also sets up EXO, Josh.
Yeah, that's probably what's giving Ben pause to do that overlap. So he's looking... I wonder what he's looking at. He's probably looking for a specific draw. Yeah, if you were going to try to win here, you're maybe looking to draw something through this R, maybe draw something parallel here, and leave some fog of war, leave a tile in the bag so that Rasheed might not know exactly what you have. So I think it's worth trying something, given what you said. Ben does have a very nice differential, so cutting a little bit of that on average just to make a play to create some chances is probably worth doing. But I have no idea what that play is. I'm lucky I'm not in Ben's position having to agonize over this, but he'll come up with something. Rasheed hoping for an S or a Z that's not going to materialize for his 5-value rack of deionize.
Yeah.
Deioni.
That is a classic rack. We were talking about it yesterday with racks like A radio, AERADIO. That is a word that if you draw it, if you can bingo with that, it's fantastic. And if you can't or don't know that word, the drop off between that bingo and the next best play is potentially huge. Deionize, exactly that sort of rack where if you have an S or a Z open, it's like score, I'm bingoing. And if you don't, your plays are probably going to be like, they might be as low as, in the teens for a rack like this on some boards. So that is why, Josh, you recommended to those that are asking, what word should I study first? That group is an important one because you can turn some really bad situations into bingos, and the difference between those, second best plays can be stark.
If Ben plays EA somewhere like here, Will, he's threatening to draw alkoxide.
With
that is That is in the pool, Li.
L, yeah.
And he's opening another spot with eased, which might be a red herring. It might actually be some threat from Ben's perspective, from Rasheed's perspective.
That would be a swindle of all time to pull that off. That would be pretty crazy.
I think, yeah, if we look at, I'm looking at the analysis. If you want to pull it up.
Give me a sec.
There is no other threat from Rasheed's perspective, but there could be.
So this is up.
We're seeing a do instead, which
this is pretty cool.
Going for something
Jack.
As well.
I mean, it sets up Jack. Of course, it does set up Jai as well, but it sets up his K very strongly, and maybe it's not. Maybe he's going for something through this R. I'm not sure yet what that is yet. But sorry, I missed going to the analysis board. I was fixing something.
Okay. There's probably something through the R that he was maybe going for. Yeah, definitely a fun play as well. I was thinking, something probably, if there was any chance, it was something on this penultimate column, just like Harshan put it. I like the way he talked about scoring spots and bingo spots last game.
Yeah, for sure.
So a do comes down. Now Rasheed knows exactly what Ben has. The bag is empty. If he is tracked properly, which I think he hasn't done. I think we've seen this before, Rasheed not tracking till the very end of the game, but he has more than enough time potentially to do that paperwork. Maybe he has tracked. So he should know what Ben has. Should probably know that there's no big threat, just some scoring plays like KIEVE.
Yeah.
It's probably something you want to block.
Kiwi also. I think that's a word. Even better. Oh, wait.
K-E.
Is that what you said?
No. Spell?
Isn't KEAVIE also a word?
Oh, KEAVIE. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. All splitting hairs, similar stuff. So.
So yeah, I wonder. Oh, it turns out that Indy is okay. Dain is okay. The best play is ONIE.
Interesting.
Keeping.
There is nothing with, if you play your I here, there's nothing ending in K that hits you super hard, right?
Right. I don't think so.
I would imagine.
I think it's just a matter of scoring as much as possible next turn. With IDE, you're threatening IDE here. So that's probably
nice. Yeah, that's got to be it. Just that sequence combo.
Yeah, what's great actually. Okay, the reason ONIE is best is I could pull up the analysis if you want.
Sure. You have it. I'm ready now. So from Rasheed's POV.
Yeah. So if Rasheed plays Oni, and Ben wants to respond with Kiev.
VIDE hits even stronger.
V-Day.
Yeah.
So I think after Oni,
preparing for that,
a slightly better option, but you have to keep the VE instead.
I see.
And then best play here would be
one of those two.
DEI,
17 pointers.
VIE. Nice.
That's tricky.
Yeah. But Dain or Indy, both very, very strong plays as well. Iodine, not sure where that goes. But yeah. Either way, Rasheed's up way too much for these details to matter too much, but he's taking his time trying to find the best play.
Yeah, for
sure.
Yeah,
we're going to see another win for the leader on stream and another loss for Ben on stream.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see... Oh, okay.
Just die.
TRE.
Oh, he's just going to play die to avoid giving anything back, but Ben should be able to play alongside Exordia and feel okay about that. Where does Oni have a good follow-up spot?
He'll be able to go out next turn, I think.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so it is
But
now back to Ben.
there's
So
the engine.
get his rack a little better here.
Okay. Modest 17-point mistake. Well within the margin of error for not Nigel players.
Yeah, for sure.
So the best play is not a like, because that gives back. What does that do, actually? Why is that not the best play? Oh, it gives back one outplay. Oh,
Nookie.
okay.
All right,
So
it's back to Rasheed. Nice.
yeah, I'll see if Rasheed spots this. Otherwise, a like is by far the best play. For some reason, I thought ONIES was a word.
Yeah, it's an adjective.
Uh,
So there's no
but-
out. Is that the idea? There's no out
Yeah.
play. I
if
see.
you play KAIE,
No out.
you're going out first.
Wow, clever.
Yeah, end games are hard. I'm glad we can demonstrate that live on stream.
Yeah,
Even with all the tools at our disposal,
yeah, it's tough.
takes a minute for things to make sense.
I say it all the time that I feel like of all the Nigel Richards attributes that we stand in awe of, I feel like his endgame precision to me is the one that is the hardest to wrap my mind around. The word knowledge stuff, I feel like if I dedicated my entire life to learning the dictionary only, I might be able to approximate some of those word skills, but I just don't think I could ever in my life, no matter how hard I worked, get that as good as he is at the end game. I think there's just something about it that he is incredibly gifted at beyond. I mean, he's gifted at everything, but that's what breaks my brain, Josh.
Yeah, similar mindset here. Although I do feel like, yeah, the other attributes of Nigel's ability, I think, can be approximated by others, but yeah, certainly not as easily. And the end game, I can't imagine being able to find things that exactitude.
Just get a quick save on the Quackle file there to give Ben his points. But as for the question, why is he grayed out? That's just to show that he's not on turn. When we go to the analysis board like this is just to show whose POV we are analyzing. Just to make it very clear, it's Rasheed's turn. So yeah, there we go. He's getting his points. Rasheed's gonna play just knee. I guess we can go back to the main screen, so there's no confusion. But yeah, NIE, is that the best he can do? Probably.
No. So
No.
Obviously Nookie was.
Oh right, no, other than Nookie, right.
There was also ONE right here.
Okay. All right, solid one, but maybe not the best. And then Ben is gonna play his best move. So again, like.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Beautiful. That's a high octave.
I love singing that.
I would break a vocal cord.
That's low for me. That's low for me, bro. You should see me get up there.
I would break a vocal cord or something internal to me to try that. But yeah, this is a solidly played endgame by both players, and yet it was not optimal. It shows you how difficult it is to play that perfect endgame. So Rasheed coming away with that win, like you said, Josh, a very important one to stem the bleeding, stem the damage, whatever. I don't know what phrase I'm going for here, but 2 losses to start the day for Rasheed and a big win to get him back in the right column here. It's going to help him quite a bit, but man, he's got a long road against great challenger after great challenger. If he plays the way he did in this game, he's going to be tough to dislodge from that top spot.
Yes, indeed. So definitely nice recovery. We saw some interesting, I guess, some play from Rasheed yesterday that wasn't up to standard we're used to, and today seems to be coming right back in it with some very, very, very strong play. Honestly, world class from both players. So love to see it. And these are the rounds that are the most important. Like I said, I'd like to rescind my prediction from yesterday. I said something about 20 wins being enough to win this tournament. You didn't clap back at me for that, but yeah.
Oh, didn't I say something like I thought it would be 21 or 22?
Yeah, but you didn't say you're an idiot, which I would have. If I were me, or if I were you,
I would have said you're an idiot.
I would have been like, "Are you dumb? Like that doesn't make any sense."
So what is your revised? What's your revised?
I agree
answer?
with you. I think 22, maybe even 23.
Yeah, feels right.
I don't remember what I had last year. I just remember that I did some Swiss Gambit and came back to podium it out. So, or not quite podium it, but yeah, I think I probably had like 20 last year. You could go back and look. But I still got my shirt. I don't have.
I have I should get my. I have an MGI shirt.
Year.
I might have that shirt.
Yeah, you got a free one.
I can't believe I didn't
brought
think to wear it.
You.
Yeah, I need to.
I brought you the plaque too.
If we take, I do have my. It's actually just off camera. It's like right there. I could bring it. My MGI Appreciation Award. But if we actually take a real break, maybe I'll go put my MGI shirt on so we can look very professional. Our matching shirts. But yeah, Rasheed pointing out Planchette. I think I can. Maybe I can get the audio here. Hold on. Let me just see.
Oh. Yeah, we should get an interview too.
Yeah, it's a little light because I have. You guys probably can't hear that well.
Yeah, so much vowel out. I was just thinking that, okay.
It is audible.
Yeah.
You probably can't hear it, Josh, but I think the stream can hear.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess we could prepare some questions for
for Rasheed about this game.
Get him on the headset.
Do we? Yeah, if we can, we would love to talk to Rasheed for sure. Oh, here it comes. Headset is coming. We got to make sure the mic unmute Zoom. Going to remind. I think he's going to do it. So we will get to talk to Rasheed, who has been in first place for the massive majority of this tournament. Not sure. Rasheed, can you hear us? Will and Josh in the booth?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Will.
Awesome.
Hey,
fantastic.
What's up, champ?
Yeah, and that guy over there, that guy from our 51 states, that guy from Canada.
He's talking about Josh here. That's right.
No, isn't he talking about Andrew Golding, the only representative? No, you couldn't be talking about me, Rasheed. No.
Hold on, Josh.
You've got more respect than that.
I'm still laughing hard here when I got to the room and I watched the clips, my game and Sammy's game, and I played a chord. I'm still laughing right here, even just hearing your voice.
Yeah, well, should we? I mean, if you want to talk about that, you can go ahead. You could also probably bring that mic closer to your mouth. We'd hear you a little bit better.
Yeah, is there like a mouthpiece?
Okay.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the same game. Yeah, go ahead. You guys can go ahead and let's talk.
Yeah,
we talk about whatever you want. You're the champ. So I mean, congrats on that win. You've been in first place. It was a rough first two games, I imagine. But you're still right up there. So how do you feel?
I feel good, but I'm cursing myself for losing the game by 1 because that game is pretty hard for me. But I had a chance to win it, but I blew it at the last minute. Even though she started good, she played bingo back to back. She had 2 bingo in the lead, but I was just keep scoring. I didn't want her to just blow me out by 200 or whatever. But at the end of the day, I caught up with her and I took a lead. And going into the end game, she set up MAG, and I had Vigor and RDW on my rack. So all I could have done over there was to block the mag by playing MAGG, but instead of doing that, I ended up using my idea by playing Vaggy VAGI, and Maggie. So I blocked that spot. I was stuck with RDW on my rack. Even though RDW still gave me a pretty win because she had only one vowel as well too. And then she fished, she had print, PRENTS, and another T on her rack. And she dropped the T to make sure she could go out the next move. And I tracked well. I had 8 minutes. She only got 1 minute of her time. I just don't know why I couldn't capitalize on that by making sure the first thing I was supposed to do was to stop the spot where she could play the print by going out. And I had a chance of drawing, I had a chance of blocking it with just a D, and I would be left with R and a W. And with that, she won't be able to go out. She will have to look for another spot to drop one tie again before she could go out. But instead of me, I made a mistake in my score for the first time by calculating wrongly. There was a spot. There was a spot where I scored 31, but I announced 33. So, which was long ago in the game. So eventually, I went for my IS by dropping the W, and she went out with print. Even with that, I still thought I'm still gonna win. And then eventually, after she played, we found out that the game was tied. So she now said we need to go over the score.
Oh no!
Score. That was
Man, we should have. Oh, we should have.
What a
that
game to
Rasheed.
stream!
That sounds horrible.
We can't watch them all. Sounds like a totally. I'm sorry, obviously, how that unfolded. But we wish we could have seen that.
Yeah, it was my bad, because what I should have done was to make sure every time. I just don't know how I misannounced the score, miscounted it by announcing 33 instead of 31.
Yeah.
Because if I've seen that, all I would do was to block the print, and she won't be able to go out. And if she dare play anything out, I'm gonna go out with my R and W. She won't want to play the E for me. And if she doesn't play the E out of pent or whatever, there's no way she can pick up the score on the board. So she will have to go and play one tie somewhere else. And if you play with one tie somewhere else, I will be able to draw my W, and I will be only had R left on my rack. And with that, the game is over.
Wow. Crazy. So you're saying a 1 point loss on a recount.
Yeah, we didn't even know that. We didn't even know that. That's brutal. Anyways, I guess probably the next round is just about ready. So we should let you go. But congrats on the game. Just wanted to say you played amazingly, Rasheed. So keep up the good work. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great job, Rasheed.
Yeah, thanks, Wills.
All right.
So are you changing some stuff?
Yeah.
You're seeing Kevin?
Well, I'm being presented with a choice here. I was going to do a poll, but I think we're probably kind of rushing here. The options are a repeat of Sammy and Harshan, or Kevin McMahon versus Ben. I think we need to decide quickly. Harshan versus Sammy again.
No, I think probably we should just do Kevin and Ben.
Yeah, let's do Kevin and Ben. That's still going to be a great one. We did see that matchup, and I appreciate how good a matchup that is. But so is Kevin and Ben, and we can only do one. So let's do that. Get Kevin some attention, because he is in second place. And with a win and a Rasheed loss, he's going to overtake first place. Whereas, Harshan is definitely shooting his way up the standings. All right. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm seeing you're all saying repeat, but we need to get started here. So it's going to be Kevin and Ben. We just don't have enough time in between rounds, unfortunately, to get that sorted. So we're going to do that matchup, and we'll get you more of Harshan and Sammy. Probably more Harshan. If he keeps winning, he will force himself onto the stream more often. So that's what we're going to do. It's final. I'm going to get things set. And Ben's got to shake off that loss, Josh, against a tough player who had one of the most miraculous endgame wins against Paul Allen yesterday that I can think of in a while.
Yeah, that was an insane game. So hope for some more fireworks here. Kevin to start. Look at that incredible differential. Yeah, this is going to be a nice game. I can feel it. don't want to jinx it, but I think we're gonna get some action.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
All right, we're sticking with Ben. I know some of you guys have a hard time with the tiles, but honestly, I think we can.
It's fine.
It.
We can manage. Yeah, we'll manage. All right, so players can get started. They can go. I think they know that. I'm just going to make sure they know that. So, all right, yes, Kevin has been crushing it. You can see he is in second place, barely behind Rasheed, and he has a much better spread. So if they equalize the number of wins, Rasheed's face. That's the only thing that needs to be fixed. Then we are off to the races. There we go.
He's got a nice enough face, Will. What are you talking about?
Well, fair enough. Little
we
different.
We know what Will meant. Huge thanks to Will, by the way. It's worth repeating over and over, doing all of this producing work. As we see a very nice opening rack.
Yeah.
Kevin, he's got at least one playable bonus here. If not
yeah,
more.
And that's going to be... but Ben has Tailfin, so I'm so curious to see what gets played here by Kevin. And there we go, Gingerly. I think...
Does that take an S, Will?
Yeah, I think so.
There's some that don't, right?
Not that I know of.
Or do they all? I guess... yeah,
like
they all do, but...
Some end in a Y.
Yeah.
Gingerly, a word with many, many alternative spellings. So, yeah, it's... I don't know of any that surprisingly don't take an S. But yeah, I guess right. I'm trying to envision when this gets put on the board. Does this actually... What does this give back to... Anti-life. Okay, so there's going to be an E on the board no matter what Kevin plays. So Ben is going to counter bingo to equalize here, even if Tailfin doesn't fit anywhere, which it may not. So yeah, just Kevin clearly spotting a good option. I'm sure he's just going through the alphabet and saying to himself, do I have any other possibility here? But this is good, Josh. I mean, he can play this in a way that puts the G on the double and doesn't place a vowel next to a double letter score for Ben.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see what he chooses. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he just double the G. He's just going through the alphabet, making sure that there's not anything that's a little bit better placement-wise, but this looks correct. Gingerly for 70 and anti-life to the E is gonna...
Best possible place for the E to go for Ben. So I think he's going to waste Ben so good on his words. I feel like I've seen Ben get better and better over the years with his word knowledge to where like he definitely, it's around 21, sorry. He's gotten so solid where missing a word like this, I feel like maybe 5-6 years ago for Ben could happen, 1 out of 10 times or something like that. Now he is so rock solid where it's a shock if he misses a word like this. It's so rare.
Yep. Yeah, it's got to feel good, like putting in the work and just rattling down those bingos whenever you have them. It's really a pleasure to watch as well. And the second blank already for Kevin McMahon
and 3 E's.
With 3 E's. I really want to do an impression of what's that villain? What's that DC villain? I found the anti-life equation. It's on planet Earth.
I don't know this. I don't know this.
I'm sure someone in chat knows. It's
I'm
from,
not up on my...
See, it's from the Snyder, not necessarily the Snyder cut, but it's from Justice League. Thank you. Justice League. Man.
Wow.
Anyway, someone will chat. Will tell us.
Look at Ben though. He's got bingos there, unlorded through the L of anti-life at a minimum. Rotunded? No, rotunded. I should definitely know that.
I don't know these things. I can check. No,
I think rotunded is a word. Yeah. So
Steppenwolf. Thank you, Steppenwolf. And Dark Side. Okay, sorry. Let's focus on the Scrabble.
no, it's all good. Nice. I'm glad that people got hooked you up with the answer there. I'm not.
I mean, there's just Grounded.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Grounded.
What are we gonna see
So
from Kevin
bingo's
now?
everywhere for Ben, but it's not his turn, and Kevin has to go next. Yeah, what is his play? Just G,
Geel. Yeah.
G
G up
there. Yeah, he's gonna
That's
do
what he's
that.
gonna do. Makes sense. It's his best score, actually. That doesn't use the blank, of course. And yeah, Ben gonna respond pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah.
This doesn't change anything to the board, except it does. Gives him a 9 and rounded.
Wow. Yeah, I could do that. So I guess, yeah, underdog. So underdog
Nice.
versus grounded. So clever here for Ben, because grounded would score 76. This scores 74, but doesn't open anything. Look at the board after this. It's so much
So
worse for playing 8-letter words, right? If you imagine a word here, all this space becomes open, but instead, underdog blocking a little bit partially.
Everything.
Yeah, it definitely creates a tougher board. And I wonder, yeah, if you just, maybe Kevin has some, oops, sorry. He has environment and stuff through this eye. So
That's it.
that's it. The only bingo. It seems like he's kind of
after grounded. I think he would have had many more options.
many more. Yeah, for sure. A vermin.
So this is an incredibly good adjustment for Ben. I mean, if you just imagine all of these letters in grounded being open, and
there's an S too.
This I, and it's like the difference is massive.
Wow.
It's way more than 2 points. Whoa.
So
not gonna fit.
Yeah, environment is gonna be the only bingo. I feel like, yeah, clearly Kevin sees it, but now Ben with an S draw. So if this is the only bingo for Kevin, he has to play it. If he sees it, that's gonna give an S back. And a big counterplay for Ben, who's going to manage to remain in the lead despite, multiple bingos coming down for Kevin, because he's been able to equalize with 2 bingos of his own, and now with a Z ready to pounce. But I guess he could. Do you have any way of, I guess he can't. There's nothing here that would be fantastic to be able to use the Z, but maybe he can try to hold on to that S if he has a better way to score with the Z, Josh?
Yeah, I was thinking about that while you were analyzing, but I actually think that after environment, it's probably wise for Ben, who's still going to be ahead and on turn, to play something like
oh yeah, it's there too,
Azines or something. Just because this is the first S, there are still 3 S's left, so the likelihood of Kevin drawing into an S in a big play is probably too high, but you could also be aggressive. I could see it.
Yeah, it's so tempting to not use it, and you have good places to score with it here. You can just play parallel on top of environment, the Z going there, a couple other spots to do it. Like Lays, right? Lays here seems really strong. Yes, you do give up your E, but you're scoring not quite as well as cashing the hook now, and you retain the S in case you draw something not as good. You've got a safety valve. Anytime Kevin doesn't draw one, you're going to hit this spot for potentially a lot. So it's very tempting. I agree with you. I'm leaning towards just playing Azines here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Ben go another way.
Yeah, I mean, there's Lays here for 47, keeping the S, but also keeping the U. So I'm very, very curious to see what Ben does. It's also worth thinking about just dropping that Z, and you're drawing into a significant amount of 7-letter words and some 8-letter words. So
it's worth a thought.
Probably
sure.
not. Yeah, probably not worth. I mean, you're very close to Denizen as well.
Nice. Yeah, anyway. That would be sick.
Yeah. So Zanies is coming down. That's slightly better probably than Azines, maybe. I don't know. Putting the Z there.
Yeah,
But
it's
this
probably
overlap
a
spot. It's really not. It's a coin flip probably.
air splitting play for sure. So yeah, we're fine with this. This scores like a bingo. Scores 61 points for this. Leaves the U little dangerous, but for 61 points, you can live with that. And Kevin's draw, pretty atrocious, which includes 5 vowels, 1 consonant, and 1 semi-vowel, Josh.
Thank you for that. I'm honored to have helped your vocabulary. I mean, that's all. That's the only reason we play Scrabble, right? To improve our vocabularies.
I'm learning. I'm trying.
So yeah, terrible draw for Kevin, who stayed in the game up until this moment. Opened with Gingerly, then Environment or Virement right after, 2 turns later. But Ben with that scoring power, he's up 60. He's got to feel pretty good about
Oh,
his
Josh,
position.
could this be? No, I was gonna say this could be
Oh,
a
don't even start. Don't even at me, bro. Oh my
PTSD
God.
rack for you.
Will is jabbing at me. Not PTSD. I had a great time, Will. I had a great time with that tournament. But yes, unbroken. That was hilarious. That was
Yeah.
an amazing, legendary game between the two of us. Worth rewatching or watching for the first time on Will's channel.
Either way, yeah, did a nice sort of like round table, the two of us discussing the game live ish, which was a lot of fun. Yeah, Kevin's got a really, this is brutal. The 3 eyes, this is the classic Scrabble thing that we all hate and want to avoid, being overrun by vowels in general and eyes specifically. What to do here? This
is nice.
Yeah, he's gonna dump 3 vowels at once. This makes a lot of sense. Yes, it gives back a really good scoring spot to Ben with that A of Vigia alongside the triple letter score, and I'm sure Ben will find a way to use that. But this is probably the best that Kevin can do to balance his rack right now.
Yeah, I like this play. He could have opted for Yip just to score some points, but the leave. Oh, that's a nice eye there, Josh. The leave just terrible. AEII. So I like this play. You have the Y either to overlap yourself, re-overlap,
and the
you
P
for next turn.
Yeah, P and Y together. Yeah. You never know. So makes sense. Not the best draw for Kevin, but enough that H is probably going to be enough to save it and give him some really good options on his next turn. But yeah, for Ben, he's got a lot of places to look at now to score decently. I'm sure he has some stuff on top of this little spot here, and now here. So he has really good scoring tiles, very poor bingo tiles, I would say, but that's okay. He is going to be able to score something. See where he goes. Konbu, what is a knee? So I can't do that.
He's playing
knob. Yeah. Okay, that seems pretty good. I guess the only question is, do you want to make a play that uses the U here? There are other options that do that.
I think what this is an adjustment. I think a lot of the time Kevin is playing Vigia with an S, and Knob does a great job at eliminating most of the bonuses that play with Vigias. So if you were to play something else, you would be maybe giving back a little bit more in terms of bingos to the opponent. So definitely not the best play from an equity standpoint, points and leave. But I think the play of Vigia definitely signals more strength on average than we actually see in PEIY for Kevin. So another benefit of this move is it really does put the fear of God or the fear of a bonus in the opponent and maybe forces some mistakes, just induces some errors, which Knob in this particular instance is, but I think in the long run, a lot of the range of rack leaves that Kevin would have with the play like Vigia, Knob makes perfect sense.
Yeah, my inclination would have been to play this a little bit straighter up for equity with And what I mean by that is just the points of the play and the value of your leave, with no consideration to the state of the board. So Knob is very much a play that is heavily concerned with the state of the board after Vigia, but there are other plays that have a better combination of score and leave value that I would have been tempted by, just because, something like Bufo here, keeping the K on your rack with two good places to play it. Yeah, you do give a lot back to potentially bingos ending in S after Vigia that you wouldn't otherwise, but you definitely maximize your own score quite a bit after a play like that. You just have to, remember sometimes the point of the game is not to maximize your own score, it's to have more points than your opponent at the end of the game. So I still feel like I would have played Bufo there, but I totally appreciate the Knob thinking behind this move.
Yeah, and another added benefit of Bufo is you're eliminating some of these potential 8-letter words.
Locking a little
it's not
bit.
like you're doing nothing.
Yeah.
You're not doing nothing to the state of the board. And with the lead as large as Ben's, a play like Bufo might have been a better call. And I guess what I wanted to mention is, like, before the play of Vigia, we had this whole area of the board.
This is pretty rare.
So
this board shape is weird, I think, Josh.
Yeah, very, very weird. So I really like Kevin's desire to get some play going in the bottom with his deficit. So yeah, I think Ben also just reacting to that, like knowing there's so much space open here, that he wants to do what he can to eliminate possibilities in that area. So yeah, an understandable play again. Probably not the optimal play, but yeah, it looks like.
I thought we were gonna see hypo.
Not hypo.
But this looks pretty good to keep at least one consonant. Again, both players have a ton of options here. So in addition to it looked like Kevin was considering potentially playing hypo here, but there's also something like Hoya in this spot as well, which maybe that's not thematic to what Kevin wants to do in this position. He wants to keep things open. A play like Hoya closes some stuff down. So I think he doesn't want to do that for that reason. Versus hypo is an interesting battle, but I do think that leaving the consonant sets Kevin up very well. The P also plays here and likes to be the first letter of words when the P is in a word, so he can easily get a 6-letter word starting in P. Then instantly playing fax, though, to widen his lead here. Very nicely done by him.
Yeah, that's fax. I was gonna say no fucks given. FUX not a word. That would have been better if it were.
Oh my god, when that comes
by
in.
Far. Yeah, you think so? Probably next update, right? FUX.
I see it. I see that in the wild.
And look what that blocked. It blocked Patootie. Oh no.
Wow. Insane. Oh, nice play here. Opiate with BAO, bow.
So sad.
But yeah, Kevin, if he saw this, and I'm guessing he did, he's so solid on his words. Patootie through this T, that is exactly the sort of heavy vowel bingo that we've been talking about a bunch of times. Look at Ben's rack. Really, really nice tiles here for him. I feel like I would be shocked if he didn't have a bingo somewhere with these letters. I'm still looking around. Pre-bound.
There's only one, and you found it again, Will.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to probably take some time because there's so many letters now to play through after the play of Opiate.
And that's it. That's crazy.
IATE.
These are amazing. Great bingo letters all over. And wow, Ben is so confident.
Dude. This guy
fantastic
is so good at Scrabble. He is like,
I think what we're reacting to is
confidence
is the speed, right? I think it's the speed. Yeah. That's so impressive.
I mean, he had some time, not that much time, to think about what this bingo's through, but like, Yeah, I think Ben was probably expecting a lot of the time of play here to really
Yeah.
open up this space and pry it open. So he's probably just going through in his mind, okay, what letters work? But the speed and the confidence. Look, Ben has 19 minutes. He's used 6 minutes of his time on this play, on this whole game. I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed.
Yeah, this is super impressive. I would have spent more time looking through AITE, just making absolutely sure. But I love that he just trusted his vision. Another thing to note also is, like, normally if you have a little bit of time with these letters, you can sort of think in your mind. You can already be thinking, what would I have with different letters? What 8-letter words would I have with this rack, depending on different plays that Kevin could make here? And you're just going through the alphabet and thinking about all the 8s you would have. But I really don't think Ben had that much time to do that. He played facts, and then very quickly Kevin played opiate, so there wasn't actually that much time for him to go through the alphabet like that. So extra impressive on his part. And yeah, taking a huge lead in this game. Kevin probably going to leave the D of pre-bound open, just given the score. He might want to continue leaving that as a threat. I guess my question is what to do if not play there, Josh.
Yeah, it's it's really tough. Is out Delta word? No, right?
Plays glut up high. Out dealt as in DEALT.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, just
So,
redealt, redeal.
I was thinking, yeah, glut makes sense. You really don't want to interfere with this area.
Yeah.
You're down by so much. And EOT is pretty good. But I would have probably been trying to think about like 2 tile draws that triple through the D. Because yeah, with Kevin's deficit, that's pretty much the closest that he's going to get to a hope to get back in this game. Even though the board is way open, the scoring spots that are left and the deficit means Kevin's probably going to need even more than just two bingos to come back. So yeah, I don't quibble with this decision. Kevin also low on time, so he needs to make moves relatively quickly at this point. But I was thinking maybe some play in this area of the board, open second triple, or some semi fish, maybe like something like tug and THE would have been worth considering, but maybe leaving the OUT. That's why I thought about out dealt.
Sure.
If he would have left the OUT combination, if there were some things to draw here.
Yeah,
But
tricky.
You don't have all the time in the world, so
yeah, definitely the score gap does necessitate that type of thinking of what are the specific ways that I could open something new in this side of the board and actually draw things that will play. That's really challenging. Computers are much better equipped than we are to see, how likely certain leaves are to bingo through. For example, in this case, a D in 4th position, looking at all of this mess and trying to figure out what's actually gonna be good to play. So yeah, those are very difficult positions. And in any case, even if Kevin were to have nailed that with the absolute perfect engine play, his odds of winning are quite low at this point, and he has drawn the Q as well, which is not ideal. So Ben, I was fully expecting there's no way he's going to let that D stay open, and this was a play I was thinking about. I think just viled.
Mm-hmm.
I think this word just is like archaic for wild or something like that. Maybe it could be talking out of turn.
That sounds right. And there is some mention of like maybe voulu through this U to get to part with that U, and to leave very nice tiles. But yeah, the main thought in this position for Ben is how can I lose the game? And the answer to that is an unlikely but possible play through this D, hitting both triple word scores and jumping right back into action. So this decision, keeping OCSU, those aren't the best letters, but they're balanced. 2 vowels, 2 consonants. You're playing Vild, you're scoring points, you're dealing with a threat, and you're setting yourself up to win this game as often as possible. So very good decision. There's also insurance with the Q. If you draw the Q, at least you have the U to play with. So yeah, very much like this from Ben. Very classy decision. And Kevin probably knew that this was coming, but this Q is really, really annoying. I think you just have to play here.
I mean, that's brutal, right? You have the U of pre-bound. You could play quote or something in there. Toke doesn't fit anything. Roquette. None of these plays look good at all. Something like cat, like you said, keeps better bingo tiles together. You don't want to use that many tiles here when you're that close to a bingo. Really exchange the Q with a lot of other letters right now, and you're probably bingoing here instead of wasting a turn balancing your rack. But yeah, tough situation for Kevin. I don't really look at any move that he made and say, yeah, that was where he, this has happened a number of times today. The games that we've seen have been so crisply played, Josh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. If there was any question for Kevin, it was already in a situation where he's down by a lot. Maybe the play of was slightly inaccurate, but played super well this whole game. And sometimes that's how it goes. If you're playing against someone who's also making no mistakes, sometimes there's nothing you can do. So I think regardless of the result, Kevin should be happy with how he played. And Ben quickly returning with Wu for 33. Those are 2 of the 3 letters he drew. Looked like a bad draw, but that spot remaining open helped him a lot. And pre-show for Kevin, but nowhere to play it.
Wow. Almost. It's so close to fitting. Is there any other? What else is there for him? No bingos, huh? That's brutal. So
yeah, he'll be able to score something here. He can do a nice overlap here.
Okay.
WHO.
Yeah, that's all right. But and he still has lanes, right? He has this E and he has his S. So there is something. But the score is, a bit out of range for him anyway. And Ben's rack is also rounding into form as well. 2 C's. So he's probably thinking, if I have a C bingo, I can play it here with Che. So he's in good shape to get another big chunk of spread if he can get his rack in order. So both players angling to get the next bingo, not so much because the game is at stake, but these tiebreakers, right? Like, these numbers are going to converge after this game. Ben is 2 games back from Kevin, but there's still a long way to go, and you'd see Ben leapfrog him in the tiebreaker.
Indeed, yeah. So for Kevin here, I guess the main issue is that tiles are running out. I mean, he has good letters and good options, but if Ben so much as plays 2 tiles next turn, that'll be enough to ensure that Kevin can't bonus twice and pretty much just can't win the game. So whoop, the decision, keeping EROS, maybe slightly better to keep that P, but yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter much.
Yeah, if there was like a major imbalance here in favor of consonants, I would say go ahead and keep this as opposed to PERS. But the P is quite nice with the rest of those letters, and the pool looks pretty even with vowels and consonants. So that being said, whoop is still a solid play, playing through ooh on the board, and there we see
Saromas.
Nice. Saromas is on Kevin's rack, ready to play. So that's going to cut into the gap. I'm sure he'll play that. So I guess it's sort of up to Ben to make...
Well, yeah. I was thinking for a second, but I mean, Ben has an S, but there's 2 S's left from his perspective. So Cud setting up the S probably not in store here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what Ben could really do to block things. I guess something here.
We saw this. This isn't the right play, but a play that we saw yesterday, Josh, that would be an amazing fit for him. We saw
Ooh.
that yesterday. The problem is this takes an E, so it's definitely, but maybe the E hook is, you can live with that. You have to start a word with an E to play there. So I'm not.
That'd be an awesome play.
It's definitely not. I'm not saying this is Ben's play here, but it's an interesting play to at least do something to one of these lanes. I just don't think the fact that the E still plays here really doesn't make it that ironclad. So I don't know. I think it's the benefit of us being in the booth and seeing exactly what Kevin has that makes us say, "Ooh, he should do that," when I don't think it's a natural play to think of over the board.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes when you have access to your opponent's hole cards, or when you have access to both players' racks, just to make a poker reference, yeah, it's hard to be objective about the position. So Ben is looking probably to play Cum. I don't think he's going to play Cud.
Yeah, no
He could
way.
also add the CAE to play Secum.
Yeah, I think he's reasoning.
This leave is so strong.
It's so good, yeah.
Spot.
He can start words with a C, start words with an S in this spot, like you say. He has the open E. So Ben's basically saying, yeah, I think I'm probably going to bingo. And he may very well bingo here. So I guess now if Kevin plays Saromas, I think he's going to empty the bag, which means, oh, there it is. Ascender, reascend. Is that it? What else is there?
I mean, Dancers is going to come down after Saromas.
Oh, even better. So Dancers. So Ben got his rack into shape, and now I think Kevin probably has to just take his bingo. Hope Ben doesn't have something. I don't think delaying does anything for you.
Yeah, I don't think he would delay. The only thing is if he somehow misses Saromas, which I'm not sure if it's very just as new as in CSW as it is in NWL, but I'm pretty sure Kevin knows it. So yeah, if we don't see Saromas, Ben's gonna bingo. If we do see Saromas, Ben's gonna bingo. So it doesn't really.
There you go.
It doesn't really matter.
Removing.
Hold me closer, tiny dancers. Right.
Yep. For sure. So yeah, we'll just we'll see. I fully expect Kevin to probably already see this. He's probably looking at his tracking. You can see he has his pen in his hand here, looking at tracking, and I'm sure he's going to look at this and say, uh-oh, this doesn't look great for me. This is a really, really nice balanced set of almost all bingo tiles. So I think he is well aware that he stands a chance of Ben counter bingoing on him for even more points than he's going to score. But playing Saromas does work out better for you anytime Ben doesn't have a bingo, which is definitely possible. I just think, tough situation for him. The game doesn't ride on it whatsoever. But yeah, 2 bingos essentially guaranteed. Unless Kevin doesn't see Saromas, or if what could he do, right? Could he do something up here? Like if he plays like Am or something of this nature. I don't know. Arms.
I think it's almost worth it to not bonus here, just because Kevin knows he's drawing 6 tiles, which is the least ideal amount of tiles to draw in an endgame. Other
maybe
than 7,
arms,
but
yeah.
in this case,
maybe arms.
In this case, 7 tiles would be good because it would give him a chance of having another bonus. But yeah, it's just the most unideal possible placement.
Yeah.
If you play Saromas, just this huge comeback, regardless of what Ben has. So we're seeing.
He is gonna. So we don't know for sure if he saw Saromas. I'm guessing he did. It's Kevin. He rarely misses anything of that nature. But yeah, this could have been intentional, and we'll see if he benefits from this, because it is good in this game situation to be the last one to bingo. It's going to be better to collect tiles from your opponent's rack. So Kevin may have set himself up with this play to become that player who ends the game with his bingo and collects a bunch of points from Ben. And all right, a Sayer.
Oh, interesting. Oh, no, not interesting. Sorry.
A
I thought for
Sayer
some reason.
doesn't fit, does it?
Yeah, this is not going to work out for
Kevin.
For Kevin, unfortunately.
Yeah. Tough.
But yeah, reascend coming down, either that or ascender in that same spot. Doesn't give any counterplay back, blocks the E, and this will be it. So definitely not the right sequence for Kevin McMahon, and he's going to lose this game by a hefty amount. After Ben, I think Ben, certain to go out with EORT.
Yeah.
I guess the best might be Essay. Yeah, probably by far the best play.
Cool.
For Kevin, 48 points. I still think is very interesting. I don't know, like we said, I don't know if Kevin saw Saromas, but it does feel like OM is close.
Yeah. Passing it up might be right. I mean, the play that I was looking at does close down too, right? So Arms scoring 36, that looks great. Problem is, now there's no option here. So if Ben bingos here, you're toast. So if you're already banking on Ben not having a bingo somewhere, you might as well just take your bingo now. So that play can't be right. So I would assume that some play like this, if you're not going to play Saromas, that leaves everything open and tries to draw into either two spots or one spot and hope Ben doesn't have a bingo or plays one in the other. Seems reasonable to me. Hard to know for sure. I definitely defer to engines on things like that. So yeah, they can calculate a little bit better what you're. Although maybe they don't calculate stuff like that as well because they're better at like winning and losing as opposed to maximizing margin of victory. So anyway, he spots the play, Josh. Essay, that's his best endgame move.
Yeah, and Ben to respond with Tor.
We'll see another perfect endgame, but this one was pretty easy.
Yep.
No sequences.
The quality of play is improving, Will. Quality of play is improving.
It's been great.
I mean, we've seen every single game today, just brilliant, like very clinical and sharp by both players.
Yeah. So big win for Ben. He needed this one. We just saw him lose to Rasheed Balogun. I give him a lot of credit here. I give Ben a lot of credit for withstanding the double blank. Not easy to do at this level with players as good as Kevin. Get hit with 2 blanks, but he had the natural bingos, anti-life, underdog, pre-bound, reascend, 4 8-letter words, in addition to Zanies as well earlier in the game. So nicely done.
Yeah, and finally a win for Ben on stream. What this is game 4 we've seen of him.
Yes, we'll have to ask him about that if we get to talk to him. I know the players have kind of tight lunch breaks, but if we get a quick convo with Ben, that would be great. Good friend of both of ours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he used only exactly actually half of his time. I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool. And so he does have some extra time for lunch, but he's probably very hungry.
Kevin, meanwhile, using nearly every second available to him to try to fight back. He did a great job in this game as well. Again, it's really tough to think about a play Kevin made. You mentioned, I think that's a super hair splitter between that and Hypo or Hoya, other stuff. So, we're happy.
Yeah, I guess if I had to think about it, maybe environment, because Kevin was going down a tempo. Maybe he should have opened
more,
more early,
more flexible lanes.
Honestly, I love the way he played this game, and it's hard to imagine like you're drawing the second blank, you're about to bingo for the second time in 3 turns, that you need to open the board after that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, definitely not intuitive, and I think of that as a kind of a coin flippy play as well. Yeah, Ben, a fast player being pointed out. I always think of him as playing fast, but I mean the pre-bound play was crazy just because those letters look so good, and he correctly ascertained that there would be nothing better in like 10 seconds with so many other good bingo letters available. So that was pretty impressive. Is this some kind of video?
Hey, we got some media.
Nice.
We like to see media at the at our tournaments.
Absolutely.
Giving us some well-deserved coverage.
Oh, we got the
All right.
headset, so I will monitor the Zoom call. I think Lukeman's going to unmute that at some point. There we go. I think it is unmuted. I see. Not sure. Hey, Ben, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Hello.
Beautiful. Ben, it's Will and Josh here watching. We've got to see you twice now. Josh, we really like that game from you.
This is the 4th time, right?
Well, twice today
in
a row. But yeah, Josh, Ben, this is your first win on the stream. We're sorry for jinxing you by bringing you on this board, but you finally snapped that streak.
Yeah, I did in such boring fashion.
Boring.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. There's nothing boring about this game. You played scintillating Scrabble. We love every single play you made.
Yeah, but my other games were so much cooler.
Okay.
There were some
you could self-deprecate all you want. We've talked about this.
Well, it's not self-deprecation.
Pre-bound. Ben, how did you play that so fast?
Well, both blanks were out, and then wasn't really scared. I saw unpro pre-bound.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was we're just like, I would have taken a little bit. I mean, probably a minute or two longer just to look through the other letters. Like,
I looked through them, didn't see anything.
Amazing confidence.
There you go.
I love it.
It's that simple.
Someone said it's your superpower, Benji mode. Just having your tiles in any such order. It's just.
Yeah, but like my other games were more exciting. Like when I played a 9.
Yeah, interfere.
Yeah, that was awesome.
One of the great plays we've seen on the stream for sure. That was awesome. I think from this game, of course, a lot of bingos the only one I was really amazed by, again, as Josh said, was pre-bound. Like he said, I would definitely have looked through the letters of opiate for longer to make absolutely sure. And you were just like, hell nah, I'm playing pre-bound. That's it.
Yeah.
And you were 100% right. But I think for us, the most interesting strategic decision had to have been knob. So maybe you can talk about that one.
Yeah, that one was also pretty straightforward. Like I could play knob for a few more points, but I think it was a few more points. But like he just created an S hook. There are 3 S's unseen. Why leave that open? Make it easy. Sure, you could open something else, but that would take a turn.
Yeah, it's exactly what Josh said, right, Josh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It turns out, I mean, what I was saying is the play of Vidya definitely smells like he has an S. In reality, Kevin had EIPY. So we were sitting there a little bit confused by the results orientation because we knew what he had. But I was trying to put myself into your headspace. And yeah, that play usually.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter if if he doesn't have an S, even better. Like he's just like, he doesn't have an S.
Yeah, that's good in and of itself, for sure.
I guess the only way
did you consider Bufo on top of Environment? That was the one thing
I did not see that.
We might do instead.
Yeah,
definitely better on equity, but definitely not as practical, I think.
I think there's an argument for that. I just a little bit of blindness, I guess.
Yeah, we liked knob when we got around to realizing how much more difficult it makes Kevin's life if he has like a terminal S bingo that just gets blocked. So yeah, this is not to say, oh, gotcha, you should have played Bufo. I think it was the only other play worth really considering, other than, like you said, knob and maybe nub. So
yeah, nub is worth considering, I think. Yeah. I've been trying to play a little bit more defensively, like this year in general.
Yeah. Seems like it's working. Your results this year have been phenomenal, and that's the Scrabble speaks for itself, of course. Not to equate you with Hans Nyman in any way, shape, or form. But
dear.
yeah, no worries. You're the furthest thing from him that I could think of. But yeah, any
Thank you.
further thoughts for Ben, Josh?
High praise.
Yeah, just underdog. I mean, we explained that decision to the viewers, but yeah, we want to hear it from you. Take us through that decision as well.
Yeah, that one's also pretty easy. You just don't want to open the other half of the board for him. Like, you're going up a bingo, make him open the other half of the board.
Which he did. That's what Vigia.
It was a really fun board. Like, usually it's the top half that's inaccessible or not accessed, but yeah, the bottom half just being totally cut off. That play of underdog, aesthetically beautiful, and I think by far the best play. So great job, Ben. We're gonna let you. It's lunchtime. Yeah, we're gonna let you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? Now's your time. Maybe we'll probably have you again. But
so
yeah,
I'll just plug this since I forgot to other time I was on stream, but I started a blog somewhat recently. I don't know exactly where the link is. I haven't updated that recently, but I definitely will after this tournament. And yeah, if you're interested in just like my stream of consciousness and my thoughts on Scrabble, like I just write what I find interesting at the time. Basically, sometimes it's strategy, sometimes it's like some of the politics going on in Scrabble. Sometimes it's just things I found fun or cool plays I made or cool decisions I ran into. Sometimes I like write instructive stuff like how to study, how to approach the game. So if you're interested in any of that or just interested in me, go check that out.
Well, I'd say I read pretty much every entry to that blog. Super recommended. We just plugged it in our respective chats.
Thank you for
doing
this
is a fun little vacation you're taking, right? You're traveling a little bit through Europe.
Tim and I went to France before this. We did a bunch of the touristy stuff in Paris. I de-jet lagged. That's always rough for me. But I knew what I was getting into this time, so it wasn't too bad. I only hated myself for a day or so.
Nice.
And
well, great. Yeah,
now I'm here.
It's great to see you. I'm glad you're playing this tournament. I mean, it was so much fun last year. I'm sure you're having time of your life, regardless of results. So you're doing quite well anyway.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Hope you're enjoying yourself.
It's going to take a small miracle to win at this point, but you never know.
I don't know. I like your chances.
Still a lot of games left.
Playing the way you've shown on the stream, I like your chances. So go get
If only I was always playing this well.
Well, for all we know, you are. That's all we've really seen.
All right, perfect. So, yeah, I have not made a single mistake this tournament. Everyone, pay no mind to the annotated games I will upload where I have multiple phonies challenged off.
Well, we'll take that advice then. But go get some lunch. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck to you the rest of the way. I'm sure we'll see more of you on the stream. So there you have it. That's Ben Shonbrun, everybody.
And thanks for waking up early. I didn't mean to interfere with your sleep schedule.
The interfere pun, of course. We should know that was coming. All right. So thanks so much to Ben for that. We'll catch you later. I'm going to go ahead and mute the Zoom call now. So that was a lot of fun talking to Ben, Josh. He's in good spirits and having a nice European trip there too. That's cool to hear.
Yeah, he's wearing that Keep Calm and Play Scrabble shirt. Love to see that. So it is the lunch break. We're going to show you the standings. There's some very interesting results. We see Ben defeating Kevin, who was in second place. We see Bob defeating Rasheed. So yeah, there's that tantalizing thing of let's get this guy on stream, maybe before it's too late. Yeah, Bob doing fantastically. You see his rating coming in 172. He's performing at 197. Really, really strong. And Rasheed just one game ahead, so holding on by a thread.
It's going to be very tough from here on out for Rasheed. Of course, it's going to be tough for everybody at the top of the standings. I think I'm most impressed by Harshan, his rise up the standings. Got to remember that Harshan Lamabadusuriya started 2-4. So to see him his matchup in this round is not yet in. We're going to know whether he won his previous game. I think it was a rematch with Sammy Okusaga. Big game for those two. But if Harshan wins, he's put himself in position to just rocket to the top of the standings. And by his telling, he's taking it one barrel at a time through the desert. That was a really great metaphor by him, and we talked to him after a win early on. So, just a quick reminder, we just finished round 21, so we are at lunch break here, but 5 games coming after lunch, Josh. We better go fuel up and get ready for that. But yeah, it should be about an hour. So, any thoughts before we take a little break? Come back in an hour for 5 more amazing games.
No, I just can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna stuff myself with some food, and yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back in an hour. Are you gonna have anything playing during this break this time? I think we got everything set up.
Yeah, I guess we can. I have to. I'll get that set up before we go to break. I'll just put a VOD on from last year of some of the coverage. Maybe I'll do a Josh Sokol game. Maybe the full epic game that I chronicled in a quicker video on YouTube, which is a wild ride. So I'll go get that set up, and we'll be back in about an hour for 5 more games from Milton Keynes at the 2025 International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody, we're back, and we've got our matchup. I actually sent a poll into the field there on YouTube, and I sort of put my finger on the scale by saying that a really good game for us to watch would be the matchup between number 5 and number 6, Josh Sokol and Brett Smitheram. And Austin, that is a really great matchup for us to focus on.
Yes, it is. And you can see next to our faces, this is the current standings, being very close. The top three, the top 3 players, actually pointing at me there. I'm not the standings.
Past you. I don't know. I can't.
The top 3 players are on 16 wins, and the next 3 players are on 15 wins. So we're going to see 2 players here who are on kind of the cusp of contention. And effectively, the winner will continue their path to potentially winning this tournament, and the loser will be kind of effectively be eliminated from winning. So you can see that both players are at the table right now, and we're about to start the game. Josh is to go first, and a quick thing is that I'm going to put out a prediction in the Twitch chat right now. If you're watching on Twitch, I put the betting line in favor of Brett. 15 points is the betting line here. So if you think that Brett will win by at least 15 points, go for option 1. And if any other result will be option 2. So go use your channel points wisely, get predicting on what you think the outcome will be. As we wait for the first rack for Josh, who is staring into space. He's probably thinking, is there a bingo that he has recognized with that rack? And I don't think there is. So something like Danio might be a strong play here, keeping a vowel and a consonant. Or maybe Dolia, something like that. But yeah, it remains to be seen what he is going to do here.
Yeah, nothing with those low point tiles that will let him play all 7. Certainly a handful of 8-letter words, but that is not, and Brett's rack is not updated yet. So just for the record, that was the previous, I think that was Rasheed's endgame rack. So we'll see what Brett has. It would be great if Brett drew that blank. And it looks like he has. So the blank was correct after all. Okay. So Josh is in a challenging situation. You have, like I was saying, the low point tiles are suggesting that you want to try to get a bingo down. He doesn't quite have one. The question then becomes what to play. I don't think he's going to play something long here. I think he knows that he's pretty close, and he's either going to play something short like a do or Oda or something like that, or he may even exchange, although I don't know, it's kind of marginal. Those leaves aren't that great either, and it looks like he is going to play long. I'm starting to come around to this idea as maybe there isn't actually that good of a leave to keep. I don't know. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah. He's playing it. He's trying to find the right, or the so-called correct way of putting it down.
Yes, the most defensive location.
Yeah. The anagram Ladino is Dolina, which would put some vowels next to the double-letter squares. So he's opting for, I guess, the slightly lower scoring option here. Yeah, I would have probably played slightly fewer tiles, but Ladino gets 16 points. Maybe something like you can really go any way here. You could play something slightly shorter with Dolia, which would score same number of points, keeping an N. You could play Odal, Odal, which would although keep extra vowels, but you could play Oda or something, and keep Lane or Nail, which would also be a good play here. So this I guess at this situation in that one, it's kind of down to however way you want to play.
Looks like Brett just circled his slip. Yeah, he's going to play. This is funny. We saw this word come up earlier, I think, in Natalie's Ultis game, where I think this word was possible or either got blocked or maybe I can't remember if she missed it or if it. But so this is one of 2 plays going through that N, scoring the maximum number of points. For Brett, 78 points, so well done to him to spot one of the 2 plays there. And now, very quickly, I think we have a word knowledge check for Josh. We've mentioned it before. Coming from the North American background, picking up the extra words in the World Dictionary takes a little bit of time. Will Josh see the Collins-only verb of clotting through the first I of Ritenuto. I'm not really sure what his depth level is, but he has that 8-letter bingo through this I. I really wouldn't be surprised to see him miss this, nor would I be surprised to see him find it. It's like right on the cusp of a word that he might know.
Yeah, I was just looking at the probability list. So as with most top players, they kind of go down the list in terms of how likely these words are about to come up. So clotting is just around 11,000 in terms of the 8-letter word bingo. So it's about a quarter of the way down. Again, it depends if he's actually got that far. But also clotted with a TED at the end is actually about 7,000. So if he's got that far down with the 7-letter words with clotted, he might be able to work out clotting. But again, it's the only playable bingo here. I'm sure he's probably at least come up with that idea, and he might just be wondering if that actually is good or not, or if there's any other bingo that he could play that's something that's a bit more sure about. But as we know from where we're sitting, clotting is the only playable bingo here. And the next best play is actually just to play something using the C and the U, which doesn't really score very many points. So there's actually a big drop off in this space here. So clouting in that spot through that I. Kurt is actually one of the next best plays.
Yes, 12 points. Yeah. 12 points for this. It's such a big gap, and it is unfortunate to be in this situation. I wonder what he's writing. He might even be writing CLAUT down and looking at it, and maybe he's thinking, man, have I seen this before? Give Josh another year, certainly like a maximum of like 2 years, and you're going to see like he's already firmly in contention here. He could easily come back and win this game and win 2 more games and potentially win this incredibly, challenging event full of seasoned Collins players. But give Josh another year or two and he will be laying down words like clotting quickly, and it's going to make him even more fearsome. But for now, I don't know, if I had to guess, I would say he's probably not going to play it, just because it's still fresh, switching over to that other lexicon, and it's going to take a little time for these words to become second nature. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, he spent over 3 minutes in this turn already, which again, when we say about every second that goes past and he hasn't played, say in theory, a simple, obvious play, obviously best play that is, and he plays Glucan to the right of Ladino. So obviously he's not sure enough of clotting, or maybe just dismissed it. So another 6-letter play that comes down from his side, and he's both of them actually didn't score that many points, I guess, 16 and 17. So he has 33 points and played 12 tiles.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that you see that.
That's rare. Yeah, 2 6s to open the game. So this one is, pretty clear, unlike the first turn, where I do think that Ladino was a defensible choice and there are many different ways he could go. Obviously, if Josh had the complete knowledge of all of his options available on that turn, he would have played clotting. That's by far the best without question. But if you haven't seen that word yet, or aren't 100% sure what part of speech it is, and you could see he's paid a steep price with his replenishment draw there, Austin. Ouch.
Yeah, he's we always talk about the tile gods, and if they will come and punish you if you don't play the best play, so to speak. But Brad is playing a lay here through the L. I think a slightly better play might be to play IE and getting rid of the other the I, playing it underneath the T and the O of Ritenuto, as Josh turns the board around. So IE doesn't take any hooks, so there's no
IE right here.
No problem with any S hooks there. But yeah, still a very strong play, scoring 18 points. And yeah, I feel like Josh has got some very few options, but he's going to play through some vowel on the board, and I think his next play might resemble how he feels about what this rack is.
Self-descriptive, potentially. What are the and there it is. Let me get my chicken scratch off the screen. So the nice thing about this, of course, Josh has the duplicated D's, the duplicated R's. He plays turd, and that gets rid of at least one of those two. So D, R, and T off the rack. If he can manage to draw a couple of vowels, he will be in extremely good shape to bingo with this leave. Of course, there is the risk of him drawing more consonants and being in another grim situation next turn. He did just score 11 points. This is what tends to happen. This is why we try to avoid those imbalanced racks. We'll see what Josh draws, but Brett's drawn the second blank, and I'm quite sure that he's going to be bingoing here. A player of Brett's caliber, who he is our lone former world champion in the field. Pretty sure he's going to come up with a bingo here.
Yes. So we saw the word ibex played in the last game. You can hook that with a V and make vibex, and I guess the plural of that is vibices, but he's actually found a very stylish play of vibrances through the AN, which doesn't open up the triple at the bottom, which would be with vibices, VIBICES, and turds. Although the placement of the V and the C would make it very difficult to underlap anyway. But again, this kind of blocks off a lot of bingo lanes. Just played straight through the middle of the board, and just like a sword, just kind of going straight through there. Scoring one fewer point, I think, than Vibices, but again, very, very strong play. And yeah, got the second blank bingo on the board.
Yeah, just going through it, it's a great play. So there are only 2 bingos available. As Austin said, the plural of Vibex hooking onto turds. The thing about this play is that it does nothing to address any of the openness here. I guess technically you could play through this O as well. So by taking a 1-point sacrifice and playing here, all of a sudden it becomes next to impossible to play an 8-letter word on this board. It's so much more difficult to fit an 8. Of course, you still would have a 7 with an S. Maybe some hooks to allay, but it's just a way, way more constrictive play against bingos from Josh. And frankly, after a play like turd, yes, Josh could be struggling with consonants, but he could also have a really nice bingo leave as well. So playing something more blocky on Brett's part there makes a lot of sense. I think it's a great move on his part.
Yep, very much so. Definitely can't fault that. And yeah, as you said, not very easy to get any kind of counterplays as a result of this. I guess a good thing for Josh is that he has the S. He can still play underneath turn, but he still doesn't have any playable bingos here, I think.
It's true. Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, wondering what his best play is. He's about to put something down. Maybe playing Dork, setting up the S hook.
Yeah, he's just really taking the S on his rack and pumping its value up even more. It was already useful in the sense of, playing with right here or potentially here if you draw just right. But now the S is extremely strong, and it's not going to be easy for Brett to address that spot.
Yeah, definitely not. With that K in that position, it's difficult to play basically anything really off there without opening something else, potentially something even more lucrative. So yeah, I think Brett just has to, in this case, just play his normal move and just hope that Josh doesn't hit that space too hard or even at all, which might mean something like Page playing underneath the R of Ritenuto, getting rid of the really the P, the E, and the G, which he doesn't really want, and shedding another vowel with an otherwise vowel-heavy rack. So that looks pretty good in terms of scoring well, in terms of number of points. I think he gets 24 points. There are a number of other options that he can play that potentially are slightly longer or gets rid of more vowels, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. My eye is drawn. So with wanting to address dorks, it's not really that easy to do. And Brett plays Peeg instead. He could have popped his other E down for a few more points. But I think the nice thing here is that at least this does a little bit to address some of the S hooking possibility onto dork. It's going to be a little bit tougher now for words with S in earlier position. It's almost impossible. I guess you could still get a word with SE, something like that, you know, with like STER. That would still fit and be incredibly damaging, but the odds of that are extremely low. So makes sense to even if you can't conclusively block this S hook. Certainly, I think Brett's eye would be drawn to this spot. It would be great to play a word here that doesn't hook, that really addresses the dorks spot more concretely. But Josh drawing the 3 A's, and let's keep in mind, Austin, that effectively spread, assuming both of these players are solely focused on winning the tournament, which I believe players at this level definitely are, this is kind of a must-win game. There's no need to worry about your point spread or your tiebreaker at this point. Josh is trailing in this game. He really, really needs to win this game, and I think he's going to play very aggressively, even if it might lead to a slightly larger loss as a result.
Yep, I think so too. Well, first of all, Brett's spread is already much lower than everyone else's. So for him, spread really doesn't matter at this stage. In terms of winning the tournament, Josh has actually got the next lowest spread out of everybody. So this is going to be just a matter of just getting over the line first. You can see that, well, Josh played AA, setting up his S and the L. And Brett has a bingo that doesn't play, but he plays merit. And again, I agree, a lot of merit to this move because it blocks the S hook for dorks as well. Although Josh is now drawn into low knees and AAS, so he should be bingoing on the next turn and will at least start his comeback now.
Yeah, it's a good point by Squish on the Twitch that Peeg here, leaving the E off, was a direct... That was the 1-2 sequence that Brett envisioned there. By keeping the E on his rack for next turn, he knew that even if he can't block Dork right now, he can play this word here, leaving his E in reserve so that a 5-tile play here would effectively block it on the next turn. If you can't block a move on one go, don't just not try to block. You can do it in 2 moves, and he did that very effectively. And in fact, that did save him a little bit of damage, as NLAs was likely to go down all over the place with that or low knees, which would have played with dorks. So Brett saving himself a couple scoreboard points even there with that block, but it could have been even better from his POV. So very, very savvy play, and this is a big swing here to see what the 2 players are going to draw after this exchange. Brett is still up a bingo here. But if Brett has a really bad set of letters and Josh has a good set, maybe that's a turning point. But we know both blanks have already been used, and it looks like Brett has drawn pretty well.
Yeah, it looks very good. And actually, the fact that Josh did not play low knees and AAS, that actually would have set up the A just above the, just below the triple letter square on the bottom, kind of bottom middle left there. Which would have given Brett a very easy 60 or 70 point comeback play. So NLAs actually did save Josh in this case. So yeah, Brett will still have options to score very well with his Z. So he could play something like Azo above the Y and the E of Allay, which doesn't give away too much. It does have an N hook and potentially have some overlaps or underlaps underneath it, but looks like Brett is opting for a little bit of defense here, playing Zoa, blocking off that bingo lane completely. And yeah, back to kind of where we were maybe 2 or 3 moves ago. There's still not very many places on this board to bingo through whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that sacrifice on the scoreboard was absolutely justified. So, AZO up here would have scored 40 points. This play here scored 36, so it was a 4-point sacrifice. But as you suggested, Austin, this word takes an N hook, so it actually does make a pretty decent line if you can manage to get a bingo with an N in it. That's something you're going to have to worry about if you're Brett after this move. And if you do nothing to address this spot, it's also going to sit there unblocked as well. So rather than make a new threat for Josh to potentially avail himself of, he's taken a very important threat on the board and neutralized it. Although I always wonder with this word, are we eventually going to see a very clever extension? There are a lot of sort of realistic extensions that the players could draw that will score decently well, and depending on how long the extensions are, potentially open up the board again. So we'll see if one of those materializes or not.
Yep, there are a number of extensions like Endozoa, Entozoa, Protozoa, which actually are borderline like worth playing because it scores them a good number of points and opens up other spaces. So we'll see if that actually becomes valuable or not. Josh, again, just like what he's doing with AA, he's now setting up another bingo lane at the top of the board with Gu. Although it does score only 11 points and he's still about 90 odd behind, but it sets up the A hook that Brett actually does not have. So it's going to be a matter of, is Brett going to try and address this spot in some way, or is he just going to let it go and just continue as normal?
Yeah, it's a really just another savvy play by Josh. He has to make stuff happen here at this score. He needs bingos, and he needs the bingos to be pretty hefty. So in this spot, setting up Agu with an A that he has, there actually are very, very few A's left. In fact, that was the last one. If we look at this from Brett's POV.
Oh, wow.
You can see the unseen tiles there are listed from Brett's POV. Only one A is left, and it is on Josh's rack. So that spot was very, very strongly favoring Josh to create, given that there is only one more hook and it's on Josh's rack. So just good recognition. Not surprised to see. I think what's most impressive is that it's actually pretty early on in this game. It's kind of still like just after the mid game. So making observations like that in the unseen tiles is you're sort of making a really careful observation early on. It gets so much easier when the number of unseen tiles has dwindled to really draw conclusions from that. So I'm impressed by that play. And it looks like Brett is going to block that off as best he can. This looks like a really good play for him responding to Josh's setup.
Yeah, scores 35 points. And again, he's pushing that lead out to a point where he's now 130 or so ahead, which would then mean that Josh needs 2 bingos. So he's kind of going for the scoreboard pressure here. Josh ends up drawing BX from the bag, which is not overly favorable from what I can see here. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good recognition from Josh to realize that that he's got the last A. I mean, you've got the case tile, especially this early. Normally, it becomes more apparent towards the end of a game when some of these tiles are more likely to have run out, especially when there's 9 A's in the bag. You don't necessarily expect it or even look at the tiles to be running out at this stage. But he's very aware of what's going on, and it'd be interesting to see what he does next with what he has, or maybe he might end up trying to stash that A away and waiting for that bingo to come. So maybe something like Pix, PYX, and Gup looks pretty good. But again, he's needing some better tiles to bingo through here.
Yeah, Pix looks good. It looks nice to score pretty well. Not use very many tiles. You keep your A just in case you draw something good. But the mix, and that is what he's going to play. Yep. So I think that it has a secret extra value, which is that it makes Josh's hook extremely difficult to block. So for example, there were other plays that Josh could have made on that move. For example, something like Radix right here would have scored decently well with the X, but that gives Brett a chance to potentially overlap through this Y. He might have had plays through that Y that much more concretely block the G, but now by playing Pix, he essentially makes it nearly impossible to address this spot. It's just going to sit there protected by this play until Josh decides to use it, pretty much. And I'm not really sure what recourse Brett has to block it.
Yep, that spot isn't going away anytime soon. And with Pix, he's kind of cordoned that spot off now even more. And really, the only ways you can really block this if he kind of starts building upwards from the I or the VI or the B from vibrances and start heading up the board that way to try and block that off. That's really realistically the fastest way that Brett can get to blocking that off. But doing that, you could potentially allow Josh to start opening up the left side of the board as well. So I think they're both laughing or sharing a joke at the table, which is always nice to see, especially in these high pressured games. But yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen how Brett is going to try and take out that spot. He doesn't have particularly that many high-scoring plays that go from the VI or the B, so yeah, I mean, I really am not quite sure what his approach is going to be here, and especially with players that play in the North American lexicon, I feel like there's a lot more setup plays that are played than playing in the world lexicon, which may not be something that Brett is necessarily used to, seeing AA come down and Dork come down and Gu come down pretty much all the time, and we're barely like halfway through the game, like just gone over halfway through the game, and he's having to deal with these fires as and when they come.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's worth noting that Brett so he knows that Josh is very, very likely to have that last A, but Brett has something similarly valuable, maybe not on this board, but potentially something he can capitalize on, and that's the last S. We often, in Scrabble, really try to place an extra value on that last S, and is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
But there's a Y unseen.
Oh yeah, that's true. So there is a Y. So it's not that Brett has the only hook to hurl. I wonder. He can't really tell too much about whether Josh has or does not have the Y. So there is some risk associated with this move, but the idea of Brett spotting the fact that he has the last S. And I see the first rack is a little messed up. I'm going to fix that right now. So very savvy play by both players. Very similar considerations by both players here.
Yep, I think that I guess Brett is going to fight fire with fire here. If Josh is going to set up an A hook on one side, then Brett is going to set up a nearly a different one on the other side. So yeah, Josh has found a very good play of Were underneath Peach. Which scores a lot of points actually. Scores 38. So he needs to have some high scoring moves and getting rid of those kind of big tiles and keeping the A on his rack, and that kind of does everything he needs to do.
Yeah, does a lot.
And also to go with that, Brett has just picked out I think 3 O's, so he's gonna slow down a little bit.
Oof, that's crazy. Ooh. Yeah, oof. I should say. So Hurl left ENS, which means that Brett just drew OOOI. So he is forced to, well, I guess he's not forced. I mean, he could have played OO parallel to the J. Has he? Oh, he hasn't. I thought he had put his tiles aside and exchanged. So I wonder, I don't think he's going to exchange here with a 24-point play on offer that gets rid of his 2 O's, even though there is certainly risk associated with this play. But getting the extra 24 points seems nice. Maybe he just won't want to open this overlap, but the fact that he has the last S, what is the situation with the N's as well? Because that's kind of a key here. If you play OO here, you have to be careful that your opponent has an N. That's really the key tile. If this were the last N, he could make a play like this with almost perfect impunity, knowing that there was no way that Josh could really block it, but that's not the case. So I wonder how Brett is going to proceed here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 2 other ends unseen from Brett's point of view. And that also plays a factor in terms of blocking his S hook, which he kind of just put out there for himself. As we can see, Josh actually draws the Y to go there, but it looks like Brett is going to have to play OO in that spot just because it scores so much. So yeah, it's a tough spot to have there, but I think you just have to do it because the 2 O's are just not going to score anywhere else. And you kind of have to try and keep Josh around 100 behind here, and I think that's what he's deciding to do.
Yeah, staying up by about 100 is going to work out a lot of the time. Josh can eventually build towards a bingo that's going to score about that much, but if he does play something in that spot, then Brett again has set up a spot where if he draws high scoring tiles, he should be able to play down here. I'm not sure we see that he has 8 tiles on the rack. Okay, there we go. A little bit better. Oh, Enoscene. I don't think that doesn't play anywhere, but that's okay. But yeah, I think as scary as making a play like this is with potential overlaps, taking a 0 score on that move and making it so that Josh's eventual bingo actually puts him in the lead is also a consideration worth worrying about. And again, Brett knows that he has an N, right? So he is making a play that benefits him in the short term, as long as he draws decently well. Josh could have an N, but he also could not, and this spot would do absolutely nothing for him, or close to nothing. Let me not say that, because Josh can still play BY or something up here if he wants for a decent score, so that's not nothing, but that's not devastating either. So calculated risk by Brett. It's tough to evaluate all the pathways that the game could unfold from here and figure out, well, what are the things that I'm giving, what opportunities am I giving to Josh, and what am I taking away by these different plays?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, all those considerations were going through Brett's mind on that turn. And yeah, I think he's going to play BY here. He's going to try and preserve that A hook. He could have played Ovary and Egg and take that and cash in that spot for 50 points, but he still needs another 40 odd points to come back. And maybe he's waiting for a bingo to play there. He's going to keep ADORV. There's still lots of E's, I's, and N's unseen to him. So he can definitely improve on his rack. If he draws an E, he could draw into an over word that will guarantee that the A will that it will play in that egg spot, which I think is definitely something that he is thinking about here. But yeah, it does. Well, Bai does score very well. He's 60 points behind. It does move within him within range of catching him up with a bingo. But yeah, Brett doesn't have very many high-scoring options available here. Most of the options are basically just to get rid of any combination of the I, O, and the N. His bingo, and as we said, his bingo of Enoscene does not play on this block board. So he could play any of those things. He could even play Noise and Hurls if he wants to and cash in those tiles. But again, from his point of view, the Q and the V are both unseen. They're the words you really want to kind of ignore. I mean, not ignore, but to kind of to avoid. But the Q and the V are both on Josh's rack now.
Yeah, yikes.
So yeah, it's not looking good for Josh at this rate. But yeah, it's something that Brett has to bear in mind. He probably doesn't want to play too many tiles at the same time.
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting choices for Josh there on Bai, which I think is a perfectly reasonable choice. He did draw the Y for Hurley too, so it's surprising. Yeah. It's surprising to see the Y drawn and not used in this spot. But then again, now that, after this play, the Hurls hook is kind of greatly diminished. So, worrying about saving the Y and blocking it's not as red alert of a priority for Josh. He can afford to use it up here and not here, and not worry that he isn't blocking something really strong for Brett. But I just feel like, obviously the QV draw was fatal, but I would have been sorely tempted from Josh's POV to just play Ovary here, because you still need a lot more points. So Bai scores well, but Ovary scores even better. In this case, though, it would have been met by an immediate counter bingo by Brett playing Enoscene there. So it's kind of like bullet dodged anyway. So, it's there were a lot of, could you play Hurley and Yode or something here? Could you play Bai? Perfectly reasonable. Could you play Ovary? All of those options feel like, first of all, the QV draw renders them somewhat irrelevant. And thirdly, bad things are going to happen to Josh no matter what.
Yes, I agree. And Nib has come down, which actually does kind of set up a sneaky bingo lane, making Snib. The S has to be in the 6th position. So he's keeping ISE is a very common ending to a word, or British spelling of most IZE words, which would fit in that spot. But yeah, that's a sneaky play, but it also gives Josh a nice play to put the Q down. So you could put caddy or just QI.
Yeah,
And
the agonizing thing is normally you would play caddy here in a heartbeat, but that would give up that A, right? So this would surely be what his instinct is telling him to do, but you kind of want to hold on to this because it is your lifeline to steal this game away. So maybe just plopping Chi down. I mean, is that the problem with that? Is does this actually lead to anything? Virando doesn't quite fit up here. If he knows that word, you could draw eyes. I don't really know if he actually, it's probably going to take one more turn after this Q gets plopped down for Josh to even have a possibility there.
Yeah, I think that he really needs to play off the N as well, potentially.
True.
You could draw an E for overwords, but I don't really know if there's anything that's going to allow him to bingo. But he could draw like over, and then he's going to keep an A, right? So maybe 2 other letters over eat or something, which might be doable. Oh, I'm sorry, he has the D as well, doesn't he? So yeah, that's not quite going to work. So yeah, it's going to be difficult actually. I don't see any bingos drawing an E and something else if he plays QIN. But there arguably might be just enough time to fish off again after this. So we'll have to see what Josh kind of comes up with here.
It's a very interesting idea that's been put forth in the chat. What if he keeps the Q and tries to draw Trank? So that scores very well.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is, does it score quite well enough? So this play would score in the 70 range, which is pretty good, but that's kind of close to what the gap is right now. I think it would certainly make things interesting, and it depends a lot. Josh would need to keep these 4 letters, so he can only play D-O-V, and there isn't really a great place to do that. So instead, he has pivoted to just play his Q now. I think it's a tempting idea, but Trank probably doesn't score quite enough. Maybe it does actually, given that if you look at the score after that play, it's pretty close, such that a 70-point play would be a pretty big difference maker, especially if you're reading Brett after a play like Nib of having really low point tiles. How is he going to score that much? Maybe he'll try to play something with Hurls now. I don't know. Tricky.
Yep, definitely. I think Josh has made the inference that Brett has the S, especially with Hurl being played and Nib and playing OO. Like he's got 1-point tiles so all across the board here really most of the time. But yeah, QIN, similarly to Gu, is unlikely to get blocked anytime soon as well. So we'll have to see if Brett can hit a bingo that has the S in 6th position. But yeah, I mean, are we sure that this is the right rack for him? But Inner is the right rack because he had Inner Sign before that, right? So yeah, this is the correct rack.
He must have drawn IT. Yeah, he must have drawn IT.
Yeah, so what we were saying earlier about Zoa extensions, Brett does have Entozoa to come down for 32 points, which will put him back up ahead by about 70 points. But yeah, I mean, a very interesting idea about Trank as well, because he has 4 of the tiles he needs. And he just needed 1 of the 2 unseen Ts. And he does actually have 1 of the Ts now.
Yeah, he drew 1.
So he could have played like Div or something in the same spot that he had, but he would actually be a little bit too far behind. Whereas if you try to fish for a bingo, you technically need more than 1 favorable tile, and in the same spot that would score a similar number of points. So you could make the argument that you just need 1 tile for Trank, but you kind of need maybe 2 or 3 good tiles after Kin and maybe another turn to get a bingo at the top. So yeah, it's a close one. I'd be interested to see what the
engine says.
But yeah, it's difficult.
I couldn't really find a good play that I guess probably something like Devo for Josh on that previous turn, right through this I, that would have gotten rid of the D, V, and O and really maximized his chance of drawing a T. So maybe if I go back and put that play in and see if it somehow likes that better than the other choices. And it seems to like it, So it seems like a pretty reasonable pathway for him to take there. I think the extra reason why I kind of like going for Trank is it has to do with Brett's play of Hurl, right? You pretty much know after this play, if you're Josh, you aren't getting the S. There's almost no way Brett would ever play this without holding the S. So I really feel like you have to come up with some kind of alternative plan. A lot of the bingos that you can probably draw, hooking ague would involve the S. So the fact that you can't draw it might hurt your plan at least a little bit. There's certainly still things that you can hit without an S in this spot, but it might make you more inclined to go for Trank in that spot. And you can see it's hard to see if Brett doesn't play Entozoa, as you suggested, it's going to be tough for him to score that well. And the play of Trank in that spot would actually be a huge, damaging blow for Josh there.
Yep, definitely. It looks like Brett is playing Ruin. Now he notices that now he knows that the Q is not going to be a problem. So yeah, I'm wondering what his thinking is behind here with this move. Because there's still 2 tiles in the bag after this.
He hasn't hit his clock yet, I don't think.
Oh yeah, he hasn't hit the clock yet. It only scores 8 points.
There we go. He hit it.
There he goes. But yeah, Josh actually has the opportunity to potentially play something like Ted through the E of Ritanuto, or even Dit now through the I, and Fish for over or through Egg, picking up 2 of the E's. There's lots of E's unseen. You could easily draw out 2 E's, and that spot will never get blocked. Will not be possible to get blocked.
That's insane.
And if he puts Dit down, he can put Edit as well. So he will have 2 different spaces of edits, for example. He'll have 2 places for it. So really depends what Brett leaves in the bag now.
If you're a Josh fan, you want to see Brett's rack get the Fs. You want to see 2 Fs go on to Brett's rack as soon as it gets updated. And if that's true, we'll see. We'll see. That creates serious possibilities. Oh, there's one. What is that last tile? It's the other F.
Oh, okay, the play is on.
So the play is on here. That's amazing. Brett drawing both Fs. This now means we don't have the 7th tile there yet, but
it's going to be an E.
If those 2 Fs, there it is. So we know, look at this, the bag, the unseen tiles in the bag. Brett has the 2 Fs, he has the I, he has the S and the T. That means the bag consists of 4 E's, and 2 E's.
Yeah, 2 E's.
And if Josh correctly identifies overawe as something that he could potentially draw, he will be able to play his D and his T. And there it is! Oh! Holy crap. Insane.
That is insane. When Brett now turns the board and now looks at what letters are left, he is going to say F. F's in the chat. Plenty of F's in the chat now for Brett.
That's incredible. That is absolutely bonkers, because now we know the rack hasn't updated yet, but we know these are Josh's tiles. And I don't think it is possible for Brett to block the out bingo of overall.
And Josh knows.
Absolute masterclass by Josh Sokol. Somebody in YouTube said, "There's your video, Will," and I'm pretty sure.
There we go. And yeah, just to also note that Wed in that same spot would also have given over fat as well, I think. Is that right? It would have given something.
And Brett, to his credit,
overeat.
To Brett's credit, I think he basically realizes that there's absolutely nothing he can do, and there's no cause for him to even wait here. Like, he normally, with those 2 minutes, and he knows it. He's totally at peace. I wouldn't say at peace, but he's like completely aware that there's absolutely nothing he could do. In his shoes, I would have sat there for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds and try to figure out, is there anything I could do here? And the answer, unless any of you guys out there see something we don't, is no. And Josh plays overall as an outplay to win an absolute classic, instant classic, 409 to 387. Amazing, Austin.
Wow, 22-point victory for Josh. And don't forget that the winner of the, or certainly the winner or loser of this game moves out of contention. So Brett is now not in contention to win this tournament. It keeps Josh's hopes alive, moving him up to 16-7. Just seeing that from other results going on right now, Ed Martin is now a game ahead. He has just beaten Rasheed Balogun by 91. Harshan has just lost to Lewis McKay by 156. So Ed is now, with 2 games to go, a game ahead and about 200 points of spread ahead also of Harshan. We have Ed on 17, Harshan, Lewis, Rasheed, and also now Josh Sokol also on 16 wins. So there's 4 players from second to 5th place going into the final 2 games. Of course, the big odds-on favorite now is back in the favor of Ed Martin, who is now holding the extra game and spread in hand. And I feel like potentially a win for Ed in the next game could potentially seal his, put one hand on the trophy for him going into the final game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I just want to cut back to the board because obviously we're still seeing the post-mortem here. And we need to revel in this pretty epic game. And, frankly, it's hard to... I don't really know. Yeah, see, look, Brett is thinking of, was there a way for me to sort of get up there on a multiple turn sequence? I think he's sort of agonizing. Was there somehow a way that I could get up and obstruct that GU setup? And it's not that easy. The geometry of the board makes that really difficult.
And I was also, I was mentioning that towards maybe when there was like 20 or 25 letters left, like playing upwards from the V, I, or the B would have been the way that Brett could have got up there with a multi-turn sequence. I mean, he's thinking multiple moves ahead with Peak and then Merit, what he did to try and obstruct Dork. He could have done, in theory, he could have done a similar thing there. Could have given away a lot of equity points in order to try and block up that spot. But overall, it's pretty much the perfect move because it kind of scoots the A as far in as possible, which makes it as difficult as possible to get blocked. But yeah, that was the only way that really Brett could get to that spot without the A in hand. And yeah, it really justifies Josh's decision to not only open up GU and then corner it off even more with picks, which arguably is probably the winning play here. Really, the assist was the picks play, but also with sticking with that A and not playing it with Ovary or anything like that a couple of turns before, and sticking with that end game going out move with that A there as the bingo to win the game.
Yeah, incredibly instructive sequence as you described. All of those moves working in harmony together to secure this win. And I don't know what his winning chances were late in the game, but I think the engine was saying like 2%, 1%. I mean, that is a real amazing one to pull out against a really legitimately, literally world-class player, Brett Smitherham, world champion in 2016, and just Josh showing his pedigree right here. I just want to point out a couple people saying maybe Royne might have been the missed opportunity for Brett. That would have been, you see the score of the game, right? It's pretty close, 22-point margin. Royne scoring 8 points on that move. Entozoa available in this spot as an extension for significantly more points, enough to almost, it looks like, 8, 32, 24, all else being equal, it would have led to, the score gap here is 22 points. The score gap between Royne and Entozoa is 24 points. So very interesting sequence. Hard to fault Brett too much for anything other than that, really. And even that feels a little scary, just because you're leaving 2 eyes. But I think grabbing those points and leaving 1 tile in the bag to reduce the number of points Josh can get on his fish, because this also, the fact that Josh was able to play 2 tiles also helped him out there. He actually got a solid number of points for that play. 11 points. Every point counts.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just one of those moves where Royne, could that have been a better play, or could that have scored more, or could he have played an extra tile just to make it a bit more difficult for Josh to kind of hit something, or even could you just not let Josh fish again and maybe just play something that uses 5 tiles? Those are all the options.
All right, everybody, we're back. Break is over. Hope everybody enjoyed that banger from Josh and Brett. That was a pretty epic game with some cool concepts. So, little break viewing for some of you. But yeah, Josh, we're actually ready. Without much further ado, next matchup from Division A is going to be another banger, potentially. Rasheed Balogun still in first place versus Harshan Lamabadusuriya, who lost his last game, so finally a setback for him on his warpath up the standings. But this would be a great, great game for Harshan to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, wait, what? He lost a game? Because we know that Harshan was had a very, very rough start to the tournament. So 14-7 looks extremely good in relation to that. But yes, he was on an incredible tear. Just a small little chink in the armor there. But it's great to see him back on stream. I know a lot of you in the chat were hopeful. So we're gonna get this game covered for you all, and then next round we're gonna have a little, I guess, what would you call it? A little venture into the second division, where there's some very interesting things happening at the top of the standings.
Yep, trying to get you at least one game per day from lower down in Division B. I say lower, and that's just by rating and ranking. But actually, the 2 games we've seen from Division B have been pretty fantastic games. So there's going to be plenty of good Scrabble to be had. And again, we have 5 games coming this afternoon, so I'm guessing it's going to be 4 of those from Division A, and next round we have one coming up in Division B. So this is, it's getting to be crunch time here. There still is plenty of time for somebody to make a run. Anybody could go on like a 9 or 10 game, win 9 out of the next 10 games or something like that, and just, rocket up the standings. But yeah, for those that are a bit lower down, that might start to become a necessity shortly. I'm going to tell the players they can begin.
Yeah, and I wondered, those in chat and maybe Will, question what Harshan is listening to in his AirPods prior to each game, because he has his routine. He comes, sits down at the board. He has his AirPods in, probably listening to some type of music. Really, I assume it's something calming, but it could go the opposite way. I know there are a lot of players that like to listen to something before their games.
I mean,
at least one more at the top.
Could be music, but I could also read Harshan as listening to like some kind of podcast that's like, it seems like he's very much into like, I'm not even sure what the word would be, but just a lot of mindset. Like his mindset is so good over the board in general that I feel like, he was talking about a book. I wish I could remember. Atomic Habits, I think it was, something like that. Something atomic. Anyway, I could see it being a podcast. That's all I'm saying. Rasheed going first here. Feels like Mildew jumps out, and I'm pretty sure Rasheed is headed towards that. I feel like there we go. Nicely spotted there. This feels like for sure the idea he should be going with. And let's see what Harshan has here. Wow. 2 Fs, 2 Ds. Not sure.
Oh yeah, and a great
Dandriff through an N. He wants an N
wow.
here, I think. Other than that.
And a great mention of Mildew taking that extension of IER.
Oh, nice.
So if we see Mildew doubling the W, it should probably be the best placement.
Can you repeat that 10 times fast, please?
What, Mildewier?
Doubling the W.
Doubling the W? Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm usually pretty good with tongue twisters.
Oh, no, I was just responding to the multiple W's, but there's no way to refer to that letter without going there. So, yeah, definitely. I feel like he just had that lined up. Did he not actually have that lined up?
He did, but this is a sensible option as well. The M we like keeping the M, but this is a sacrifice of 4 points, keeping a slightly worse tile.
Yeah.
So I think we would have liked to see Mildew, but not a huge mistake there.
That's surprising. I wonder. I mean, maybe slightly overvaluing the M. We do like the M in general as a tile, but it's not so good that you would want to keep it for that many fewer points here. Let's see what happens. Looks like good tiles coming. All right, a few too many vowels maybe. But yeah, tricky one for Harshan here. He's almost certainly gonna, really lock in on trying to play the Fs here, but where is a good place to do that?
Yeah, there's not a great option here for Harshan. He could play a little long if he wants. Maybe play something like Daft, Daffed. That looks pretty bad. Affed as well in that same spot, but maybe just Daff right here.
Yeah,
maybe just what you do here.
That might be it. So Daff does get rid of both of those. I wonder, this could be a little scary. Is Rasheed thinking of playing this? This is not a valid word.
I don't think so. There's nowhere to play it right now either.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't be so worried yet, Will. I know we did see some phonies. I do feel like you said, it was kind of a very unlikely scenario that we saw yesterday unfold with some very interesting phonies getting played.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Harshan here, he's taken 2 minutes. I'm also surprised Rasheed took 2 minutes. Normally the opening play, we like to see players take around 1 minute to make a decision, like Wilder versus Mildew.
Here comes
obviously,
Daff.
It's not a big deal. And Daff comes down, probably just the best you got. It's just not ideal in any way.
Yeah. Just giving back the triple, I'm sure that's something that Harshan does not want to do, but there really is no better way to get those Fs off and undouble your Ds. Sort of a forced play where, this play has warts, but there's no other play that really stands out as clearly better, and at least as far as I could tell. And now, definitely gonna incentivize Rasheed to play here, but I'm having some trouble finding a word that actually fits under there, Josh.
Just aimer, I guess.
Aimer, okay. There's Amir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think the important thing is that amore, I feel like, is a
amore.
You would definitely.
I always want that to be a word.
Yeah, we all think it. We hear it enough, but I guess it's not English enough somehow. So, what are we? He had Omir there. He
Okay.
will just play MOE. All right. There is a good logic for this, I think, if you're not seeing a mirror or
It
anything.
scores more than you think. It's 24 points, and the
Yeah.
lead is quite good.
All those good bingo tiles. This actually makes a good degree of sense to me.
Also, what Amir would have done opening those E's and that R, based on the play of Daff especially, I would be less inclined to throw an E out in space. Daff seems to signal a little bit more consonants than average, and the E, of course, the best vowel to play through. So I really do like this adjustment for Rasheed, and the engine, even without inference, prefers MOE.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that says a
Amir,
lot.
so.
Because, yeah, I think practically speaking, it might be even better than the engine thinks. But, yeah, back over to Rasheed, who to Harshan, who has very good tiles, actually. The only issue is that the Z, such a good scoring tile, not that good of a bingo tile. So pretty much if you replace that Z with any low point tile here, essentially, you would be seeing Harshan bingo here almost every time, if not every time. So with that Z, normally a tile we love to see, he's going to have to deal with it first. It looked like he was considering playing Ditzier, maybe through the eye of Wilder, but now he's moving back to sized, which I feel like has some merit to it, but he can do even better, right? I feel like, yeah, he's thinking about maybe
thinking of just Dits.
but okay. Maybe Tiz in that spot too.
I think the danger of the Y hook added to the potential for like easy plays through this Z and the benefit of keeping a D with this ERS. Apparently well worth the 6-point sacrifice to play Tiz here instead. Also, I think another thing is it's kind of harder to underlap.
Wow, look at this too. Oh no.
So this is actually gonna, the engine's
swing.
saying Tiz slightly better, but this is not supposed to happen. Like this is very, very unfortunate.
This is a
Harshan.
surprising, yes, this happens sometimes. If you play Tiz instead of this, not exposing a T, then I guess if your opponent, as Rasheed actually does, has a bingo that only plays through the T, you would be denying that to them. That is a factor. I don't think it's the most salient factor between, the difference between those two plays. But who knows? It's worth considering. I totally agree with you, Josh. The main thing about this is anytime Rasheed has a Y, his options improve massively with Dits compared to Tiz. But there are other factors like this as well.
Yeah, and it is true that he pretty much never has a Y with MOE, so that could factor in as well. But okay. No harm, no foul, as earliest for 90 is the response.
Yep.
And Hoongan, oh my goodness, for Rasheed, if he sees this very low probability 7-letter word, it fits right here.
It still fits. That's crazy. Hoongan.
Wow.
That is wild. So
Let's spell that out.
Rasheed's word knowledge has been very much on point in the games that we've seen today. A miss or two yesterday, but he seems to be in good form, and let's see if he spots it. Not yet. It looks like he's kind of close to getting there.
Yeah.
Come
on. It sort of feels like, really, if you know this word, it sort of feels like, do I really have this? This is crazy.
Man. So he's thinking.
He sees Hogan.
Yeah, Hogan is a very good play. He's probably, missed opportunity here. That was a tough find. That was a tough find for sure. But, I would say, Josh, you mentioned that, maybe Rasheed's word knowledge so strong in general, but maybe just that consistency level, every now and then you see a miss. But overall, you don't expect it, and I'm sure he knows that word. But Hoongan, big swing, and Harshan is the one who draws the Y to potentially benefit from his Dits play here.
I'm thinking something crazy here. Yeah, I think you just play with Ditzy with Gunny, but for some reason I was drawn to this play of Genu trying to get an A for X-ray.
Oh, well, I
But
mean,
yeah,
you
I think you gotta
definitely,
play Gunny.
yeah.
Or Yunks. Oh, Yunks way better.
Oh,
I didn't see
Yunks, very nice.
Okay.
That's great. Yunks is definitely better. So, leaving GN, bunch of eyes you can draw to really save this. This is definitely the play by a lot. It scores way better than plays going
And
up.
look at how Rasheed has his letters lined
Yeah.
up. YUNV.
Yeah. He's
That's
thinking
kind of funny.
he wants to play Ditzy here. I'm not actually sure if he had anything going up the board with. I mean, he could have just played Yoni or something that he would have been happy to play there. But was there a 5 that Yunks just blocked?
Noisy.
Yeah, nothing with the V though.
You don't
I
ever
mean,
play that.
the V
Yeah.
is what I want to play. So yeah, unfortunately not. But it's a moot point. Nice play by Harshan. And back to Rasheed with tiles that just got a whole lot tougher to use after Harshan's hook.
Yeah, Yunks for 60, really propelling Harshan into the lead. Back to Rasheed down 49. He can score 38. A nice little play of Ivy making Mary, Dev, and DI.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's probably significantly better than the competition in this turn, but there are other options for sure. You could overlap all the way with something like Vinos or Vison. It's anagram, Vison. And that would score a nice 41, but leaving the UY and blocking your S hook when you have the second to last S, maybe not so good. But the spot very likely to get blocked by Harshan anyway, so it makes sense to want to cover it yourself. But yeah, if Rasheed had taken a little bit longer to scan the board, I think he would have come up with Ivy, probably still worth playing over Vinos.
Yeah, Vino's scoring so well, but yeah, keeping that S so powerful here with the Hogan's hook, as you say, Josh.
Although, now that I think of it, this Y, very, very strong potential here for a 5 or 6 letter word.
Wow, that is true.
So maybe a stroke of genius or unplanned genius for Rasheed, as does he draw? Oh, not quite, right? But yeah, very possible that the next move, I don't know that this spot is going away.
Wow, that
so very
right.
possible Rasheed could go for, so it would score like 70 points.
Sorry for that little odd. You might not have heard this, Josh, but I just wanted to test a link on my end. So you just heard me saying wow again, but I am saying wow as well with that play up there. So yeah, that Y could be an absolute gold mine, scoring massively. It's tough. Like, what do you do with that if you don't have a 5-letter word here and you have good other plays with the Y? Do you just keep holding on to it? It's really tough. But yeah, this scores like a bingo, so we'll see if Rasheed continues to drive towards a bingo-like score with that up there. And meanwhile, Harshan, not the best tiles. Looks like he's considering playing Weiss. Very useful word to know up there.
Yeah, that looks quite good. I think the best part of the play of Vinos for, I guess, for Harshan, or the worst part for Harshan, is often it's going to make his decisions a little bit harder. But he does have this nice option of Weiss for 34, keeping the GN combo. We're not super happy throwing this W out there. If we draw an R, we get rung. If we draw an I, we might get an ING bingo for lucky. So yeah, I think probably the best play for Harshan. Back to our tournament leader.
Yeah.
Rasheed.
Tricky situation here. I feel like you gotta play the Y here. If you don't have a play through the Z right now, playing something either wavery or wavy through this newly opened W is just so far likely to be the best available play that you gotta give up the dream. Could we see Rasheed play Just waver holding the Y. I don't think that would be correct, but his reasoning again would be that big Y spot. I would have to part with the Y here in his shoes, Josh.
Yeah, I guess if you kind of try to estimate, the best thing that Rasheed could do would be playing UVEA somewhere and trying to draw an I for Ritzy. So even if we think that Rasheed's drawing an I 75% of the time after dropping AEUV somewhere, and then he gets the position, he gets Ritzy down like 90% of the time, doesn't get blocked. It feels like that is just way too small of a drop in the water of what might happen this game. But he's keeping it. He's playing waiver. This is a 9-point sacrifice over wavy, a 12-point sacrifice over wavery. And it's honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
So
It's
this is
probably not correct, but it's very nice.
It's fun. You got to give him that. It's definitely fun. Though it's clearly he's fixating on this spot. That was exactly what I was imagining that he would do. I just don't. Oh man, he's so close to klutzy. That is insane. If you just take any of these and turn it into an L, he's playing klutzy for a bajillion here. So yeah. That also, Harshan hoping that W would have stayed open for quitting. That now gets blocked. Westing, all right, very good. That's going to be fine. So actually, this is probably better than playing up there. So Harshan's probably saying, all right, whatever. This works for me. I'm going to bingo. Widen my lead.
Now surely Rasheed has to
Quake.
play Quakey.
Quakey or just Quake. Oh, man. I mean... This is kind of
now you got to give up the dream.
Yeah, this is instructive though, right? Like over fixating on a really cool spot that actually doesn't really yield that many plays that hit there. As cool as it is, yeah, you can get into trouble repeatedly going for that, and it would be so stylish, and you feel so good when you hit that spot and get a huge score. But you have to try to calibrate. It's really hard too, Josh, to like figure out how many words can I draw that fit in that spot? How likely are they? It's easy to misevaluate that.
Yeah. And honestly, even if you use an engine to try and decipher what the best play is on the previous turn, it won't understand the value of keeping the Y. It'll understand the likelihood of drawing a play immediately, but it won't understand that you might also sacrifice points next turn, maybe not too many points, to go for it, and that could actually benefit you way more. So we see Quake. This is hilarious.
Yeah, he's just going for broke.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And honestly, I don't even care if this is a mistake. It is like...
I hope he gets it eventually. I hope he gets to that spot somehow. I mean, it's going to be tough, but not impossible. But yeah, Quaker. Quaker is a word. So at least I'm 99% sure. As I say it, I'm thinking to myself, could that possibly not be a word? But I think it is.
Yeah, Quaker's a word.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see? It's too bad Quake isn't one more spot down, because micro earthquake, everybody's favorite 15-letter word, it's not possible here.
Yeah.
So Rasheed is not going to suffer too hard from this hook making that he has done with Quake over Quakey. Harshan can score 40 points, which is really not that much in the grand scheme of things, given that you're getting 20 almost for the hook.
Yeah.
But Orator looks pretty nice. I don't think there's much of a reason to stop yourself from just using as many tiles as possible here. Harshan has the lead. He's going to go up by 100. And
yeah, there it is. Well spotted. Orator. That looks great. What a way to score. It's very well. What is it? 40 points with all 1-point tiles. That's not easy to do. And that's what Harshan is about to do. Holding an E drawing 6 tiles into a bag that still has a blank in it. This is just what the doctor ordered. No pun intended. Harshan is a medical doctor. Didn't think about that. I only thought of it as it was coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, Rasheed's got to be a bit frustrated here. He had such a great plan starting with Vinos, but doesn't appear to be coming together super well. Now he's down 100 points. Even if he gets what he wants, he'll still be down 50 next turn at the very least. But we like to see the heart and the very creative play by the leader in this tournament, Rasheed Balogun.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, he's down 100. If he's able to actually finally hit this spot and then draw something good like a bingo, the 1-2 punch of that is easily enough to overcome an 100-point deficit most of the time. However, Josh sighing, moaning even at Harshan's blank draw.
Because it's not the blank, it's just that he has G's now for 42, which might be his best play. Oh, that's terrible spelling there. And would just completely destroy Rasheed's dreams if it comes down next turn. So I think Rasheed probably gonna go for it again. He's separated AAEP. He wants to draw. Actually, I don't even know. He can only draw a D now. The R's are gone after Orator. That must have been sad to see. So no Ritzy. So he's trying to keep ITY. But yeah, he needs that last D, which is on Harshan's rack or the blank. If he's going to go this route.
The blank is like, if I'm Rasheed, I almost don't want the blank because I want as many real tiles as possible to give me options that end in ZY, and then I want to draw the blank. I don't want to burn the blank to play there because I probably need the 1-2 punch of that spot plus the blank later if I'm down this much right now. So yeah, we're gonna see what.
Wow, pair setting up spear. This is a diversion tactic if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Rasheed saying, no, I don't want you to think that I'm going for this awesome insertion play. I want you to address this big spot I've just opened. But yes, I was expecting something to come down here, but Jape for sure a better option than G's. So Dream's still alive for Rasheed, but I don't think he's hit it.
Yeah, not yet.
Jape is going to lead to a bingo for Harshan
overwhelmingly
such a large amount of the time. Yeah.
Well, Natalie, I guess if Rasheed wants to.
Oh, okay.
You play Natalie, and then maybe at this point
he did play Natalie. He lost by 1, I thought.
Oh, Natalie Zolty. That's who he played. Okay, yeah. I didn't.
Oh, that was sad. That was sad. Will.
That's fantastic. I just too slow on the uptake with that. Nice. So yeah, he sees it. So let me flip this board. Sorry.
Yeah, keeping the Y is paying dividends.
Yeah, he should play Latin, keeping the Y.
Notably, questingly is good.
Oh, cool.
I'm sure you all knew that at home.
Harshan setting up.
Comes up all the time.
Gold Eye, very nice. This is, you might think this is like golden or something like that, but he's setting up a Y, which will play right here. I think that's likely to get blocked either way by whatever Rasheed plays. But yeah, nice spot by Harshan. He'll have to come up with something else, but he'll be fine. I think he's...
Yeah, so 10 tiles left. So if Rasheed does play Natalie, there'll be three letters left. But he's not. This is very surprising. He saw it, but like he needs to play Natalie to have a chance.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I'm very
he
surprised.
pivoting there and realizing that now if you draw the blank in the last S, that's your way to win, right? So Natalie, draw S blank and threaten something here. That's it, right? That's the pathway now.
Yeah.
So this is too much fixating. I hope he draws something that plays there.
He's drawn Anility, which still fits.
Anility.
Still fits here. And he's going to be sure of that one. Natalie, those ILY words, I mean, they're so difficult. So obviously this was Rasheed not being sure and deciding to continue to go for his plan. But yeah, he still, I think, based on the game situation, really needed to go for the bingo, even if he was unsure.
Yeah, I agree. Understand. I mean, I think it is relatable, right? I know I can definitely point to games like this in my own career where I just see a spot that would be so cool, and it's reasonable to go for it, but it's not the best way forward. It's not happening enough to justify whatever sacrifice I'm doing, and then you're kind of like pot committed to just going for it emotionally, more so emotionally than anything having to do with the actual odds in the game. You just feel like, God, I spent so much energy going for this. I got to continue on my quest. Somewhat what Rasheed has done here. He's had plenty of opportunities to get rid of that Y. In fact, every turn he could have played Quakey, could have played Wavery, could have just bingoed with Natalie. So yeah, tough one. Very human on his part, I would say, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like the definition of human Scrabble. Just really having this idea, clutching to it, and yeah, letting your brain chemistry do the rest of the work. So what's really interesting, people are mentioning all these fun things in chat. Rasheed could just play his A off
and go for
10.
Definitely.
Definitely. I mean,
yeah,
might as well, right? At this point, if Anility gets blocked,
right. So Harshan has. We know what Rasheed doesn't, which is that Harshan has the last two E's in the blank, so that he's actually drawing dead to get that. But from his POV, he's very much alive to hit an E or the blank and play an insane 10-letter bingo, which is, as some of you that may know from my YouTube videos, I've never done that in a tournament game. Never played a 10-letter bingo. So it'd be cool to see that. We've already seen a 9. Josh, of course, has played an 11-letter bingo at least once, maybe multiple times. Right, Josh?
Yeah, I think once. As a bingo.
Interviewer. Absolutely.
Yep. That was before we had cameras and phones and stuff.
Yes.
It was way back in the day.
The time before tech. I mean, we've come a long way.
The game is online.
Yeah.
The game is online.
Oh, it was an online game?
No. I recorded it.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I thought it was a live game, but so I misunderstood you. You're saying the game is available online for viewing. It's in my video about you also.
Interviewing.
Yeah. I made a video about you in return for a video you made about me. Very, very
transactional.
Transactional for sure.
Romantic.
Nice.
So yeah. For those that are unaware, Harshan does not have a playable bingo, which is very surprising with his rack. So he's trying to figure out what to do here. He knows he has the game in the bag. I keep thinking about there's a huge church in Montreal called the Oratory. So what if like oratoriality was a word, like the state of being an oratory? I played oratories on stream once. As a 9.
I think oratorian is a word.
Yeah, oratorian. Yeah, an oratorio.
Oh yeah, oh as well, right? Oh, it's been mentioned. Never mind. I thought I was saying something interesting that hadn't been identified yet, but I apologize.
Everything that we have thought has been thought before, except when we're commentating Scrabble.
And even then,
That's why we do it.
with enough people in the chat, even then, it applies. A lot of sharp folks out there catching a lot of stuff, so which we appreciate. That's great. It's awesome to have this many viewers. I really appreciate that. For those that hopefully over the course of the morning we get another trickle of people coming in from I do have a new video up about Alistair Richards getting 8 bingos in a single game, a feat which has only been, to my knowledge, equaled once before in Scrabble history. Pretty incredible. I mean, that's like
a bunch of people have already watched that video, Will.
Yeah, I see that, and thank you very much to those people for checking that out and coming straight back. That is that's a fantastic dedication to all things Scrabble content, which we very much appreciate. So yeah, Harshan on turn. He's thinking. This game actually was going at a very fast clip, Josh. They were at like 15 minutes apiece with very few tiles in the bag. So this is going to give the rest of the players at the tournament a chance to catch up with these two heading into next round.
Could we imagine that Harshan's going to block Anility and play like dog?
Sure.
And I have that video in my head. Can I pet that dog? I want to pet that dog. You guys know?
I don't know this one. Maybe we need another clip session.
I think it's a bear. I think this girl thinks it's a dog and wants to go and pet it, but it's a bear, and her parents are like, no, no, no.
Wow. I did not know this. I have to check this clip out. I think if I'm Harshan, I might notice that I have the last E's. And I might say, I'll play down here, get some points, hold both of my E's, and if I draw a bingo, the odds of it playing up here are really, really good. I think that's maybe what I'm considering in his shoes. I might also
I like it.
Think about what can I do to obstruct spear.
I wonder, he has GO.
Maybe he's just playing just
GO.
GO.
Oh, he's gonna block the S.
Yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious. 5D.
I hope Rasheed now plays Anility. I really hope. That's kind of a funny, like, gotcha.
Gonna be like, what?
Yeah, gotcha. You know, that's funny.
But as long as Harshan made a play,
Here it
he's
comes.
not losing the game, because now there are fewer than 7 tiles left in the bag. So Rasheed's gonna draw. Gonna draw 5 out of the bag. Harshan, I think he saw. I think he like squinted a little bit, but very, very stoic is Harshan.
No S. Harshan could easily. He's doing that classic thing where he kind of slowly reveals. There we go. He's got bingos for sure. Edibles.
Yeah.
Any number of things here. So keeping the E's is going to pay off for him. Not sure if he has anything more stylish than just that. Delible edibles in this spot, but it's definitely going to be an out bingo situation. Rasheed's going to draw that S and a bunch of other high point stuff, in fact. But Harshan will catch all of them on Rasheed's rack. So there we go. Harshan, a very important win for him, not just for his own hopes, but to pull back his top competition in the standings. And this leaves Rasheed vulnerable to potentially relinquish his grip on the #1 spot for the first time in a very, very long time. If Kevin McMahon wins his game, Kevin will pass him and take over that top spot, which Kevin held that top spot at the end of the first day. So he's been hanging around the top, waiting for Rasheed to finally lose a game or two. That's happening here today, Josh.
Yeah, and very funny that before this play, Harshan had 422, not quite 420 we'd want for the play of edibles, but now he has 520.
The next evolution.
That's what happens when you eat too many, I guess.
Yeah, the evolution of 420 getting even bigger and better to 520. Yeah, was that the best bingo for Harshan? I assume, right?
Yeah, it was.
Fair enough.
I was trying to look through the DEF something.
Oh, defibrillated.
Will the Beast or something, yeah. But the F is not a B. But yeah, crazy game, really interesting stuff. Definitely Rasheed, he went straight for the beautiful opportunity to score 70 or 60 plus through that Z of Ditzy, but did not pan out for him. And Harshan drawing both blanks and just keeping up the scoring. So yeah, hard to say that Harshan did anything wrong in this game.
That's what I'm looking over the moves, and I'm like, did he even make a move you could consider a mistake? Ditz versus Tiz, I mean, that is like the most hair splitter, and he benefited from his own play, which is an underrated thing about making a play like that, is sometimes you're the one that gets to benefit. So only after that first move where, maybe Rasheed, I mean, the move that Rasheed had just made before Ditz was Mo. A move there's no way he's not, he's no way he's keeping a Y on this, ever. So that's, good indicator that maybe I can go ahead and play Ditz. And he benefited quite a bit. So let's see. What are we?
Well, I'm looking at the analysis here. I'd like to.
Should I show it?
We're gonna get to talk to Harshan again, so we might as well.
We can show it. But we can show this from the Rasheed POV, right? Oh, it changed. Hold on, I'll fix that. I don't know what changed.
I wonder why that happened.
Probably something I did. I changed the window size. Yeah, it's me. Okay. We'll fix that. All good. So there we go.
So in this position, Harshan was ahead by 106. And as we look at the possible threats, Babyish for 120 is the highest scoring threat from Harshan's POV with so many tiles left. There's exactly 14. So if we imagine leaving that open, Rasheed would have gotten close, but probably wouldn't have been good enough regardless.
Yeah, that's still...
But that was the logic of playing Go, just being extra careful. There is no ease left for this spot other than the ones on Harshan's rack. And a bingo down here, which did end up happening, is not going to score nearly enough to damage Harshan's chances. So that was the most interesting play, I think, from Harshan's POV. Everything else seemed very natural. So
very fair.
Very interesting game.
To give Rasheed the credit for having the S there. I mean, pair. That definitely feels like a play you gotta at least honor that your opponent has the S there a huge amount of the time. But fair to say. Comment in the chat. Hoongan. Go back to that move, Josh. The Hogan play, which looked so good, right? Hogan looks great. That was earlier in the game here. Rasheed left UN on this play. Bingo available right here. That would have changed a lot about this game.
Yeah, definitely. That was certainly the exclamation mark on this game. So, hello, can we hear Harshan?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Hi.
We got Harshan
Welcome
back.
back.
Yes, another huge win for Harshan on the stream. Another impeccably played game by you, we have to say. How are you feeling now? You are one win off the lead, which is pretty amazing given your starting position.
Can I just say something? So I do my best not to look at the standings until it's like until it's the penultimate round.
Okay.
I just focus on the game, and then once the game's done, I focus on having a fabulous Scrabble free break. So, and that's working for me. So I'm going to keep it that way.
My apologies.
No. Not at all. Don't worry.
We'll not make that mistake again. We'll just fixate on the game and not reveal any details about the standings, which could I totally appreciate that impulse. Certainly when I'm competing, I'm looking at that thing compulsively. I could stand to have a better attitude as you do. But Josh, what questions do we want to ask Harshan about the actual game?
Oh, about the actual game, let's get to that. But first, we had some people, I guess me first and foremost, wondering what you're listening to, if you would be so kind enough to reveal prior to the games. Is it music? Is it a
Yeah.
podcast? Is it something like that?
No, just music. So I'm a big softie, so I like lots of like, feel good, inspirational songs. So every time I come across a song which is fab, I add it to my playlist. So I got quite a collection now.
Very nice. Yeah,
Nice.
that was my guess. Something soft, something nice, and
Super
yeah,
chilled. Yeah,
that can
super
only
chilled.
do you good.
Absolutely.
So yeah, some people were
100%.
wondering about that. Cool. But about the game, yeah, Will, maybe you can ask a couple questions. This was
Yeah.
a very smooth game once again for you.
Yeah, it's hard to know where to go with this. I guess the thing that I'm curious about is you maybe can't know this, but Rasheed actually had the Y. Maybe he told you after Yunks, the spot with the Z and then the A and the U together, it would be possible to play something ending in ZY for a very, very big score.
I saw
Wondering, yeah, if you saw it, and Rasheed
I saw it.
absolutely fixated on that. If you can believe it, he had a Y on his rack when he played Waver and
Right.
and Quake.
Venos too.
And Venos, yeah. So he was
time.
absolutely laser focused on that spot. Wondering if you're saying you saw it, but there really wasn't.
What can you? It would have scored a bonus score, wouldn't it? So. I wasn't going to defend it. I wasn't going to give up any equity to block that spot. But I saw the spot and I knew if I picked the Y, I would have the same focus he had. It was really good it was really sharp of him to spot the bridge and keep the Y back. That's really good Scrabble, and we should applaud him for that.
Yeah, it was to that point where he was super committed to that, so much so that even on the turn before Anility, he had Natalie lined up on the rack and passed it up there. So great vision on his part, but I would say really the only turn that had any kind of nuance, I guess, was the Dit's turn, Josh.
Yeah, so Ditz, there was for some reason the possibility of playing Tiz in that same spot, being
Right.
a little bit more defensive and keeping the better leave actually seemed worth it from the point of view of an engine. But I think part of why Ditz was probably at least equivalent was that MOE. There's no way he has a Y with that play, so the likelihood that he's going to hit that spot back is not very high. And it did give him Etearios. That was the only turning point in this game.
Yeah, very hindsight
gone differently
oriented play there.
No, I inferred. I thought he probably wasn't keeping a Y when he played MOE. That was my inference. So I wasn't that. I thought we had, I thought we had an even shot at Ditzy. And then the other thing is I was focused on the Eye of Wilder, and I don't like a D as a bingo leave. Like I preferred ERS as a bingo leave with that Eye of Wilder, as opposed to REDS. Actually, no, I think probably REDS bingo is more fun. I would, with hindsight, I'd probably play Tiz actually. It's a huge spot, isn't it? It's enormous scoring spot. And probably, yeah, I agree. With hindsight, I would have, if I had to play this game again, I would have probably gone with Tiz. I agree with that. What did you guys think of GO? What did the engine? Yeah, go on.
What were you? The engine is useless in that situation. GO, what were you thinking there? There were some big threats with Spear.
Yeah. So I saw
there
Clash.
Something specific you were worried about?
I saw like Clash, CLAYIS, and that would score like 100 plus. And I was like really fixated on keeping 2 E's back in my leave because the bag was consonant heavy. I wanted to play 2 tiles. I considered like playing GOE, but I thought that would really scupper my bingo chances, and it worked out well in the end. Because the bingos had to start under the R of waiver, either in the first position or the second position. And then at the bottom of the board, the bingo, the bonus would have to start with a vowel. So and the bag was vowel light. So that was the thinking basically. A bit of defense and kind of optimizing for out bingo. And it worked out, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
it made so much sense. It was
What
probably
did the engine think I should do in the situation?
we didn't check the engine, but I think that position was I think you probably can't lose after that play.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
If
yeah.
and we would
best
have
case
to
scenario
we'd have to look at the
of
engine
the ZY word.
with an S inference, which I don't think we did. You obviously have the bottom right of the board where you can play your G and O and other letters, but I think we totally appreciate what you did. So Harshan, we got our next players ready to rock, and we should
Yep.
let you go as well. But that was another fantastic win. You're playing so well, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games today and tomorrow. And we'll probably see you again.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Yep.
Take care. Bye.
All right, see you, Harshan.
Thanks, Harshan.
So cool. With that, we move to our next game here. Gonna go ahead and mute over the board and let Harshan continue his warpath up the standings, and we will take our little interlude here into Division B. I actually have the standings, I think, here ready to just take a quick peek. And I have to update. It looks like Boyega Akinto-kun is 2 games up, but he's going to face Caroline McLaughlin here. And Maverick Ong, look at that, the rating of 0 on a relatively newer player. Getting some intel, Josh, from our chatters on Twitch and YouTube that Maverick, a relatively newer player from Singapore, having a fantastic result in a big event here.
Yeah, that's amazing to see. I mean, looks like either the first tournament ever or first tournament on UK soil, probably first tournament on UK soil. But very, very impressive result. And wow, okay, Benjamin Hum taking the lead as we no, not quite taking the lead, but with the same record, also unrated player. So yeah, a lot of new players, at least in the UK rating system here. Maverick at the top of that list, so maybe we'll see them a bit later. But yeah, this game, Boyega versus Carolyn, and Boyega to go first. So this is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, it's always tough to know. It looks like Boyega is on the younger side, maybe. I can't tell necessarily, but you never know with these younger players in the lower division that they might be coming into these events a little bit underrated, ready to move to that top division. So we're probably going to get an idea quickly of, is this a player that is destined to have expert status, which that wouldn't be terribly surprising. Meanwhile, Caroline, a veteran player who I think is very solidly ranked in the UK scene.
Yeah, Carolyn, no slouch, that's for sure.
So players getting ready, and they are free to begin. They can go. So yeah, Harshan asking us a lot of questions. What did the engine say about this? What did the engine say about that? That is such a mindset thing of, even in a great win for Harshan there over the top dog in the standings, Rasheed Balogun, he doesn't really care that much about that. He's thinking about what could he do better? What can he learn from this game and that move? Impressive mindset from him.
Definitely. All right. First rack is drawn for Boyega, and we see a blank. Seen a lot of early blanks.
Yeah, for sure. That bag feeling good to the players on the top board early on. So I'm thinking either Vor or Rock. He's got Rock lined up. Feel like I might want to get rid of the V, but this can't be that much worse.
Yeah, maybe Vor instead. But VOR blank, you have the over prefix, so that's quite nice.
Yeah, so the tiles on Caroline's rack almost spell out a valid bingo if you just switch these 2 letters, but that's very obscure. I think players at that intermediate or higher level will probably know the word calyx with an X. The question is, how does that word pluralize, and would you know that and be able to play that? Also, but celiacs honestly, as well.
Yeah, celiacs is a way more common word, so that might be more likely.
There it is. Check it out.
She sees it.
Oh.
Celiacs.
Also calicos.
Calicos.
So if you're not sure,
Very
you've
nice.
got this available, and not quite as good probably as the words pluralizing rocks, but hey, you got a bingo, so that's good to play. Makes sense from her perspective there.
Yeah, if we have any Quebecois friends in the chat, Calice. It's not the same thing in French as it is in English. That is one of the Quebecois curse words. So
Oh.
I love to see that. I love to see that lined up on the rack. It
Oh,
just
they're
gets me a little
actually
giddy.
they're using the the timer to challenge, so we could see that
Nice.
Boyega actually challenged that, giving an extra 5 points. That's kind of cool. The screen's not optimized to show that, but that's all good. So extra 5 points there, up to 68. And now back to the Boyega. He's got a J, a V, all this other stuff. Does he have any really like dynamite play that gets rid of JV here?
No, but I think just playing. He's thinking of playing Jag and Grok. That'd be very nice.
Oh,
but maybe
fantastic.
Spotting that G hook on Rock.
Wow.
Great.
So it's vanished now available if Caroline sees it here. So it seems impossible that this spot is going to get blocked. Jag looks great if he see Jagra also here. So that's going to play and be decent. I do think that Jag is a little bit better. That R feels like it greatly improves the leave with the V. The V and the R actually have surprisingly good synergy over words available. But yeah, Caroline definitely has an opportunity here to find vanished. And that, Josh, creates a bit of a word knowledge check going forward as well.
Yeah, so if we do see this play of vanished come down, oh my god. I'm not even putting it in the right spot.
It's all right.
It's so funny. You like with this drawing. Will is so much more.
Well, are you doing this on a touchpad or you have a mouse?
No, I have a mouse, but
okay.
It's not a great one. So if we see vanish come down, we have this lane being open for this E hook.
Yeah.
E-vanish.
Vanished. Evanish. I don't even know how to say that. But yeah, that would be great. I think she's seeing it. Oh, Van. This needs to be at the start.
This is so close. It just doesn't look right.
Is she just gonna play? Is she just gonna play Van though? That's the trick. Oh, it's so close. Oh. All that needs to switch is these two. This just needs to. Well, no,
it's
the
a common
H
word, but sometimes
needs to go here.
Sometimes common words are the harder ones to spot.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm gonna see change here. This is a miss unless she hasn't hit her clock yet. She might think twice about this, but yeah, an unfortunate miss for Caroline. Oh, chived is good.
Okay. Yeah, that's a weird one.
I knew that as a phony word in the North American lexicon. So that, I mean, again, these either you find vanished or you have to find some obscure words from that C to make a better move here. So yeah, no issue with that play. Nice score, increasing Caroline's lead to 62. See if she's able to part with that V next turn.
Nice spot here. So it's been pointed out that Violone and Roke would have been a really nice spot. Uh-oh, I'm getting freezing here, I hope. Player cam? Is it just my... Okay, it's back. Hopefully. But yeah, Violone would have played with Roke instead, forced to play it to the S, but I feel like I'm not sure
if you can...
Right.
Yeah, if you can hear me, Will, there is some lag, so we might want to just wait it out.
Sounds good. I'm not really having any dropped frames or anything. That's the confusing thing. Oh. Now I am. Hey. Not sure if I'm back or what. I think I'm... You hear me okay, Josh?
Yeah.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I think it's my
Okay,
as soon
great.
as I said I'm not dropping any frames, I dropped a whole bunch of frames. So
Yeah, there's a little
hopefully
bit of a
yeah, I dropped off our Zoom call.
drop.
Let's cross our fingers and hope that it's yes. So let's just hope for the best. So Caroline, what I think maybe she's thinking about playing Valvar through this. That's a beautiful word to know, not an everyday word. But even just I'm sure there are ways of playing something through that V that are productive, but I would be very impressed to see her play that. Vav works for me here, but Guboyega has the massive Z bomb lined up though, Josh.
Yeah, Violins wasn't challenged, right?
Not that I saw.
Okay, good. It was just someone mentioning that. I missed the play entirely from my end. So, yeah, Valvar would be really, really nice. What to say?
I thought she had it.
Looks pretty good as well.
It seemed like she was considering it. It was in the exact right order, so that's why I mention it.
But a huge swing now going on after the miss of Vanished. Zune is coming down for 70 points. And with Caroline's leave of AALNR, she is not so likely to draw a big play up top.
True. But she does draw. US.
Well, people are saying it was challenged. Okay.
Okay, cool. We'll give it the extra 5.
I'll trust that.
Nice. Granulas, I guess, is on the rack. I don't know if that actually fits anywhere.
Yeah, there's I like looking at the engine choices sometimes and just being like, oh, okay. The best play right now is Zunal, according to the engine.
That's insane.
Zunal
would be an insane play, beautiful play. Really, really difficult to spot that one. So, I'm imagining something like this looks great, frankly. Just cover up the spot. Zunal, even though it scores a lot more, still leaves you vulnerable to plays just like this, except with much higher scoring tiles. So, for example, this definitely was, Boyega was lining that up to try to hit that up there. He also had Fawn under consideration. Now those plays not possible for him, and he's going to have to improvise. So totally good play by Caroline. Maybe even more practically superior to Zunal.
And I was liking her post-bingo draw of TE, but then that W, I think, it's not going to help. So yeah, Boyega to respond. He had 50 points ready to go. But yeah, he really wanted that, and I think he stopped looking for plays when he saw that. But I think maybe now something like FUD underneath. It's pretty easy, pretty nice, keeping both S's.
That would
we
be
see
great.
his hand on the board, which technically not supposed to do that, even on your turn.
All right.
I've called some players out for that in the past, but probably not bothering Caroline at all. And yeah, I think he's sort of a little bit like, oh man, that would have been nice to play fads, and now it just has to reset and find something else.
Which he'll do.
And it's interesting. Like he had a play lined up, and now I don't know if I've never seen him play, so I wonder if he's like okay, he's gonna play Fount. If he's somebody who really tries to shuffle tiles or line up plays all the time. But yeah, Fount comes down, that's a great play. Sets up the S's over here.
Yeah.
We like that.
Scoring well. Outrest. That's actually a valid word. I don't know if that actually fit anywhere. I don't think so. But this is, I believe, a valid Collins word. Can't
keeping ass and drawing arses is pretty funny.
Yeah. Nice. Soarers, there we go. So there's gonna basically, if he sees that, there it is, it's lined up. So another bingo coming next turn there. So this is gonna be tough for Caroline. I don't know if she really even has anything that good. Sorry, let me flip this board. I apologize. Feels like there should be some overlap somewhere or other between like EW here or just something here. Unfortunately, how can you do that while also using up the U?
Yeah, doesn't look super possible, but I like just wet here. ERSU, honestly, URST is what she kept last move. If you can redraw an E, you can draw into some stuff, but definitely not looking fantastic for Caroline, but she's only down 54. No need to panic yet. Little does she know, Boyega has hit.
This seems as good as anything to me. I'm trying to find something better than this, and I just can't. Like I said, I want to use the U, but it doesn't feel like there's anywhere close to this number of points on offer for any other move. So this is very good play, probably the best play by Caroline.
He's
no way.
Oh no, he's not.
He's
doing
picking
it.
this
he's
up.
Not doing it.
He's picking this up.
He's not doing it. I don't think he's actually going to play this. This is pretty likely to be some gamesmanship by Boyega.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
No. What?
That's surprising.
That is very surprising.
So this is just, I mean, just to be clear, a couple easy places to play this right here. So this is just sort of an unforced error. Surprising. I mean, he's been playing very sharp, seems in complete command. So that is definitely a surprise to see. That's kind of like the Scrabble equivalent of like missing a dunk or something like that. When he's been draining, it's missing a dunk when he's been like draining threes and like doing finger rolls and behind the back, reverse passes and stuff like that. He's been playing great, and now missing the dunk with that move, but gives Caroline a big opportunity. Unfortunately, what do you do if you're in her shoes? You can't really deal with the two threats effectively.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that I guess her best plays tend to put a letter over here that can get hooked for a lot more with Soarers. She didn't challenge Soarers. It looks like she only challenged ETS.
Yeah.
But I think both players know that Soarers is valid. So maybe we just see Quip come down.
Yeah.
There's really no way to access everything and block everything.
Right.
At the same time, you would have to actually have a 7-letter word from rocks to be able to interfere with everything.
Yep.
So Quip makes a lot of sense. Might even be better than Quipo, just to keep that extra vowel.
Well, the S hook on Quipo immediately becomes the best bingo as well. So, all right, here we go. Try number 2. Totally devoid of emotion on Boyega's part. You would never know he just goofed there. And this is a good play. I kind of like this.
Okay, this is great. I like this. She has challenged.
Yeah. So she only challenged ETS, maybe thinking
Yeah.
that Sorers was also invalid and try to get him to play that and potentially lose a second turn. Very smart. This word is valid and it gets to stay, so an extra 5 points for him. Nice gamesmanship. Not really, just strategy, really, on her part. Now we see what her draw is, and is she going to be able to answer back? A good draw is pretty important here. Oh, so the sport actually is a word. That is going to be a tough.
Wow.
That is going to be a tough one. If she knows it, that would be fantastic here. Oh, she might. There. Look at the order. Look at the order.
She can play B Sports through the S of Sorers.
Oh man, she had it lined up. So curious.
She could also just play B Sport and Founds. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
B Sport here, right?
This is a knowledge check for sure.
She instantly
Caroline.
lined it up. Look at this. She has it.
Yeah.
But does she know it, right? Like that's the difference. She sees it. No question. She sees it.
Yeah. This is tough. You're down 70, so wanting to play something that you're not sure of becomes a little bit more tantalizing than usual. Normally, if you're not sure of a word, it only costs 5 points for your opponent to challenge, so you don't want to throw caution to the wind. So yeah, if she's has a significant amount of doubt, I think we're going to see something like prob come down, making Joe an ab. But yeah, this is a very, very key moment for Carolyn.
As you said, Josh, the score is my biggest hope that maybe she's going to go for it here if she feels like, man, I kind of have to. But then again, she's not down by that much. If she were down by like 30 more points, I could see her go for it for sure, just sort of aspirationally. Here, you do feel like, oh man, losing a turn could take a potentially winnable game and move it into lost territory needlessly. So there is prob.
Exactly.
There is prob.
Yeah, if you think about it in terms of, safety or like just sort of if you're unsure of a word and it turns out that it's not a word and you play it in this position, you're almost never winning the game. Whereas if you play something like prob, you keep good letters, you're eating into your deficit, there's still places to play. There's a significant chance that Carolyn can make a comeback. So trying to reduce the risk aversion is almost always the correct decision with a challenge rule where it only costs 5 points to challenge. So
yeah,
totally understandable. Prob being held and being challenged by Boyega.
Yep.
So it seems like Boyega has probably studied a decent amount of bingos, but maybe not as well versed in the shorter words from what I've seen.
It's
here.
tough.
So
I mean, it's
probably,
different skills learning both of those sets of words, Josh. It's like it's like dribbling versus 3-point shooting or something.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like we said with yesterday with the young player in the top division, somehow I'm forgetting his name.
Sam Crispin.
Sam Crispin. He is also, just not as experienced. So just the word knowledge can always come later. So I'm not really too concerned when I see players that are up and coming make word knowledge mistakes. I usually say that's totally fine. That's something you can always work on. So,
yeah,
we see very good strategy on display, and that's what makes somebody potentially really good at Scrabble long term is their understanding of the game from early on. As we see a horrendous draw for Carolyn.
Yeah, brutal. That sucks. No sugarcoating it. ETS and drawing 4 vowels there, absolutely brutal. Not what she wants to see at all. So yeah, that's a tough one. She's gonna have to buckle down. is out C lined up on the rack. I don't think that's where she's going to go with this. I'm sure she will elect to try to play off some vowels and keep the rest of that together. It is worth mentioning, though, she's got this nice leave with an S in it, but this is not the best S hook ever. It's very, very specific. You would need an S in either third or second position to play a word here. Other than that, board's not good for an S leave, Josh. So if there was a good option to burn it and score a lot of points, I would say go for it. I don't even see that.
No, I think here you probably just play Roue, R-O-U-E. That way you're setting up a nicer spot for the S. It's certainly not ideal, but I think although this R is good for you for maybe 8-letter words, I think playing off those 3 vowels makes sense. The problem it is that Carolyn's only down 60, but this is a big spot that she can do really so little to address. I think she's considering playing EWE or WEE, or just no. Okay, it's just EE. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I was thinking maybe you play through the W to set up this sneaky sevens lane, but
and look at this.
Taking out the spot makes perfect sense. And yeah, she dodged a huge bullet there. So
yeah,
I like this decision.
Teth ready to come down with the H, or I guess the other M, the 2 tiles that you would want to dodge in this spot. Boyega had the H, so he was ready to absolutely hammer this for 50-ish points. She dodges that by playing that, and now, all right, out buys. Wow, this is funny. We saw up buys, Josh, earlier. Depot Akanbi against Rasheed Balogun. Rasheed actually pluralizing up buy. This word also an adjective, so this is, you cannot put this on, but this is valid. So she might know this word. It comes up a lot. YouTubes. We got YouTubes here. Through a U. That's I thought she had that set up for a second, maybe by accident, but I saw it because I got YouTube on the brain, as you all know.
Nice.
So yeah, let's see.
All right, Hinge. This is his best score.
Sure.
32 points.
Nice job.
GTT leave pretty bad, but at this point, if he keeps scoring, it's going to be hard to lose.
Yeah, good play by him for sure. GTT, like you say, not the best, but he can manage, and that is definitely the most points on offer. Liking that for him, and now Bowie on set aside for Caroline. That's definitely the word I would want to play. If I look at these letters and think to myself, if I could play any word, what would it be? This is it. I don't know if she this doesn't seem worth doing really. So where maybe she'll decide, no, there isn't anywhere that good for me to play this, and move on to other options.
Just, what are those options? Do you play YU and Quipu? It's a weird hook.
Yeah.
Do you play Ruby from this R, from this R? You're not even setting up an S hook if you do that. Things are not looking so good. I guess you could play BYE next to Soarers and
you
try to set this part of the board open.
You need to bingo, but you also need points. This is definitely at a level where even if Caroline does bingo, she needs it to matter. So scoring enough points on this move is important to make that be true. Tough position for her.
She has the last S, so it could be some interesting ideas like hub on offer. But maybe...
That's fun. Yeah, if you have the last S, this area is extremely annoying to block, right? If you do a play like this, it's really, really tough to block it that well. I guess you're just looking at playing something here, which is kind of weak. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a nice way to get a better S hook on the board and also score decently well. Issue is you keep both the B and the U on your rack, which is going to require a bit of help from the bag, but I feel like that's a creative way to open a line, Josh.
Yeah, this S hook, which I actually did not know to be valid, is quite nice. And we see the blank on a 2-tile draw.
There
That's
we
what,
go.
Carolyn needed.
It's gonna be. I'm sure there are bingos with these letters, but they're probably also quite
so
tough.
close. He had Atabeg.
Wow, that would be
spot.
crazy. That
For
would
a
be
second,
crazy.
I thought that's what he was playing.
That would have been insane to see that go down. Yeah. Close. I mean, good idea to put the E hook on here. That's nice. Little bit of an imbalanced sleeve. I think he just drew I, which is there are a bunch of I's still coming. Are we going to see bespouse?
That's what I think she's lined up here. Yeah, bespouse through this S of Sorhers. Unfortunate placement, just because this is such a huge, putting an E here, such a huge thing to offer your opponent, but this thing is also huge. So very dynamic play if that's what she decides to do. She has some other options, kind of obscure words. We saw mention of bourrees in the chat, which scores very well. Bourrees, but does open up a big spot here.
Gross. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
See. She doesn't need to bingo now. She can wait another turn or two. Unfortunately, there just doesn't seem to be any way to score in this position if you don't bingo without using your S.
Yeah. If she doesn't bingo, it looks like Boyega has lined up a tire ring through this R, which would effectively put the game out of reach. So good eye on his part. Not sure if she's counting tiles. I was like, is she stopping the clock or something? Yeah, she will. This would be a great opportunity to try to find something here. But like I said, Josh, those words are all very obscure. So you could see her elect to, this word equip. She might know that this takes an E hook. Maybe she just plays something like B here to bide her time. And if that happens, a tiring is going to be the play from the Division B leader, Boyega Akintokun, who is going to be solidifying his first place status there. Already 2 games up. So this could be somebody.
Look at that spread.
Yeah, enormous.
Oh, nice. All right. Looks like she's seen berets. Can only imagine.
She's got to know that word.
That's what's lined up.
That is a great spot by her. That's going to buy her some life in this game for sure. It also even puts the B here if she wants to get the extra points. Maybe she'll slot it over for fewer points to avoid. No, that puts a vowel there too. I think you might as well take the points. So.
Yeah, so this is a situation like we saw last game where Rasheed saw his bingo, but was not totally sure of it. And in a position where you pretty much want to play anything that you're kind of sure of, but yeah, it looks like some uncertainty there, the cause, but she did block a tiring.
She saw it.
Still in the game.
She definitely saw those words and just wasn't willing to risk the game right now on pulling the trigger. But the thing about it is, got to go for it here at some point with the score deficit being what it was. I know, of course, you don't want to play a phony and blow it all in one move, but I'm so sure she saw that there. But all right, foisted. That doesn't quite fit with Rubes or with Aots or with Founds.
Yeah,
so she'll have to come up with something else. There are
like
bingos
I said,
here.
It's not over. It's not over.
All.
Even if Carolyn doesn't bingo next turn, she has options now to play like EF. set up the lane here. And it might also not be great if, let's say, Boyega plays his highest score here of Hing, which probably doesn't really want to do that, opening this lane with the blank out. But it is his highest score. That will be playing 3 tiles in a bag of 10, which means that if Carolyn responds with the bingo, she's going to be drawing exactly 7 tiles, and Boyega is going to have first dibs on that endgame, that all-important endgame where tempo is king. So I think if Boyega does play 3 or more tiles here, it's probably not worth playing a bingo for Carolyn. So we'll see if she recognizes that fact. Both players have checked the bag. This is something you're allowed to do. During a tournament game, you're allowed to check how many letters are left as long as you're not looking or peering into the bag. So I think both players should be aware of the potential of this going on.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, it is definitely easy to get so focused on the move at hand that you forget to look into the bag, or even, as I have done before, just count wrong in the bag. Just count more or fewer tiles than there actually are. Hate to do that in a big spot. Getting that bookkeeping correct. It's weird because crossing off the letters as they're played is literally something that anybody can do. No matter how experienced you are, you just have a list of letters, and every time anybody plays a word, you just knock them off. But Scrabble players of every stripe pretty much can make mistakes with that. And it has huge reverberations on your endgame calculations when you do. So it's hard for us as commentators to know exactly when that's happened until it's too late. We can know after it's happened sometimes.
Yeah, we are privileged in our commentary positions, Will, but I can't wait. I don't know, this whenever I commentate makes me want to play a tournament.
Absolutely.
As soon as
that
possible.
Is such a thing. That is such a thing. You watch everybody else really, diving into these awesome games, and you're just like, man, I want to get out there myself. Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. So, yep. 100%.
So, Boyega is taking some time for the first time this game on this ever important decision with 10 tiles in the bag. And yeah, this is an important spot. You're very much in the lead, you're very much in control, but you don't want to relinquish that control with an inaccurate play. So we did mention something like king being possible for score. There was mention of this potential play Zati. I guess the problem with Zati is it does leave more than 7 in the bag. So you will be in some sort of lack of information position if after Zati, Carolyn plays 7 tiles off and draws 7 out of 8. So yeah, this isn't easy. This really isn't easy. I could see pretty much anything possibly in this position for but he has to play Zati. That is his best leave. ATING, lots of possibilities with that. So now I think bingo's on the table for Carolyn. She is down 80 points. But with a nice draw of the X, she might be
could make a serious threat. Yep, for sure.
Migrant
on the rack. Remating emigrant. Nothing playing through. Oh, almost through this E. Remating. Shockingly close. Ooh, wow. 1 letter off the board. But yeah, she sees foodies. Now is definitely the time, I would say, to go for it and hope. Here it comes. It's going to definitely...
I don't know. I'm not too sure.
It's going to give counterplay, so maybe this isn't... Yeah, this is tough. I mean, you have to hope for... I don't even know exactly what type of rack you need Boyega
Obviously,
to have.
if she knows she knows Zund, that would be very nice. But
Oh,
yeah,
sweet.
it's getting
Zund.
difficult.
That
So
is
Foodie's her best score.
cool.
It's very nice that she's putting the blank here rather than the O. That does give a little bit less back in return to Guega if he does cover this triple. So a nice little adjustment there.
Yeah. This
I think with this draw of the M, the M is going to be very key here too.
Yeah,
ensuring a very nice position going into this endgame.
Yeah, I agree. It's close. X is coming, potentially. I guess it could be the last tile in the bag, but X is going to come as a threat to help Caroline, but I do think that something nice is going to come down right here for Boyega, and that's going to be tough to outrun in the endgame, potentially. But I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
It's possible. We'll see what she gets. Unseen to Boyega here, AILLTUXY. So, yeah, I think if he covers that triple, there's probably not much for him to worry about. But it's very important to double check. So we see 5 of those 8 tiles. Will she leave the L in the bag? No, she leaves the T in the bag. That's probably a decent tile for Guega to draw. So somebody mentioned in the chat, non-migrant.
Yeah.
Almost fits.
Absolutely insane spot there by Swait on YouTube. That's crazy. Non-migrant. I don't even know if I would be able to pull the trigger on this. Playing that here, that is completely crazy. I guess if I had to, I might, but that is wild. So, let's see.
Yeah, what are we worried about if we're Guega? That's what we have to be thinking about. He's thinking about playing Gram. What's really cool is they just added the N.
Engram. Oh my god, that's crazy. If you think about that, that's so cool to see that go down. Gives you a little better timing in the end game for sure.
Yeah, I think if Graham does come down, I cannot see the leader winning or losing this game. But I'm gonna make sure he has a ton of time just to try and sort through the possibilities, possible problems in this position. You don't have full information, but you have pretty close to full information, and you can. Our brains can sort of handle 8 letters and try and put those 8 letters on our rack in our minds and try and figure out, is there anything big that I have to worry about if I cover this big spot that the X could go in?
Yeah.
So that's what Guega is going to be doing here. Don't know how long he'll take. I think the older and more experienced we get, the more deliberate we are in these situations. But the exuberance of youth might lead us to make a decision that looks very, very good, a little bit quicker than might be advisable. Sometimes you don't see a threat and you just get very, very surprised in the end game. And you're like, well, I had 10 minutes. I could have seen that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It takes like one event of that happening for you to stop doing that for like 50 more games, at least in my experience. I'll rush a pre-end game thinking I'm totally golden and then lose a game maybe once every 50 or 100 games. I won't do it for a while. I'll remember the sting of that loss, and then it fades, and I need to lose that way again to relearn the lesson. And hopefully someday, maybe speaking it into existence, I can stop doing that, but it feels like a cycle that's somewhat doomed to repeat.
And on the other hand, using your time advantage as a weapon, as Guega has done this game, he's played very quickly. Carolyn low on time pretty early in the game. That is something to be considered too. I've gotten into situations where I wasn't sure if my play was good enough, but I figured that the more I tried to use my time to figure it out, the more likely my opponent would be to figure out the way forward if there was some way for them to win. So that's another thing. Carolyn being under 4 minutes at the time of Graham might might be good to continue to exert that time pressure. In this particular instance, it doesn't seem like Boyega can go out with his TINT other than to this S. So the engine is suggesting blocking this play with
Then
YILLS, which also sets
saving
up
the setting up your X.
AX.
But even that is not enough to win with optimal play, and I don't think, given Boyega's letters, there's only so suboptimally that he can play, right? There's not going to be a move that's like massive, unlikely to be a move that's massively better than anything else. He basically will just get rid of probably 3 of his letters on and squeak this one out. But yeah, interesting game for sure. Still a chance for Caroline to try to do something. She's using every last second to imagine, how can I come up with a cool way to put some pressure on here.
Yeah, I mean, Zunel, still possible.
That's fun.
That
That
is a big,
scores a
high-scoring
lot.
play.
40 points. That's crazy to get here. Very difficult to imagine that spot if you don't know the word, and even if you do, it's hard to think to play up there.
Yeah. Even if the X was the last tile in the bag, Zunel would not have been good enough to win for Carolyn, but it's still something. And sometimes when the scores are close, anything can happen. We've all been there. We've all messed up in the end game, just like Will was talking about. The more you mess up, the more battle hardened you get. So it looks like Carolyn is going to play Ilex, which does not block Tint.
Yeah.
And unless something very bizarre happens, I think the game is going to end here and now with Boyega playing a very pedestrian outplay of Tints.
Pedestrian, but absolutely correct to just end the game before Caroline can play her Y somewhere. Sometimes the simple word is what's called for, and this is one of those times, so nicely done. Not that hard to see for sure, but nicely executed. And another win for Division B's top dog, as you said, Josh. I definitely see a player on the rise here. Shoring up those short words, ETS, that was really, given the standard of play that Boyega showed in every other position, that stood out as an aberration for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, great game. Both players playing quite well. Reminder that this is a lower division game. So, yeah, they're not going to be playing like grandmasters, but honestly, very impressed with both of them.
Not sure if we will do an interview for this one as well. We can use that as an opportunity to learn a little more about Boyega Akintokun. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, either way, we can cut back. I think it's still a little early. The standings there's still a lot of results yet to come in, so they're going to look kind of the way they did before. But I mean, just a quick refresher maybe as we look at Division B standings here. It looks like Ben Humb won his previous game, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, Boyega is going to move up back to 2 games ahead of him. So yeah,
yeah, already has. Yeah, 16-6 plus 1407, massive. He is trailing a little bit.
I think he's gonna get a 17.
To Emmanuel Egbele.
I think he'll get a 17.
Oh,
this was round 23.
Oh yeah, this was round 23.
Yeah. So he'll pop back up.
Sorry, Emmanuel Egbele with I was gonna say a very.
We saw
nice
him earlier,
well.
I think. Yeah, we saw a good game between. I can't remember his opponent. But yeah, a lot of zeros here. Players competing in the UK for the first time. Surely not competing in Scrabble tournaments for the first time. Um, but great to see lots of people making the trip to the UK. So let's just make sure we don't. I see we got the headset here.
Nice.
If he wants it.
Cool.
He may hear us, but we'll need to. There we go. We're getting the unmute button here. I think we're going to be ready to chat in just a second. I think we should be good. So let's test. Boyega, can you hear us here in the booth? Yeah. Make sure you put the earpiece on your headset. It might be higher up to tilt it down. Oh,
great.
Yeah, faintly. Oh yeah, it is in the right spot. So anyway, yeah, Will Anderson and Josh Sokol here in the commentary booth. That was a really fun game to watch. You played extremely well, so congratulations, not only on this game, but 2 games up from your closest competitors in your division. So how does it feel to be off to such a good start against your competition?
Well, the first 2 days were kind of like 3 losses on each day, but I think I've been off to a very good start today. I've not lost any game, and I plan to maybe be hired by maybe 1, 2 or 3 games going to the King of the Hill, so that even if a tough luck comes, it will still be able to earn me the victory. And I've been also trying to gather as much spread as I can. So I think so far it's looking good.
Yes, it is. Josh, Boyega mentioning he's trying to gather as much spread as possible. He has done exactly that.
Yeah, you only have one competitor in that situation as well. Emmanuel also with very high spread. 2 games, I think 2 games behind you, depending on his result in the last game. So yeah, doing a great job, having a good day. It's very nice to have that sort of cushion. So yeah, this game went pretty well for you. There was that one hiccup with ETS. So tell us a little bit about your, I guess, your journey in Scrabble. How long have you been playing, and is this your first tournament in the UK soil, right?
I've been playing for about 7 years now, and
7 years.
yeah. Although I used to play in local tournaments in Nigeria, I kind of took a break from professional screen for about 7 months or so. I've played. I played tournaments in Nigeria. I also played at the winter match play in Milton Keynes. That was in November last year, which I won the Division B. So I would say I'm slightly above average. I'm still working on my game, and like you saw in the funny for ETS, I kind of hesitated because it looked. Some part of me told me it was wrong, and I wanted to just. If you notice, when I put the S, I hesitated, but I don't know. I just felt losing that turn, I'll still be able to squeeze the game out in the end. So.
Yeah, for sure. You had a number of other places to play that, so if you had any inkling that would be good, it makes sense to go ahead and try it, knowing that you're going to be able to bingo on your next turn almost no matter what, with a number of other options. But yeah, I feel like I would just say that the play of violons, that was a very nice find. It seems like your bingo knowledge is very advanced. Is that an area of your game you feel is a strength?
Oh well, maybe the easy ones with like 1 or 2 for three scoring tiles like the VNP and the rights and the high probability ones. But when it comes to like the obscure, I'm not really good at that. So I kind of read based on probability. So I think, yeah, for the flexible tiles, it's maybe one or two biggies. Yeah, I think I'm kind of strong with that.
Well, definitely very solid knowledge on display from you in this game. Definitely want to communicate to you that you have a nice audience of people in both YouTube and Twitch. Certainly the YouTube audience is saying, tell Boyega that he has a very strong fan club watching along, rooting for you from Nigeria. So definitely want to pass that message along. No surprise there. I myself, I made a video about the scene, the Scrabble scene in Nigeria, and I know how incredibly deep and strong and proud the Nigerian Scrabble scene is, and you have their backing as you continue to advance in the standings at this tournament. So, Josh, any final follow-ups before we let Boyega go take his break? Ooh, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yes. No, I don't think I have anything to add. But congrats again on your victory, and yeah, keep it up, and maybe we'll see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
Sounds good. All right, there you go. There's our winner. So we'll complete with the interview. I'm going to mute the Zoom call once again. So that was a lot of fun to watch that game. And yeah, so we'll be moving back, I believe, into our Division A games now going forward. So maybe we'll go cut to the standings here and just take a look and see. I don't think any of these rounds are in yet, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, there we got, wow, that was very snap your fingers and in come the new pairings. But only a couple of these games, Josh, are reflective of round 23 results. That was a relatively fast game that just completed. Oh, headset was on backwards. Okay, yeah, it was tough. We'll get that corrected later. But cool. So looks like results are coming in. The only one I see, a new name to the top group in the standings, Josh. Chris Cumins must have been winning a ton of games to jump up into the green zone.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well. I saw that he was in 8th place, I think, a couple rounds ago, right below Chris Leipe. So it was like the two Chris's. And so, yeah, he's moving up to 5th place now after, I think, what was it, Bob Linn taking a loss there.
Yeah.
So very impressive stuff. Maybe we could show him. Or maybe we'll go a bit higher. We have another
Rasheed Harshan again.
Yeah.
Sammy and Kevin. I mean, we really are spoiled here. Again, it might be cool to have Chris on just because I know there's going to be David Webb fans out there who are going to be excited for that matchup as well. And then we get to see Chris on the stream for the first time. So that's an appealing game as well. So, yeah, I am not 100% sure. I guess in the absence, I'm going to run a poll on YouTube, but you have to respect that this is not pure democracy. If our producers say we have these guys on stream, then you have to abide by that. So let's pretend this is democratic. You guys can say who you want. And I'm going to put some of the top options on here. I don't know if you want to do the same. Chris versus David. I think I'll stick with just those three, Josh. Rasheed versus Harshan, Sammy versus Kevin, and Chris versus David. What do you think? Am I missing anything?
Okay, sure.
So we'll run this poll. Polling audience. But if you pick one, that's fine. So let's see. Wow. Looks like a Rasheed versus Harshan so far dominating the poll. I definitely think these are going to be
Nice.
3 great games, so I don't like Rasheed, Harshan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of love from Nigeria, a lot of love from the UK as well, so no surprises there.
Let's quoting me out of context. Hey Will, where's Nigel? Good question. Nigel has not been traveling as much overseas to play in recent times. That's something that I actually don't necessarily want to speculate on why that is. I think it might be, some stuff that I don't want to speak out of turn about, potentially family stuff that I'm not really poised to speak on, but I know that Nigel, at his earliest convenience, is very likely to be back on the scene. He happens to not be here, and it is a bit of a trek to go to the UK to compete. It's quite a ways across the world, Josh. So no surprise in that regard.
Yeah, I think we've probably with the Spanish victory, we've probably witnessed the peak of Nigel. I'm sure he'll be back a few times over the next few years, but yeah, there's still a lot of content to come. Don't you guys worry. Just because he's not playing as many tournaments as we would like him to, still a lot to chatter about. So look at that. Sammy taking the lead over Rasheed.
Does this affect the poll result at all? We got a new first place player, the legend himself, Sammy Okosaga. We've seen him a number of times. I feel like now I kind of, given that we've seen so much Rasheed already due to him being in first place, I kind of want to see Sammy and Kevin, in fact. But the poll doesn't lie. Rasheed versus Harshan, and that, you can't really go wrong with that one either. So potentially we will actually honor democracy here on the Wanderer 15 and Extra Typo Twitch channel, which is a rarity. Just to be very crystal clear with you in the audience, that is a rarity, and you should not get used to that.
So dictatorial. I love it.
Gonna get the Harshan.
The tyrant Will Anderson has spoken.
That's right. That's how we like it.
Love to see that.
So
hey,
yes,
I'd vote for you even if it didn't matter.
Thank you so much. All right. I think producer Lukeman is saying we are going to go with Harshan versus Rasheed, which is a repeat matchup of one we've already seen. But that's going to be fantastic to see if Rasheed. It's gut check time. Rasheed has relinquished the top spot in the standings, but he still very, very much controls his own destiny. I might add that a couple of these games haven't come in yet, so we could see Harshan and Kevin McMahon leapfrog Sammy. So just because, maybe these two are playing right now, in fact, so the winner of this game might pop up into first place, depending on the size of the victory. Definitely if Kevin wins this game, which I think is between these two players. Sorry, I should not be doing this on here. I should be doing it here. Kevin winning, he'll be in first. Harshan winning, depends on how much he wins, where he'll be. So, exciting stuff for sure. Yeah, anything to add on that front, Josh, as I get the matchup set?
Yeah, really, at this point, there are 9 games left, or 10, 23, 24. I know how to do math. 9 games left. So it's really anyone's tournament still. There are people at 14 and 9 that could still easily win this tournament if they go on a nice roll. So honestly, any game that's within like the top 10 or 12, I think is fair game here. So to see the repeat, potential revenge between Rasheed and Harshan, that was such an interesting game. Sounds good to me, honestly. I don't really mind. I don't have as much of an opinion as some of the people in the chat. Maybe that means I shouldn't vote because I'm not I don't believe too strongly in it.
Well, we have our answer. Harshan winning against Kevin. All right, let's lock it in and get Harshan back. Maybe we get yet another fun post-game conversation with him. So this is going to be a matchup between the second place player in the standings and the third place player in the standings. Let me just see. I'm not quite ready yet to showcase the matchup. Automating this someday is going to be so cool. All right, we're locking that in. So
yeah,
that's
players are sitting down.
Okay, nice. So quick cut to this. Let's see if we got all this correct. Harshan's not in first place. I need to fix that. He's actually in second place. I also have his spread way too high because I didn't fix that. But the other stuff is now correct. So, all right, let's just cut over here. I'll fix it on the fly. Harshan going first. Uh-oh. Fix the rack cam. That's fine. It's visible. I got it. I will fix it. There we go. It just changed a little bit, and we should be fine. Cool.
Good.
I think we're all set here. Country flag.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the last round's game started before the hour, I think. So I'm pretty sure once Sammy's back from his likely smoke break, we'll get things going.
Oh, Rasheed.
Or sorry, not Sammy. It's Rasheed. It's Rasheed playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the pairings mixed up.
Yep.
So Rasheed should be ready. I don't think he smokes.
Yeah. So more Harshan, that's a good thing. And again, I'm fascinated to see if Rasheed can fight back. Sometimes that happens, right? There's a fatigue factor of being in first place for so long, fending off those challengers every time, playing against people like Harshan, Sammy, Kevin McMahon over and over, Ben Shonbrun. It's grueling. It's tough. All those guys are so good. Those players are so scary. And fatigue sets in, Josh.
Fatigue? What are you talking about, Will? Are you projecting? I got so much energy left. We're not even playing the tournament.
Where even are we? Hold on a second.
This is, yeah.
We're here?
Yeah, this is round 24. 3
Oh
games
my
left today.
God, are you kidding me? We got 3 games left. So we have this one, and this one. I mean,
do you need me to fly solo? You can take a nap.
No, I'm saying we're excited. Saying I'm excited. I'm saying I thought we would be close to done, and now I feel excited that we get even more.
Sure.
I'm feeling great.
Nice. But yeah, it was mentioned earlier. Like you don't even ingest caffeine. So very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Starting things off at 4:30 in the morning. You were awake even before then. Yeah, I need at least some tea these days. I really tried not to get addicted to coffee, and I've succeeded. But tea, I've been using for sure. And I think Harshan as well is a big fan of tea. There is a tea break after this round, and then 2 rounds before dinner.
Nice.
But 5 rounds after lunch, I struggle with that. I get hungry after 3 games. What about you?
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, somebody maybe asked in the chat, what's my go-to meal at a tournament? And I eat like a pig at tournaments. I eat so bad. I need to improve that. I feel like in my dreams, I would love to get it set up where I could cook more of my own food at a tournament. But usually I just go out and eat trash. So maybe someday I'll do it right and,
you
actually
heard it here first.
Protect
Will
my...
is Oscar the Grouch.
Well, I'm not in the trash can as I eat. So, I mean, does Oscar the Grouch eat the trash in his trash can? I guess probably, right?
Well, Oscar the
throw...
Grouch doesn't exist anymore. I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching don't even know the lore
of Oscar.
I think they like bleached out, or a bunch of like Cookie Monster became like Vegetable Monster or something like that. But I think Oscar does eat what's in the trash. I don't know if you've never dumpster dove, Will? Guess you've never had to.
No, I don't think so. I've never done that. I'm fortunate, but yeah, I just I sort of take the path of least resistance at tournaments, not really paying attention to the fact that brain food would actually go a long way in this game. It's you're burning through calories. The old truism or axiom that chess players are burning through thousands of calories in a game as they sit there and calculate for hours on end. Scrabble is in that class, so where you're really burning through mental energy and putting bad stuff in, bad stuff out, right? You put bad food in, then bad ideas come out of your brain potentially.
Yeah, that's true. I certainly know about that. It's hard. Sometimes the lunch breaks aren't that long. Sometimes the food options aren't that great. Yeah, it depends. Really depends on the tournament. But eating good food is important. Even when you commentate.
I guess, yeah, that's true. I mean, when I'm at home, I eat well. So it's actually maybe commentating is the dream job for me. I can leave my career as a player behind, stay at home, eat good food all the time, healthy food, watch everybody else stress out over all these tough decisions, look at the engine and see all the cool plays without having to work that hard. It's a pretty sweet gig as I think about it. But then, as we said, Josh, commentating, the number one thing I want to do after a long commentary stint is get back out there.
Yeah, it's true. However, the best way for anybody to support these efforts of commentary. Will, can I plug your thing yet?
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to?
What thing? My channel?
Your Patreon?
Oh, no, not yet. At some point. It doesn't exist yet. I meant to have it up. I think I want to do that. So, yeah,
I already owe you $10 from somebody earlier, I think, gifting some bits on Twitch. But if I get specific donations on Twitch or maybe on Patreon for Will, I will certainly honor those because Will is doing this, I mean, ridiculous amount of work. And
it's
amazing. You deserve so much support for this.
Well, I mean, the reason that I would be setting that up is for the first time I am working with editors to help me. So I'm paying out of my own pocket, out of the revenue the channel makes, for YouTube editors to help me manage the burden of making these videos. So I feel like, on the one hand, the channel is making enough money to support that, even though I run the minimum possible ads. But it's still enough that I can reinvest in having an editor help me out, like I said. But I feel like I think having a Patreon would be cool because there are other things I want to do. I would love to defray the cost of having an editor and maybe also get set up with some of the equipment, for example, that you use to maybe stream my POV at tournaments, maybe pay some people to do some POV type streams on this channel. So there's definitely other things, and I could also make exclusive content and things like that to make it worth people's while. So I do feel like at some point I want to try that out and see what the response is and really try to make it a good experience for patrons that want to support my efforts going forward. So yeah, that's the spiel there. It's not ready yet, but coming soon. And we can put a lid on that convo for now as we're about to watch a rematch of a critical game in the standings. Harshan and Rasheed. Harshan going first, Josh.
Yeah, let's see what he gets. I really, really love seeing the first track. The first track says so much about the potential flow of the game. Obviously, anything can happen, but
Cool.
Sometimes there's an opening bingo. Sometimes there's a really, really weird rack like this. I've never seen this rack before and probably will never see it again.
Oh, yuck. My gut says, as gross as this is, I'm probably just wanting to play Ivy and move on here. The rest of the letters are not so toxic that you can't salvage this. I'm probably playing Ivy quick, and I'm guessing Harshan has that set to the side for the same reason.
Yeah. It's worth playing Ivy. It's very defensive, but you can't be happy with that CEUY leave.
Sure can't. The U famously so crappy with other tiles, prominently the W and V, but the Y is close behind in terms of tiles that have very poor synergy with the Y, with the U, I should say. I don't know, what did I say? The Y is close behind for synergies that have poor, for tiles that have poor synergy with the U. There we go. I got it out. Yes. Cool. So that's what he goes with.
Speaking of Ys.
Was there even anything better than even close to Ivy there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You can't play Vice.
Right.
So Y comes down, very defensive response. You could have seen maybe Way, so putting that E inside, moving WH over. But that would give actually significantly more back to Harshan, as he draws a blank and Rasheed draws a bingo rack.
Whoa.
Very interesting.
Not quite, man. It looks like Harshan is close to stuff, but I don't think he actually has anything. There's definitely... Does he? Let me not speak out of turn. We're looking. We know that Rasheed definitely has plenty of stuff here. Should be able to do all manner of bingos with Tivy at a minimum if he wants to play that hook, or parallels to Ivy as well. So I would be hard pressed to imagine Rasheed not bingoing here. But yeah, what do you
really
think?
doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter what Harshan does here. There's going to be a bingo coming down. So the engine is suggesting YEA. Guess that doesn't give too much back, but the leaves much to be desired.
Wow.
So I'd be looking a while here, maybe
points.
Uva.
I
really want to play Koyo, COYAU. That'd be very nice, but
nowhere for it. Yeah. Tough.
But yeah, we'll see what he decides here. There are many reasonable options. We could even just see like Yo. Just get rid of that O, which that we don't really want. Could see something maybe. We see anything longer than that? Probably not.
Longer than Yo ending in an O?
Longer than a 3-tile play.
Oh, so. Yeah. Yuka on top of the W. That doesn't look smart. No need to open a triple when you absolutely do not have to, I would say. Maybe it's worth thinking about. My immediate feeling is I don't want to do that play. But yeah, this is actually a very, very tricky turn. It's hard to know which of these really close options is going to be technically better than the other. I guess if I had to decide, I might play Yuva here and pray that opponent does not have an E or an S. I don't know.
You could even... Is it crazy to exchange here? It's probably not optimal, but exchanging here could...
Not crazy.
You know, just put Rasheed in an awkward situation a lot of the time. Because the fact that we have this shape here, this little boot, any play that leaves the confines of this area is going to give back some better spots. than what's already available.
Thinking of Yuka.
And yeah, I mean, it's just you're going to make a concession regardless. And so you are down 2, but you have the blank. So why not make your opponent make the concession? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing about Yuka is you're putting a U here, which isn't really, yeah, could you get hit with the X? I guess, but your opponent just played 2 tiles, which makes it next to impossible that they have a play like that. And any 4-letter word or longer that, well, it would be a 4 because the C would be here stopping anything. So the U is here. Rasheed, let's say he plays here. That gives you a letter to potentially play 8-letter words to or from that letter. Maybe that's how things play out. I still feel like I would rather play this position tighter. And there we go. This is, Josh, you said this is the play the engine likes, right?
Well, on the surface level, I am definitely more partial to the Juva kind of situation, even though it
Okay.
looks really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to get hit nicely, I guess, for Rasheed. He has Tangier all the way.
Oh, nice.
So that's going to be quite nice. That's his best score at 86. Don't see any reason not to play that.
Yeah. The thing I guess I like most about Yuva is that, yeah, you give back this E hook and S hook, but if your opponent has a bingo, so be it. If they don't have a bingo, the resulting board is so hard to work on. Whereas this, even if Rasheed didn't have a bingo, the odds of him having a nice overlap that bails him out underneath here is pretty good. So I feel like even though Yuva hooks so well with E, and E, the most common tile in the set, what good is it if it's not a bingo? It's going to be hard to score that well with that hook. So holding the blank, that might greatly favor Harshan. So that was really tough, but I guess I'm feeling thematically like Yuva would have been good. But either way, Harshan was going to get hit with a bingo there, and we move on, and we're going to see after Harshan does his bookkeeping, can he respond to the bingo here or not? Oh boy, RS. Definitely like to see that from his POV. So he'll be fine. He's going to bingo here for sure, I'm sure.
Yep.
Cormus.
There's one really nice one from the eye. Will you probably see it
Icarus.
now,
Icarus. Yeah, Icarus.
Yeah, yep. Not ICARUS, but ICHOROUS.
Yeah, that's a big one
for Harshan.
Icarus from that eye. You gotta, I mean, I didn't even think that there would be something starting with an I, but I think Harshan, being so thorough of a player, he is definitely going to consider every angle here. He's gonna look at this. His word knowledge so good. He was telling us some good stories, Josh, about like, getting to that point of, he's maybe okay. Maybe a slight miss here. This could be just not thinking. So Icarus is 9 more points than this. So it definitely feels worth it.
Yeah, this was a play made a little bit faster than, or significantly faster than the last 2.
Yeah, look at that.
However, yeah, the time pressure potentially a factor here. Obviously, it's still early, but Harshan already having used over 8 minutes, maybe feeling like, just like you, that how could there be anything better than this? Doubling the C, hooking the IV with the only letter that's reasonable, but definitely a mistake, definitely a miss. Not something you see every day from Harshan. But yeah, this is allowing Dink to come down for a big score for Rasheed and retaking the lead. So we'll have to see what Harshan draws in response. You could draw very well. You could draw something like the J.
Yeah, Z.
Z as well.
All kinds of good stuff now.
Draw another bingo. So it's definitely not necessarily true that Rasheed has the lead at this point. We just have to see what happens. Like we said earlier, Harshan, very deliberate, taking his time, making sure he goes through his routine of tracking tiles, even though, yeah, the time pressure is certainly in full swing right now. So we see the cue, which Kintar. Okay.
Quatrain
This is not
again.
bad.
We saw Quatrain. Chris Leipe played that earlier. There's no open U for it, sadly, but we actually saw the bingo with that. But yeah, Kintar here looks fantastic. There's no way Harshan's missing that. Then Rasheed hits his J. So the fireworks are going to be coming fast and furious here. There it is. No need to waste time. I think Harshan, realizing how fast Rasheed is playing, this is going to be on the board not too long from now.
Yeah. This should be on the board already, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But
Harshan's unrushed. Yeah, just take a beat, look around, see if you could be missing anything else, missing a U open for that bingo aforementioned. Oh yeah, Kintarka, that's pretty amazing. You could bingo through that K if it were in a different spot. But it's not to be. Pretty sure that's got to be the best play. And now we're going to see Jeed come down instantly. No wasted energy by Rasheed.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, you could set up this D and this S with G, but your opponent might get there first, and we never recommend keeping 4 consonants. That's just too heavy. You might draw vowels, you might not. So playing G'd here, even though you can't pluralize it, G'd being the past tense of G, certainly the best play, and no hesitation by Rasheed. He's used 1 minute 45.
That's crazy.
10 minutes 45.
That is very fast on his part. Cumins, I hope if Rasheed
doesn't fit,
put this on and could it fit somewhere after? Oh, what's happening? Overdraw.
Oh,
so you
wow.
can see the overdraw procedure. Harshan drawing 3 tiles. I'll try to figure out if we know what tile was just thrown back.
That was quick. It might have been an S. It might have been a blank. It might have been the Z. But it was a very quick decision, as some overdraws are. But yeah, we've mentioned this. You can mention again the overdraw procedure, Will, if you'd like, just to inform our viewers of what just happened.
Basically, the idea is that overdrawing is an infraction on your part, so something good needs to happen to your opponent to offset that infraction. So what we do is, depending on whether the tiles were mixed with the tiles that you already had on your rack or not, some number of tiles are set aside, and then, depending on the number of overdrawn tiles, your opponent can take a look at a few of the tiles you have and pick one of those to put back in the bag. So there can be really agonizing situations where you lose your S, your blank, something really useful, your Z with a big Z spot on the board. So yeah, tough one. Harshan's tiles have suffered a little bit for it. But I guess he'll have to fight on, and we'll see if we can figure out what happened with that overdraw.
Yeah, and normally overdraws account for maybe something like a 5-point mistake. I know it's weird to use math in this situation, but usually when you have 3 tiles and you're able to take the best one away, it's usually a few points down the drain in terms of the value of your letters. So it's not a huge blunder by any means. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you lose your blank. But it's definitely, when it happens to me and I lose the game and I feel like I've made every best move in the game, I remember that I made this mistake. I overdrew and my opponent got to see 2 of my letters and put one back in the bag. And even that could be the difference between winning and losing. So definitely not something you see often at the highest level, because it is definitely something you try to avoid, an unforced error. but it happens to all of us, even the most, I guess, deliberate, like Harshan. So we see a go here. This is the maximum score that Harshan has in the position. He could have played GOO here to keep the better AILR leave, but I don't quibble with this at all, Will.
Yeah, this looks fine. 4 more points feels like the right price to keep the somewhat inferior O instead of the A after, as you said, the play of Gu on top of Jeed. Maybe Harshan at some point likes having this as a spot to play. But yeah, Rasheed with Cumins, I don't think that's gonna even, there's nowhere to even put that. But it's been pointed out his best play might be Cerumens, and I feel like he had his letters arranged in the right order, but that would be a really, really cool play through this ER. The reason I feel like he might actually be likelier to see such a high degree of difficulty play is he might be thinking about that word already with these letters and saying to himself, oh, if I just had an R available, I could bingo with Cerumens. Lukeman is asking him about the overdraw. That is definitely not necessary. I said, is there any way we can learn what that is? But that's a bit of a troll to Rasheed, to Harshan, I should say. But I guess we're going to find out what happened, what tile he lost in just a moment.
Yeah, that's funny. Really feel bad about stopping the game. I guess the purity of the game is important to me, but I don't think either of these players care too much. It's good to know these sorts of things. But yeah, Seriman by far best play for Rasheed, playing through this ER, hitting those 2 double word squares. But if he doesn't spot that, he still has some pretty good options. Maybe something like Emu, though the problem with that is this A hook on MI allows for some pretty big counterplay. So instead, taking the 3-point sacrifice, no, 5-point sacrifice to play MEU in this spot.
Yeah. But that play scoring whatever, like 16, and Cerumens scored 44. So it should be emphasized that the hair splitting between those plays is one thing. But yeah, definitely a significantly better play on offer there. So we'll see if Harshan can capitalize. And oh boy, Rasheed with that blank draw at just the right moment for him.
Wow. Yeah, definitely. We see some of this. We saw some of this yesterday in some of Rasheed's games. He was missing some things, and then still drawing what he needed to win the game. So we might see something like this. I mean, twice the time. Rasheed has a small lead right now. Harshan did not draw well to his ROIL, although he did, I guess, draw that S. But he's going to need a turn or two to consolidate these pretty awful 1-point tiles.
Oh boy. Hopefully, can you still hear me, Josh?
Barely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Might need to reconnect here. I'm sorry. I see you. I hear you.
Okay, good.
All right, let's hope. I think whatever lag this was is over. Hopefully everybody can hear.
Yeah, I think we're back. But yeah, look at this. Harshan playing Royal, setting up his S. Could have taken a point more with something like Laureate or something else as well. But I think this makes a lot of sense. Just to aggressively set up the S that he has. But this is not going to help him all that much because Rasheed is going to come back with something. There must be some DENCE word here, right? Scandence.
Oh, wow. Very nice. Is that even a word?
No. There's tendencies.
Tendencies. Yeah, nice.
That might not be worth it though. Just because it opens this huge spot. But yeah, we're gonna see a bingo. The top score is Chase and Royals, but that's very dangerous. Don't think that is quite Rasheed's style to do something like that.
Yeah.
But maybe, yeah, maybe the 8 is right. Oh, there's the 9. Evanesces has been mentioned as well.
Oh my gosh.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that even gets the C in the right spot.
We're gonna see Kareens, it looks like.
Yeah. So this is just as defensive as it can get. Something in this spot right here. Makes sense. I mean, this is good to prevent bingos going up this column, but it does yield good counterplay back. I guess the nice thing you can say about it with the blank choice of the R is that it is restrictive. Anytime Harshan doesn't have an E, overlaps are going to be tough to come by. And as you can see, that's exactly what's happened here. So that's really tough luck for Harshan to not have an E at this critical juncture. But yeah, maybe now is the time to, I guess it's fine to just play XU here. I don't know. Just go for a bingo as hard as possible. Hope Rasheed can't hit that hard. Let's see if Rasheed draws an E. His odds are very good. Yep.
Yeah, and okay, back to Harshan. Like you said, probably just XU here. He's gonna have to start playing a little bit quicker than he might like to. There's something to be said about maybe playing, I don't know, maybe you could play Orixa, and maybe you can hit a QU bingo. Probably.
Oh, crazy.
You could go for Quixotes if you want.
Absolutely. That's really cool. Maybe I don't know. I mean, it's unlikely.
Anybody in chat a Willite? I'm a Willite.
That's what
Rasheed's got here.
Rasheed has.
But maybe he's just gonna play Wellington almost.
Well here looks fine. Twilly, I think Twilly's is valid. Not sure if he has that arranged for any particular reason, but yeah, well, this looks totally good. Well looks good.
Yeah, maybe well slightly better. There are lots of T's to redraw, but
oh yeah, fair enough.
Detail.
Yeah, these tiny details, but that they matter, right? If Rasheed were to draw 2 T's or something, oh look at this for Harshan, Aporias, but that does not appear to my eye to fit anywhere.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Having a bingo starting with P would have been great for him, but he happened to not draw that. So, what to do?
Yeah, you're gonna have to come up with something. Harshan's down 86, so even if he does get bonus up here, it's not going to reach that double word score. It's going to score probably maximum of 70 points. It's not going to get him over the finish line, so things are looking pretty dire at this point, especially given the time situation.
Especially
There's
given
no
this.
blanks left.
Look at
and oh my goodness. Okay.
How many times have we seen that word? We've seen definite, infinite. I think one time I saw it when it wasn't available, but didn't we see Rick Kennedy fish for that?
Yeah, it was PO fishing for infinite and POI.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Slick. So this is a cool play to set up that S from Harshan's POV.
Yeah, very sensible.
There is another one. So, but at this score, you gotta imagine your win condition, whatever that is, and I'm pretty sure, it's gonna be making sure that Rasheed, or hoping that Rasheed does not have an S draw into a bingo. But what if Harshan draws a triple here? I almost am hoping for it.
Hoping for, but it might not even take the lead. Sorry, I already adjusted the score. This is going to score 88 infinite, which is so hilarious because if you just think about what does infinity look like? Got some
Wow.
eights here, some sideways eights.
That's appropriate.
That
is
sorry,
definitely
that's the nerd
good.
in me. But
Harshan's, let's see his tiles. Here they are. He puts them off to the side, does all his bookkeeping, and then takes a look. A little bit of the dramatic slow roll, but that's just his way. That's just how he does it. Could he draw a 9-timer here? It's definitely possible.
yeah, that's a good draw from Rasheed. He's going to be able to score well next turn. So, okay, that's not going to do it. Close to Zelkova's.
Oh my god.
Not
That would
quite.
be completely bonkers. But hey, I mean, the Z, right? Like S-A-Z, is there any other way of going down there? You don't want to use the S, but we can see that Rasheed doesn't have the last one. So maybe it's okay to just bomb your Z, try to draw the other S. That's actually possible here for Harshan. Admittedly, he's still going to be down quite a bit, especially after Rasheed's next play with such nice scoring tiles. Yeah, whatever, pith in that
He's
spot.
Just gonna play pith. This is looking pretty over. Even though there's 17 tiles left in the bag, I just don't really see, in all likelihood, anything good to come. So if we imagine Saz coming down, which is Harshan's best score, he'll have 320 to Rasheed's 408. If you imagine Rasheed responding with anything here, even if we don't know his rack, responds with anything here, taking a 100-point lead. Again, we're just left with this lane. And,
yeah.
Not enough tiles to bonus twice. So
yep.
Looks kind of over, but there is, maybe a 9 from Zay at some point.
Sure.
We're looking to Desperado, I think, at this point.
Yeah. I don't even know what that would be. Looking into the pool, you would need a pretty otherworldly knowledge of 9-letter words to figure out a 9 from ZE, looking into the mess that is this, set of letters here. I'm sure there's one or two, but here we go. This is, me.
Sorry, there's some way to maybe play Evo, something, try to set up a triple, probably not.
Yeah, that would be the David Eldar Owry technique. Not sure. It's a pretty rare application of that. Another video. That game always stuck with me. Incredible move by him to win that game. So, yeah. I think Saz is as practical as it gets here. Doesn't mean that Harshan's chances are good, but yeah.
That's still
not what he needs. Yep, not what he needs. Here we go. Pith makes total sense. Good idea. Scores well, too.
There's mention in the chat that it is still possible to triple, even with this H in the way.
But yeah, how is that?
With Earth Set.
Earth Set. Oh, right, there you go. So now begins the quest for Earth Set for Harshan. He is. He would have to
be something else. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Not at all. It's all good. I have to get rid of the F and the V somehow. Why Pith over Fought? I think the simple reason is there's still an S out, and Pallies is a word. So I think Rasheed is definitely thinking, I'm going to block this S hook now. That is definitely the worst case scenario from his perspective. A high scoring bingo here with a good tile in it, like the Z. I guess the Z was just used, but like something with F and V in it or something like that. It's going to score 100-ish points. Got to take that away. So Fed, this scores a ton. Harshan's going to keep piling the points on. 42 points.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty darn good to get kind of in range here, Josh.
Yeah, he's still giving himself outside chances. But yeah, with this rack, Rasheed might not have anything great, but he does have the last I, which is probably pretty useful, and he does have a lot of vowels, so there's a good chance that Harshan doesn't have too many of those, which indeed
Yeah.
he doesn't. So I think if you're Rasheed, you're feeling quite good here, despite only being up 84. You'd like to be up 100 plus. Usually when you're up over 100, that's like, all right, game set. But Earth set still possible. So technically, I think the best play might
Well, it's
block
not.
that and block something like.
So Earth set not possible though because Harshan gave up
Oh.
one of the two E's.
He gave
would
up the
need,
E. Okay.
which is
So just, what is it?
Was there
Bed
any?
baths? Yeah, bed baths was the next biggest threat.
Bed baths, bed baths,
Bed baths and beyond.
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to, but that's why we got you here, Josh. Finish the puns that I can't. Yeah, bed baths would be pretty huge, but Harshan's nowhere close to that, unfortunately. I'm not even sure what he's supposed to do, right? With the B and V there, natural looking play, something like obvert, but that just never leads to anything good. It blocks your only lane. Rasheed's going to block it somehow, and then that's all she wrote, probably. So you got to come up with something else.
A nice love message, that XO on the board. I'd like to see more of that.
Oh, yeah? This?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Aw. Yeah, so Rasheed looks like he's tracking. Thank you. Oh. He was tracking tiles. I think he was playing fast, and the sacrifice was doing his paperwork. So now Harshan has to sit there and lament, try to find some winning chances, while Rasheed makes sure he knows what's unseen and tries to make the best winning play in this position. So yeah, it looks like in all likelihood Rasheed is going to take revenge over the last game we saw a few rounds ago.
Yeah, and he's going to get back in the win column, which is much needed. He could pop back into first place depending on results of other games. He's going to defeat one of the two other people at 16 wins, and then he wants, he wants Kevin McMahon to defeat Sami Okasaga in their matchup, which would have been a great one to watch too. So yeah, big win for Rasheed for sure to keep pace. It's just, such a marathon here. This is round 24, and there's still, whatever it is, 7 or 8 rounds to go. So and all those games are going to be tough, hard fought, very little room for error. So yeah, but a huge win for him right now. Still ways to go.
Yeah, still a lot of games left. 2 more after this today, and then final 6 tomorrow. And if you're Rasheed, you're not really concerned, but you're slightly concerned about this lane as well.
Yeah.
So barring an option that inhibits this H, I think he's going to try and find something.
Yeah, is this good enough? Maybe not, because A and E hooks this. But like this, at least, if you play something here, this could give back as much as it takes away, right? So this would take some 7-letter words away that don't start with a specific letter here and end in an E or A. But there are plenty of words that do that, and this probably gives you more back. So it's hard to address it by playing here. There are plenty of letters, Josh, that you could put right here that would just shut the lane down completely, but Rasheed doesn't have those.
Yeah, I'm curious. He was definitely considering it. I think, yeah, the problem, as you said, is if you put a G here, the A hook for Asia, the E hook for Edger, and there is some potential for potentially quite high scoring bingos in response, but you also have to score something. You're up by 84. That means you have to continue the scoring pressure if you want to outrun any threats that Harshan has. So this is a tricky spot for Rasheed. He definitely knows that he's in great shape. But yeah, he's going to play gooier. Okay, so he's immediately giving back some counterplay up here, but gonna attempt to shut it down next turn if he can. This makes sense.
Does make sense. I mean, the thing that bothers me about it is it gives, like, it doesn't really, it opens up more stuff, and it gives Harshan an opportunity to potentially open more somewhere else somehow. And then if you're Rasheed, maybe you regret having to deal with threats all over the place. But I guess there's no real way for him to do much. I mean, one of the things that's been suggested is why not just play something like Germ, right? Like this feels pretty good. See, look at this. I mean, the funny thing is that Harshan doesn't have the hooks to GER right now, so he can't do that much, but Vrat scores very nicely and continues to sort of cut the deficit if he does that. He picks it up. Yeah, we'll see. Mary, okay. Trying to keep at least one consonant. And this does cut that lane off, Josh. I like it for that reason. Even if it leaves really vowel heavy, you know, A-E-O-O. At least now this is blocked, and he didn't give anything new back. So I do kind of like that.
Yeah, I like this attempt to conclusively block by Rasheed, but it also doesn't score much. And now Harshan knows G-O-O are 3 of the letters on Rasheed's rack, so he's going to be able to make a more direct attempt here. I don't know what he's going to come up with. He's low on time, but he's going to be able to eliminate some letters from the unseen. So only 10 tiles are unknown to him at the moment. That is the AAB, DEE, LOTU, which aren't that bad. And maybe that could help him decide what to go for. I mean, unfortunately, there's so few plays that are even worth considering here. So maybe he's just going to give up and play broth.
Yeah, I mean, that could be practical. I have just gotten word of the Kevin McMahon versus Sammy Okasaga game that I need to try to get this into the stream right now. The board is absolutely insane. We'll wait till this game is complete, maybe. Although this is, Harshan's almost at the very end. But I have a board picture from Kevin McMahon. Check this out. This is unbelievable.
What?
So here is Kevin McMahon versus Sammy Okasaga's board. Kevin opened with implex, and Sammy extended it to the triple with implection. I've never seen or heard that word before, as Harshan does indeed play broth under here. But that is one of the crazier plays. Just look at this board. Bingo's all over the place, and a 9-letter implection. I have never seen the likes of that, Josh.
Yeah, we missed out, I guess.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Let this be a lesson to you all in the chat. Voting. You don't know jack about what games we should be watching. I should choose. No democracy. Democracy is over. You failed. You failed us all with your poor polling. No, I'm just kidding. This has been a great game. I'm teasing. Please don't take that seriously. There's no way to know that implection would be played. That's completely nuts.
Awesome. Yeah, that's either a word, maybe he knows them. I think Sammy studied the 9s, but it's also like if he's seen implex as an opening play before.
That is so wild. Yeah, to know that and be able to play that. Super impressive. So yeah, Broth then goes. Rasheed picking it up, just trying to navigate this as safely as possible to not give anything back. Because if he makes a false step and plays something that can be hooked somewhere, he's now not up by enough points to withstand it if he accidentally gives up a bingo. So
Yeah, I'd be slightly worried about like some crazy 10 through the XI, but XIT. But this does the trick. Yeah, now that we've seen inflection.
Yeah, that's wild. Right. What a play. So yep, into the not quite end game.
This is the end game.
It is the end game. Okay, that emptied the bag.
7v7. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, we have 25 seconds for Harshan. You can go over time if you're just joining. I mentioned this before. If Harshan does go over 0-0, he's just going to lose 10 points. Looks like he's going to go with lavs. Try not to go over. That works.
Setting himself up to go out as best as he can. Looks like Rasheed's not even going to worry that much because Harshan does have outs here. Ort here is the key. So because Ort is here, that means blocking this area of the board does not deny Harshan an outplay. So all good for Rasheed to just proceed as normal, make a play that he likes, probably through that S, maybe Baus is fine. And that should do it.
Yep, and we saw that B just sitting there. I think Rasheed is going to do something that puts the B right there, but I think he was trying to play quickly. He would really like Harshan to lose 10 more points, although it doesn't change the result of the game. So Rasheed going to take this one down, give himself a chance of retaking first place, I think, in the tournament. So yeah, good for him. Good for his fans. It was nice to see a rematch that went the other way.
Yeah, equalizing for Rasheed here. Was hanging tough. Should note that actually Sammy ended up winning that game, so it's possible that Implection was like a key move in the game that allowed Sammy to turn ION into like 60 points and then go on to win. So Sammy is in first with 17-7 plus almost 1,000. So even with this win, Rasheed will move up past Harshan.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. Sammy will still be ahead of him. So we'll see who plays who. So we have 2 more rounds today, if I'm not mistaken. Just quickly confirm that. Yes, we do. 24. We're about to be in round 25 after this. Rasheed is going to play Dobbs. And
right. Yeah,
Trod.
His best plays.
Trod, of course. That's better than Ort. Sorry about that. So that's it.
So
game complete.
Rasheed did have, I think, 9 equivalent plays there, Dobbs being one of them. The best outplay was not Trod, it was actually Vrot from this V, making Merit.
Merit. Oh, clever. Yeah, no time for Harshan to see some of that stuff.
Yeah. So game ends 495 Rasheed, 421 Harshan. And yeah, very impressive work by Rasheed. Sorry, I don't know why the score isn't updating.
So yeah, we'll definitely not sure if we talk to Rasheed again after this. We could certainly continue to talk to our winners after each game. Be interesting to hear some of that. We got the handshake here. Yeah, let's see. I'm thinking about what plays I would want to ask Rasheed about. Really, the plays were either pretty straightforward or just plays that were where Rasheed, at least on the MEU turn, might have just missed Saramens. Other than that, Pretty crisply played game for Rasheed, but also nothing that at least from my POV, that I'm desperate to like. I have to know what Rasheed was thinking there. Maybe you disagree, Josh.
Yeah, we'll ask him about Kareen's. Can ask him about, I don't know.
Yeah.
We can ask him about Kareen's and MEU. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty clean game. Probably not a very long interview necessary here.
Right. So yeah, we'll see if we chat to Rasheed. Probably we'll just ask him if he feels, how good it feels to get back in the win column after a couple losses. He's definitely hanging tough. But yeah, we got the standings here. You can see Samson in the standings. Everybody in our community knows him as Sammy, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what's going on with my...
Ooh, I like it. Whatever
like
it is.
Wiggling up and down like an accordion. But yeah, Harshan's going to drop this one. Rasheed's going to leapfrog him. But we have not, the only player in the top, I guess Bob has steadfastly will not want it to go on the stream. He might be losing a couple games to drop out of that very, very top group. But he was very much in the mix for a while. But we haven't seen Chris Cumins at all. Look at that. He must be going on one hell of a tear, Josh.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. It'd be great to see him on board one. So I hope we can get that from our producers. But
yeah, we'll see.
In any case, yeah, it's going to be a tea break, so I'm not sure we're going to have an interview for this, and we might take a break ourselves.
Yeah, maybe a quick
we'll
moment.
Hear from production. Yeah.
So yeah, we can definitely leave up the standings, and that way you all will see as soon as we do what the pairings are. And despite my jokes about lack of democracy here, we actually do want to give all of you the matchups that you want to see the most. That's all just me going off on a power trip needlessly. We want to give you the matchups that get you the most excited. I feel like my two goals here when I look at the standings are I want to start showing a lot of Sammy because he is in the lead right now, and I would love to get a look at Chris Cumins. If Sammy were to get paired with Chris, that would be insta-pick, I think, override all democracy. Otherwise, I think we could definitely leave it up to some sort of viewer choice. How does that sound to you, Josh?
Sounds good. Yep. Sounds good. You can be, like I told you, you can be as tyrannical as you want. The production on the ground can be as tyrannical as they want. I'm just happy to be here commentating whatever game comes in front of us. It really doesn't matter. Scrabble is beautiful, whether it's your grandma playing, whether it's the best players in the world, some of which we're seeing in this amazing event run by everybody at Mind Games Incorporated in Milton Keynes, UK.
Yeah, well said. So I guess, as you said, we got the tea break that slots into this area, so the players are probably taking a quick break. But I think we are likely to be back in no longer than something like 8 minutes. That's what the schedule calls for here, after all. So we'll set the little timer here to reflect that. But maybe the two of us will just take a quick break and we can watch the results roll in during that time. We'll have the timer on the screen. But yeah, hopefully we'll get that matchup. I'll put the poll up as soon as we know. Maybe Josh and I will just take a brief moment to get up and stretch our legs and be back in about 7 minutes with next round. How does that sound, Josh?
Sounds good. Yeah, see you guys in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. There's more Scrabble to come.
All right, everybody.
Hello.
Players are still on break, but we can chat with you all and each other, and we're watching the standings very closely to be absolutely sure. As soon as we know what the pairings are, we'll let you have some say in the matter, picking what the next matchup's going to be. We have 2 more games today. I think our stamina is doing good. I feel pretty good after a little water break and a walk around. Josh, how are you doing?
Yeah, same. I was just telling Will off mic. You're gonna hit the gym a bit later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4 a.m.
it's-
wake
it's-
up.
it's-
I did
it's
it
nice.
yesterday. I did that yesterday. Everybody yesterday saying, you have to get swole again, be able to flex again. There's a viral, not viral at all, but a couple hundred views clip of me on Twitch doing that. I'm not in that position right now, so I got to work hard, get back there. But oddly, I actually did legs at the gym yesterday, which is not that's probably not good to do when you woke up at 4 a.m. It's like the hardest, the more challenging. So maybe I'll do something easier today. But yeah, it is actually underrated, Josh, to get physical exercise at Scrabble tournaments. I feel like anecdotally, but maybe if I studied it more, it might be more clear that I do better at tournaments where I'm actually getting like sun and exercise. And I know that's crazy to say. This is not doesn't get a lot of sun.
except when you get clotheslined during the basketball game that we organized to stay active at Scrabble tournament. And
that did
have some issues.
That did occur. World Championship finalist, multi-time World Championship finalist, maybe Jesse Day. Gave me a good hard foul, good clean foul. I don't think I would call it a flagrant. Just trying to stop me from getting an easy rebound, and I had a pretty voluminous nosebleed, and we got that fixed. So thank you, Jesse, for that. But yeah, Scrabble. Josh is definitely a top pick in the Nationals Scrabble basketball games.
Yeah, maybe 5 years ago.
I mean, you can't teach
Right now,
6'7". You can't teach 6'7".
Yeah.
With good,
right now,
I'm
all height.
You can't teach 6'7" with good like skills. Like you can actually shoot, pass. Josh is definitely an MVP. The going up against some of the. I'm a Knick fan, so I often hear Jalen Brunson referred to as Big Body Brunson. I will refrain from calling any Scrabble players by that name, but you got to go up against, some post players that can be tough.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm excited to revive the Nationals basketball, the big game at the biggest tournament. So looking forward to that. Yeah, and as for physical health, yeah, flexing. I don't think you're ever going to see me flex, but I think I'm all face.
Figuratively, if not literally. Always
I'll flex over the
us.
board with my plays. Yeah,
and you definitely will and do. So yeah, still waiting for those pairings. Again, if we just go back, we can chat you through the standings a little bit. It does look like all of the previous round's results are in, so it's going to be any moment now. But Rasheed still hanging around the top of the standings. We just saw him defeat Harshan, but Harshan is right there in the mix. Easily enough time to go on a nice little winning streak. And, 2 of the players that are winning pretty much every event they touch right here, Harshan and Ben, Shonbrun. Also want to shout out Chris Leipe, a name we haven't said that much, Josh. Look at that. He's worked his way up to 16-8 with very good spread.
Yeah, looks very nice. I think Chris Cumins as well has made quite some ground. Made up quite some ground, and they have, I think, faced each other already. But we might see a matchup between the 2 of them, and would certainly like to see them on stream. But yeah, whichever matchup we get is going to be a good one. I am not worried, like I said.
Yeah.
In terms of the length of this tournament, 32 games. That's actually one game longer than the U.S. Or the North American Scrabble Players Championship and the World Cup, the two biggest championships in the U.S. So in terms of like marathon, it's also one extra game per day, 9 rather than 8. Actually, might even be 7.
Yeah.
At the Scrabble Players Championship.
Yeah, North American Championships have typically been 7 games a day, whereas with this one we got 8, 9, 9, 6. Pretty grueling.
Yeah, so I guess you've played the Alchemist Cup.
Oh my god.
Which was an insane marathon of games against the world's best. How many games a day was that? 10?
There were, several of those games were 10 games in a day. And I don't think I've ever, the sensation that I remember feeling in my brain at the end of a 10 game day of Scrabble is just that like 2 or 3 degrees warmer than it should be in there. That's what it feels like. It feels like my brain's literally overheating. 9, 10, 10, 6 sounds right. Lord Libgen on
But still,
Twitch.
this tournament, it's not the most grueling, but it is definitely way up there. Especially for, the casual North American players. I mean, I don't like to hate on us, but in terms of like really taking Scrabble seriously and just grueling marathons of tournaments, we don't have much of that anymore. There used to be a tournament called Madness.
Oh my
which
god.
I think might have been 16 games
Yeah,
in a day
15,
or something like that.
15, I think it was, or 50, yeah, maybe 16. I think it was like
But we
30.
need something. I feel like we need like a 24-hour tournament or something. Like I'd play you
Oh
for
my
24 hours.
God, yeah. So I feel like, for better or for worse, my stamina, I already have stamina like concerns. I have chronic illness, Crohn's disease that sometimes can sap my energy. When I'm feeling good, it's all good, but I have to be wary of that. I also feel that I put a lot of energy into individual games. I have a hard time stopping, focusing really hard in games where I'm blowing my opponent out. What happened? You got the pairings?
Pairings are up. Yep.
I don't see them. Do I need to refresh?
We got just happened. Kevin versus Chris Leipe. Oh, sorry, no. Sammy versus Chris Leipe. Rasheed versus Chris Cumins.
Why don't I see them? There we go.
Harshan versus Ben.
Got him.
Kevin versus Paul again.
All right,
Jason
here we go.
Carney.
Let's get the poll up as fast as possible.
The top 3? Top 3.
Yeah, let's do top 3. Sammy versus Chris. Not at all. This is what we're waiting for. Rasheed versus Chris C. Chris L, I guess we have to say. And then we're going to add Harshan versus Ben, which is also a great matchup, even though it's the lowest down. All right, let's go. Polls up.
2-minute poll. 2-minute poll for me. Harshan, Ben, we haven't seen them play each other yet. But we also haven't seen Chris Cumins on stream. I honestly feel like, although it is Rasheed who we've seen the most, I think seeing someone we haven't seen seems good to me.
Yeah.
All right, what are you seeing? I'm going to put in Chris C. 10%.
Very close between Sammy versus Chris Leipe and Harshan versus Ben, which I feel like both Harshan and Ben are very well known to the community, so I'm not surprised to see that. I think I'm probably going to overrule that in favor of Sammy versus Chris, just because that is the number 1 versus number 3, and we haven't really seen much of Chris at all. So watching the top guy in the standings on the top board against a really strong player in Chris Leipe that we have not seen much of, I feel like we have seen a lot of Harshan and Ben. We know, because we've seen a lot of them, that a game between those two is going to be really good, but I think when in doubt from here on out, unless there's a really compelling reason, we do want to stick with that top board when possible. So
69 votes, time to call it.
Yeah, ending it now. Ending it now.
Oh, there's 70 when you ended it.
I'm ending it now while the winner was so yeah, we're gonna have the Sammy versus Chris, and I think that's a fantastic matchup. Two very, very strong, experienced players. We'll go with that. And it's gonna be Chris going first. So Chris Leipe will get that matchup ready. Any prognostications on this? Any thoughts about either of those two that we want to share with the audience?
I'd say Chris Leipe, obviously very strong player, very strong blitz player, by the way. I play blitz sessions with him, and he's one of the only ones that really gives me some trouble.
Where do you play on Woogles with him?
No, just whenever we're at tournaments.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say where can I play?
But in a 25-minute game, speed doesn't really matter so much. And I think Sammy's definitely got a little bit more experience under the belt and maybe a little bit more consistency. But Leipe can play phenomenal Scrabble, so that's my
makes sense
about it.
Don't really get to Leipe about a decade ago was a finalist at the World Championship against Craig Beavers. Craig emerged victorious there, but you don't get to that deep into a World Championship. It's not really possible to fully just luck into that. You have to be a very strong player as well. And that is what he is. It should go, I should definitely note, think let me just see if we're ready here to showcase the matchup. Let's have a look. There we go. Chris, Sammy, I think this is all correct. Yep. Chris has a fantastic record against me. I think he is what they call my quote-unquote Scrabble daddy. He's taken the most rating points away from me of anyone in my career, if I'm not mistaken. I have a really tough time with him, and it's been a mixture of just tough draws, but also some absolutely brilliant plays by him to steal games away from me. And including, I mentioned this on a previous stream day, he once beat me by playing a 10-letter bingo through G-O-R, gore, on the board. He played allegorist. Allegorist. Pretty insane.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's the stuff of legend. So Chris, to act first, I looked at their North American head-to-head record, 2-2. They've probably played more games than just the North American ones, but from what I see, that's their head-to-head. So impressive stuff from both players that we've seen in the past. We've seen on stream. Leipe, we had one game of Leipes on stream and multiple games of Sammy's. So excited to see what comes out of the bag. Chris Leipe's clock has been started. It is him to go first.
That's right.
EHIGT, almost 8-vo.
Yeah, 8-vo. So this looks like a V play for sure. Question is veg versus veggie or thieve, maybe it comes to mind, as those are the options to think about. Very close options, and Chris is going to waste no time here playing thieve. That's probably enough more points to play, but I do feel like veggie is interesting, Josh, to get rid of the G and keep a nicer combo for next turn. Any thoughts? You know what I think. You prefer veggie or thieves? A lot more points.
Get rid of the G. 6 more points for thieve, more defensive. It's got everything going for it except the G. The G is the worst letter, Will. You know.
I do know that. It's worth noting that thieve with the 2 4-point tiles could be slotted here. If Chris had done that, Sammy would play thievery to the triple with one of his R's and the other Y. That would be fantastic. Given that Sammy, as we mentioned before in his previous game, I think I actually still have it here, Sammy extended Implex to implection for hold on, let me get that. There, you see it there. That is insane. That was in the previous game. Don't need to harp on that excessively, but that's one of the coolest extensions I've ever heard of. And Chris drawing age long on his rack could be a bingo in the offing for him.
Yep, that's a word that you either see it immediately or you probably don't see it at all. That's a word I would struggle to see, especially since I hate those G's. So we're gonna see Gary come down, Gharry, like that. The part with the G, of course. There's also the option of playing airway through that I, keeping GR, which has slightly maybe better balance than AW. But
yeah, you probably bingo more often with GR than AW, but of course you also are going to get into more situations where you score very poorly on your next rack, whereas the high scoring W probably sets you up nicely to at least get a few points, even if you're not bingoing. So close plays, not sure which I prefer. This is just a word finding check for Chris. Is he going to see age long, or is he going to have to pivot to something else? I feel like that word, Josh, is not the easiest to anagram. If you haven't seen it in a while, you might just be like, yeah, I don't have a bingo here.
Yep. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see this miss. I would obviously not be surprised to see Chris play this pretty soon. But this is definitely an inflection point, not an inflection point, but close. So yeah, age long, the bonus for Chris, nothing even close to as good as that. And Sammy with the Q draw. So if the bingo comes down, big advantage for Chris.
Yeah, without question. Sammy's tile's terrible. I don't even see where Sammy would be able to play our useful Collins keyword Waqf. That is definitely the word that jumps out there. Of course, it plays with Thieve here, but if age long goes down, that's going to go away. And there we go. There it is. So now what? Right? I guess Waqf and Fae. But frankly,
probably not.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do better on the scoring with other stuff here.
Yeah, so we could see Waqf as a response to age long. Oops, let's get that off there. Yeah, age long does not take an S. It is an adjective. So if we see Waqf for Sammy, which he's spotted, that scores 27 points, keeping CRR. You're unlikely to draw a third R, given the 2 Rs have already been played. But definitely not the best leave, and it doesn't address the scoring spots on this board. So you could play something like Pharaoh instead.
Whoa.
Play some more tiles.
Chris's draw.
And yeah, if we don't see... Yeah, I mean, we can't see anything that's going to block. There's no way to go all the way here.
Not productively.
Sensibly.
Yeah.
So Flower is going to come down or refloat.
So Chris, yeah, big start in this game for him. Drawing that right away. 2 E's open. Yeah, uphill climb for Sammy. He's already, I think he is going to play Waqf. I just think, Pharaoh here leaving QC just doesn't. CRR can actually draw into decent combos if you draw vowels. Like you could bingo sometimes with CRR, whereas you are just never bingoing with CQ outside of really insanely precise draws. So I think Sammy's thinking about this. I don't know. I mean, it's close. I don't want to say that it's like so obvious, but I'm playing Waqf here for sure.
Yeah, it's a good principle. Always play Waqf. When you have it, it's usually a very good play.
Wow.
Yeah, with the early deficit, 70 points, it's hard to deny the very heavy toll that is.
The engine loves Pharaoh, though. That's kind of surprising. So I guess what I'm not putting together is that this spot might be just by far the best scoring spot. but that's not necessarily true. This is pretty good too. So I don't know. Yeah, he's going to play Pharaoh. The engine really prefers this, which is impressive by Sammy to sort of suss that out. That goes against my instinct, but numbers don't lie.
Yeah. To me, it doesn't really go against my instinct. I think yeah, the queue's really bad, but it can improve. You can maybe draw QIN, QAT in that spot. Just draw QI to play somewhere. And you can draw U. There's been no U's played yet. So Flower is coming down very quickly for Chris. That's his highest score, 77. And Sammy to respond with, yeah, not the best draw for his Q.
Yeah, I'm still mulling over that Pharaoh versus Walk. That's super impressive by Sammy to suss that out. I really have a lot of faith in his instincts as a player. And I just feel like I'm starting to realize that not only does Pharaoh get in the way of this spot, which is very dangerous, a lot of high scoring plays there, but it also cripples this spot here, right? So basically the only scoring spot left, if you imagine Flower is not there, is on top of Age Long, which you can't even play on unless you have an A or a U. So a lot of the good, scoring tiles that you can play parallel, that gets taken away. So it makes a lot of sense that it's just way better defensively. Sammy's instincts are so on point there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no surprise there from Sammy. That's he lives and breathes Scrabble when he's over the board. He's
big
just
uphill
so
battle
many
now,
positions.
though. This is bad. He's already. Oh, we got something. I saw the thing fell down as Sammy hunches. We have the rack, I think. Oh, what's happening here? There. So what to even do? He did not draw the help, Josh, that you outlined for the queue. It's going to be really tough. Is this doesn't feel like an exchange, but it feels horrible to slog through this rack. Oh. Back. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. LOCHE maybe doesn't really give much back. And you're just still trying to draw something to go with your Q. Problem being that are you flexing?
No, my cat wants to look out the window.
I don't think you exchange here. I think you're down by so much. You want to just do something and get a good draw for the Q, but feels pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
bad.
It is bad.
Engine giving maybe 6% chances, 6% winning chances at this point, so early on.
Yeah, it's definitely rough.
CEL, interesting.
Setting up his H. Must be setting up his H. What is the upside for the Q here? I mean, I appreciate that the H setup is quite nice. Maybe he wants to draw a P to play cough, but I don't know where. I guess it would be here. Is not that good a place to play it. I mean, that was a really, really tough situation, but I'm not immediately grasping the logic of this. I would definitely want to try to burn through more tiles to get that help for the Q, for example.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a very good reason to play this. As you mentioned, the H setup with CH is
it's
a
strong.
Good thing.
Yeah, it's strong.
Very quick response, 24 points for Vets. This is a great play by Chris, completely crippling possibility of playing downwards. So maybe a missed opportunity for Sammy. He could have played downwards here and opened some more space, but he's drawn an I, so he's finally able
dump that
to part with this Q.
It occurred to me that maybe what Sammy's thinking is I'll play something with my H, try to burn as many tiles as I can, and then I'll play Chi.
Yeah, maybe. Fife would have scored a bit more here. So that was certainly not something that Sammy was thinking about when he played CEL.
Yeah.
So that's a small miss. A few points left on the table. Doesn't seem to be any reason not to take them, but yeah. Chris up by 99 with 2 S's, a very nice board with little to no threats to worry about. So he's got to be feeling good. Still has tons of time and a lot of flexibility. So I wonder what he's going to do here. Maybe burn another S.
Yeah, I guess the question is there like a really good place to do that? Age long, of course, an adjective, so he doesn't have to worry about this at all. I guess he has a good way to burn that S he can. I don't know. Something here? Is there like a way he can like unmoors? That doesn't feel that dangerous, I suppose. Given that the U here is going to be very difficult to overlap. It's not a very good bingo lane, so maybe that has some merit to it. This doesn't feel like there's an obvious move that jumps out to me yet.
Yeah, the first thing that I thought about was just hours, keeping IMNOS, which is quite nice. Problem with that is it doesn't block this E, which is one of the better spots for Sammy. So I think maybe playing longer with unmoors, as you mentioned. Not super worried about the counterplay, and you're blocking the E and you're scoring as much as you can in this position. So that'd be a really nice find for Chris. But pretty much anything he does here, as long as he's not playing something crazy like Onium, opening that M into space, he's going to be in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, it's never happening. People seeing the bingo that Sammy also clearly sees of bothy men. That's funny, Josh, because we had buddy men earlier, right, as an option.
Yeah.
So we're seeing all the different bothy and buddy men. Please don't clip. I don't know what that even means. It's Scrabble words.
Chris has spotted unmoors. Very, very nice. Disconnected play. Very much
Great
not
play.
the easiest thing to spot.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Best score in the position.
I think this is really good for the reasons you described. A little bit obstructing the E of Thief, maybe more than a little bit, giving back very little, burning through more tiles with 2 blanks still out, scoring surprisingly decently as well. This definitely looks solid to me. And now I guess we see whether Sammy is ready to cash in his ch. CH, definitely a word that rubs people the wrong way. Anytime it comes up, oh, there it is, lipides. Not sure if that actually fits anywhere. Lipides. Dislipe, yeah. But
so it was nice to draw your name. So we're going to see Het here. So I like this play by Sammy. He's keeping the B and the M as scoring tiles, which sort of overlap here. The M might overlap this U. It's not a big sacrifice over maybe HM or OHM. OHM you don't want to play.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with those other plays, the plays you mentioned of just HM or OM are so much scarier for reparallels than this. This isn't great for reparallels. It's definitely possible to put a bunch of vowels here, a bunch of consonants here. Alto is maybe, oh, you know what? That could be it. Sammy's playing this because he has an O. Maybe Chris doesn't. And that allows him to overlap all the way down. Could that be part of it?
Yeah. I guess cue my my image, my picture with all the O's.
Oh, but, yeah, we got to get that back. I know it's somewhere. Hold on.
Back to Chris.
It's around.
With the unplayable unplayable Leipides. But he's going to be able to use this spot. He doesn't need to. It's not like it's a bingo lane or anything. There's only 6 squares here, so it's not a threat to his lead immediately. But I think just playing lid for 28 looks quite good here.
Makes
I
a
don't think
lot of
you
sense.
play your S.
Yeah. You basically, if I'm Chris, yes, it's true that there is not a good S hook currently on this board, but you got to realize that Sammy has a ton of incentive to open at some point. If you're just patient enough, at some point he'll try to open. At least that's what I'd be thinking. So far, Sammy has been very content to be patient, play this closed. But I think, again, the game situation makes me feel like I want to save that S, so if Sammy makes an opening, I can respond to it adequately.
Yeah, I guess the one thing worth mentioning is the vowel heaviness. 25 vowels, 22 consonants. When there's more vowels than consonants, you got to be a little bit careful. Play too many consonants, so maybe there's something to be said about just PI.
Yeah, seems
20.
to be.
But it's an 8-point sacrifice.
Yeah, a move that the engine likes. It saves the right letters to play stuff under here as well as a backup. It's not that easy to play under there, so having a nice backup that gets you some good score on your follow-up move is good. Restoring the X. No great place for it, but I feel like if he were to have a play here, it would be very devastating to the board. Maybe Crux is all he can do. But anyway, Sammy's turn now. Gonna have to dig deep here and come up with something. I wonder if he's gonna try to play something here that opens the bottom of the board more. He has so many tiles, the M, the B, the K, all of which play there. Is this a valid word?
No.
I don't think this is one of the variations that is acceptable here, and I think... Oh, okay.
Oh, he's just playing Tomb.
Just Tomb. He's not playing
this
Tombach.
makes sense. Does this take the E? Am I crazy?
No, that's just Comb.
No. Okay,
So
I was thinking maybe Sammy should play like Woot. He's down so much, maybe sacrifice some points and leave to open this up. There's also the possibility of Cobb setting up Kobo.
yeah,
That probably doesn't work out.
sometimes it often doesn't, but when it does, that's really annoying to deal with. So I think that makes a good deal of sense as a possibility. So yeah, Sammy clawing away, doing his best to stay in touch with the score. He hasn't drawn the best, but yeah, we'll see what Chris elects to do. I feel like something with that X here. I'm not really sure.
Well, you look. He's just having a laugh, Chris. If you read out the letters that he's lined up.
PU.
Chris
Is this
also,
like a multi-word phrase?
IC sex. Yes. So I guess it's worth mentioning that one of Chris's favorite Scrabble variants is a game called Phonies. It's played after hours, usually when people are very intoxicated, where you just come up with supposedly funny things to put on the board. So that's probably what he was doing. But this is a good play, Pubic. maybe I'm looking too much into this.
Yeah. So we were all debating, is he going to play Crux here or one space up? I don't remember which one scores better. Xeric in the same spots. But he went a totally different direction with it just because this is so defensive, right? You're really, really... Not only are you clamping down on Sammy's ability to bingo with something like Tombs, you're also clamping down on his ability to play here and open more of the board. Like I'm sure Sammy wanted to play Icon or something there, EIKON. Now he can't even do that. He's forced to play a much lower scoring Koi. It leaves great letters, including the N, which is kind of important, Josh. Being able to draw an NE word, if he were to get such a word, would be great. like that's
Yeah, but in
happening.
this case, I think it's pretty over if Chris spots his 6-tile play of Xenes down here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be over if Sammy had something good, just because Xenes in this spot, even though it scores really well, it gives back a lot. So if Sammy happened to have something very good to play here or to underlap, he could easily score more than 63 that Chris is going to get. Maybe Chris will balk for that reason. Maybe he's gonna go ahead. This is totally correct to do. It just scores so many more points. I think it's got to be right for that reason, but it's not foolproof.
Yeah, certainly not quite over yet, but from Chris's perspective. But I think
it will be when Sammy plays like a 10-point play, or when Sammy plays like a 15-point play here. I feel like that's, you just dodge it once and you're okay.
We're going to see Tanuti, actually. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's too many points. Tanuti, Sammy's down by so much.
Yeah, Sammy's going to see that almost certainly. That's a good play, but again, it just doesn't really score all that much, and it's definitely, Chris is going to see that and be like, all right, cool, that's fine by me. Could be worse.
Yeah, 33 points is probably very far from Sammy's average score after a play like Xenes, especially since he's been grooming his rack for so many turns. Played 3 tiles, 2 tiles, 3 tiles, 3 tiles, 3 tiles. I mean, he's got to be keeping stuff that he's okay with. We know with CEL he had the cube, but barring that, yeah. I mean, if you're Chris, you imagine that Sammy's got something here, but luckily for the American, I guess they're both American.
He's gonna play just Tune. Maybe a miss of Tanuti. Maybe, is this some kind of crazy, I'm going to play a triple with something you don't expect? Sammy, who just played Implection earlier, does he know something we don't?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't see any possible word there, but if you're Chris, you might be a little worried and you might want to block it if you can. Although
probably not. It looks, I can't imagine what such a word would be. There's a blank.
Probably just a miss.
Oh wow, a Y.
Destiny.
A Y. That's too.
Perfect.
A Y is an amazing. Yeah, the blank, that's just the best. You're totally right. Kai as well down low, so it's absolutely perfect to draw that Y here, and maybe Sammy gets the other blank and the Z or something and makes this interesting. No slight to Chris. Again, we mentioned it earlier. We always end up rooting for the person that's trailing to make a crazy comeback and make it more interesting for us. Untuneful? Is that a word?
That doesn't actually fit, but it might be.
Oh, S, yeah, the S. Yeah, never mind. Is that a word, though? Now I'm curious.
So, yeah, there's some glimmer of hope now for Sammy. A very small glimmer of hope. Jerboa being suggested through this R looks great, but we're going to see. Yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Yep.
Chris had seen JARP, but this is so much better. Keeping only one vowel.
Into a bag with 2 blanks in it as well. So you want to...
Worth mentioning that for more points, Chris could have played aparejo, putting that A in the middle of the triple lane, which no one would ever do at this level.
What does that give? Any triples through A in 3rd position with this rack? I don't see it yet.
Probably
Desyatin. Not really that helpful.
So
steadily Dia style. There we go.
Wow. But what's really prescient and prophylactic about this Jerboa move is now the play of density or destiny down here. It's going to be density because you don't want to put the blank on the triple letter score. does not open anything worth worrying about for Chris at this score differential. So maybe you have to play up here, which is what
Going up
Sammy's
there.
doing.
Yeah, 100%.
Create a
This
threat.
makes multiple threats. Now you still have your lane down low that you can luck into, and now there's definitely stuff up high, which is scary. So makes total sense from Sammy's perspective. Score is kind of out of reach. I mean, this is going to score pretty well. He'll get back within 100, but then, of course, Chris is going to play something. So Sammy, I mean, how do you even... Is there a word ending in, like, Z, A, Z, I, Z, O? Doesn't look like it.
There's entozoa.
Yeah, not quite, though. That's
can be
not...
drawn. Yeah.
Ento-oza. That might actually... that might get you. But yeah, tough one for Sammy. I think he's made a lot of good moves here. See if he draws that blank to make it more interesting. There's the Z.
Ooh. That's good.
Oh!
Wow. That's very good.
That's like as good as it gets. I don't actually know if he will have something down low with this, but that's as good a draw as he's gonna get, probably.
Yeah, I'd say so. So yeah, there's nothing better than entozoa as a threat down here. The biggest threats, of course, are triple triples from Chris's perspective. So he really wants to, he really wants to block this triple triple possibility.
Gotta flip this better.
So anything really using one of these two triples is in order. Thing is, you don't have anything great. If you're Chris, you could play Panda, but you don't want to
patronize.
Yeah, that would give back a huge comeback, which might still not be enough.
Crazy
for Sammy.
It's close.
Yeah, Chris. As long as Chris doesn't empty the bag, he's going to be up around plus 100.
Right.
So I think Panda still wins the game.
5 in the bag.
But it's a little bit too close for comfort. So I think something just down from the D. Is there not anything? I guess there isn't anything.
Down.
So it's not super easy.
That's crazy.
You can't play a 5-letter word. I mean, those 3 A's making it very difficult. But yeah, he's going to take some time here. I'm imagining that Chris is going to block this triple. Because it's not inconceivable that he doesn't, but he's staring in the barrel of AEINT blank. There's certainly a bunch of threats there that he's going to want to deal with. That's pretty much his only way of losing.
Yeah, if Chris were to play 5 tiles here through the B, of which several moves like that are being suggested, like Pandar, does Patronize actually win the game after that, or no?
Well, Pandar isn't good, is it?
Oh, I think it is. No? Just play Panda with an R hook.
Oh, yeah. Maybe. Let's see. Look at the... Yeah, Sammy would win by 3.
Sammy wins by 3 after that. So yeah, Chris, as you said, that's crazy. So just to show the sequence, Chris can play Panda and he's going to be just fine. Not emptying the bag. If he doesn't realize the threat and plays off his R, Sammy bingos with Patronize here for 100-ish. Collecting a lot of tiles from... Yeah, this would be the score. So you actually updated it there. So that would be insane. See if that actually occurs. Yeah, you probably just have to go back a move. But that would be crazy. It's not happening. Chris is very clever in these end of game situations. Believe me, I've experienced it a lot of times where he clutches out these games with very, very clever plays. I think this is arguably the strongest part of his game, sussing out these pre-endgame positions, which for many people it's the weakest part of their game, probably myself included. So yeah, he's not likely to make that error.
Yeah, but it's crazy how difficult it is to not open anything and deal with the triple threat. I think like something like AREAD doesn't fully block. It might actually block everything in reality, but seeing Panda, yep, leaving one in the bag. So that will win the game, but it's going to be a close one now.
Sammy's going to play Patronize here. I would be shocked if he missed it. Going to come to mind quick. There we go. Very nice and easy. Circle into blank instantly. Totally chill. Sammy, one of the coolest customers within the Scrabble world. He really is very unflappable, Josh, I feel.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Pat and I is coming down. So 107 points. Going to bring Sammy to 381. 391. Yeah. He's going to draw one tile out of the bag. And, I don't know that he hit the clock. Yeah, he didn't hit the clock yet.
He doesn't think this is an outplay, does he?
Okay, it gets challenged. Or...
No, they're verifying. I don't think Chris is challenging that. This has to be a score thing. I think they're verifying. Maybe Chris is challenging, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so. But in either case...
Yeah, in goes Sammy to get his O.
Opponent always has an O. And so long as Chris Leipe doesn't play a phony here, he will win the game.
Yeah.
Or he could play maybe one tile or two tiles and still lose. But
yeah, or not challenge.
First, that's not happening.
Atenizio and Oki.
Atenizio, very nice. Does that win 12, 14?
Probably not. It probably does not
31.
beat the best endgame plays.
It ties. It ties.
It ties Aroid?
I think so.
So the best endgame play being spit out as Aroid. That's nice. Scores well. So you're saying Patenizio and Oki would tie that. Unfortunately, that is one of the most egregious phonies that would ever have been attempted in a Scrabble game. So it's all academic. Sammy will come up just short.
Weirder things have happened. Like, you might have the intention of challenging, but I think the rule is the same in the World English Scrabble Players Association, of which Chris is the acting chair of, by the way. I think we haven't mentioned that enough. Chris, I guess the top dog in World Scrabble, the bureaucracy at least. It's worth mentioning that I believe the rule for when the game ends is when the clock is stopped and the person who has tiles left on their rack shows their tiles, either turns their rack around, which is impossible here. The racks are taped, or puts the tile on the board. And you can catch somebody in this really weird rules loophole where they show you their tile, but then they say challenge. And as long as they say challenge after showing you their tile, the game is over. They can't challenge. I'm pretty sure. So that's the thing.
Yeah, that is interesting. What did Chris just do there?
O-flowered is the same. 16, 26, 31 as well. QO and O-flowered. Also possible.
Nice. QO. I feel like QO has actually been played though. By accident. I feel like I've heard that. It's a possible thing that's happened.
But yeah, much ado about nothing here as the 2 comes down. Daring play. I was worried, like, there's a blank here. You might have
Yeah.
misjudged with the
Got to
letters.
double and triple check that. I wouldn't want playing a phony here. That would be one of the crazier ways to go down in a game, especially a key game. So yeah, Sammy. I actually didn't see where he plopped his O down. Oh, he mogged him. Yes, got it. Yep. Cool. So close game, 418 to 400. Close score, I should say. Did not feel like a close game. Players are laughing it up. Maybe I'll try to get this.
Yeah, I mean, great game. Both players played fantastically, as we've been getting used to in the later throws of this tournament. But I think Chris, a little bit more precise play, although he did have a very, very nice and early lead after Age Long and Flowered back to back. So yeah, this is just about the expected result for 2 players of the same caliber, given that Chris went first. So not much to say in that regard. Great win for the Westwood chair. That's going to bring him to 17 and 8 plus 11, 58.
So
going down to 17 and 8 as well.
And depending on the other results in this round, we could have potentially a new player in first, right? So we'll look at the standings in a minute. We actually haven't talked to Chris, so it'll be good to see what he has to say about this game if he's up for that. Quick peek at the standings, though, just to refresh your memory. This does not reflect, I believe, any results. This is all through 24 rounds. We just watched round 25. You can see Sammy just lost, and Chris is going to equalize his number of wins with a better spread. So Chris is going to go up. The only person that could stop him from being in first is Rasheed Balogun winning his game, in which case he would resume his top spot in the standings. So it's a total mess in this whole top group right here with the 16 winners. But a lot of these 15 winners are definitely still in contention if they go on a run. Maybe, just maybe, the 14ers could sneak in by going on a huge winning streak right now, which is obviously going to be very tough. And there we go, Chris Cumins defeating Rasheed Balogun. So that is going to cement Chris Leipe as the top dog here. So let me just went back to our screen. We want to cut to our game. And there we go. We got Chris putting on the headset. You might be able to hear us right now. And now we'll be able to potentially hear him. Can't see him yet. There we go. Hey, Chris, can you hear us?
Oh. Hey, yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. Will and Josh here in the booth. That's a huge win for you. And in case you don't know, that means you are now in first place.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Yes. Congrats to our new leader and our current leader of
yes, our literal leader and now a tournament leader. But that was a great game. Very, very well played throughout, of course. A couple moves that we really loved that were not trivial plays on your part. Josh, where should we start?
Yeah, Unmoore's beautiful find there.
Oh, thanks.
That seemed by far best out of a pool of not so incredible options.
Yeah, everything.
Really like that play.
Thanks. Yeah, everything else I saw was like stupid, like playing man here or something just like. Yeah. I'm glad I saw it.
We like to see. I mean, you drew those S's early. We like to see plays like Vets demonstrating the extremely powerful defensive strength. We often see the S used as an attacking tile, as a hooking tile to create more space or threaten to do so. But Vets completely annihilating that part of the board. Really great to see that. On the Panda turn, it was just
you can go to that in Quackle too, by the way, Josh.
Yeah, we were a little bit worried. There could have been some danger. Of course, you were cool. You knew how many letters were left. If you had put that R on Panda, and Pat and I's came down, you would have lost by 3 points. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I was considering, so one thing was Japan here, but then it's going to give back like a 60-point Z play. I don't want to do that. And then Canada, which would empty the bag, but wouldn't open anything new. But if he happened to have something through the D, then like, yeah, always just leave one in the bag and then go from there. And I looked at the pool. It didn't seem like there were many things from the P, but maybe there were more than I thought.
But you can weather, you know, the worst case scenario, which is basically what happened. You're still going to win comfortably as long as you get one more move, which is exactly what happened. I would say for me, maybe the other move that I do not think was like super, super obvious was pubic, which I feel like in that position it's so tempting to just play the X, and instead you made a really defensive play that clamped down on Sammy quite a bit. So this is not a play that is an autopilot by any means. That was a very nice job by you. Not sure if you have anything to add about your thinking on that.
Yeah, so like the first thing I saw was bicep. That's kind of the natural play. You put the high point tile on the colored square and move on. And then I thought about Prex for a while, which I think is probably close to highest scoring. But yeah, I'm ahead by a ton. So why am I opening up a triple with the P? And why am I, you know, just keep the better leave, keep the E with the S, and yeah, shut things down, make things uncomfortable. And get rid of the worst tiles. Like, yeah, it took a while to think through it, but I definitely liked that play. I think that was the best one in that turn.
We surely did as well. So
Sorry,
what else?
I want to mention, I was just doing, I mean, you guys are seeing what I'm doing, not Chris, but after Panda, there was actually some loss for you with the play of Piazzian.
Oh wow,
would have been possible from the P. I'm looking at this now. That's what I was wondering. I didn't check it mid game, but that would have been totally insane. We did not see a way for you to really weather necessarily everything, but
yeah,
I think Panda probably at least close to the best of the bunch.
Yeah, it's got to win like 99% of the time or something. And every now and then, if you lose to Piazzian, I'm not sure what you can really do. I guess tip your cap. So yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, I think really, really fun game. Final score doesn't really capture that you were in pretty full command, and now you are in command of the standings right now. It doesn't reflect it yet. I guess the electronic result isn't in for us to see, at least, but you're going to pop up there shortly. So congratulations, and I'm sure we're going to see more of you going forward.
Thanks. Yeah, 7 games to go, right?
How's your stamina doing? Last question before we let you go. How are you feeling physically here?
Feeling okay. It's always, you know, the third day of a big 4-day tournament is always, you start to feel it, but I'm doing all right. I need to be abstemious with the drinking tonight. That's the only thing.
Fair enough. Good luck with that. I'm sure it's, you know, it feels like celebrating as well. If you know, if you win next game, of course you're gonna go into final day atop the standings. That feels worth celebrating. But yeah, if you're able to withhold, you will have a great shot at finishing this thing off. So any final words, Josh, for Chris before we let him go?
No, well played. Great to see you on stream. Great to see you in this tournament. Hope you're having a good time. And yeah,
Thanks.
Good luck in your last one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, there you go. There's our winner in our round 25 game, Chris Leipe. That was nice to hear his thoughts on a lot of those tricky moves there. We do, I believe, have some of the matchups coming in for next round. Don't have the standings yet to really get into it, but next round is going to be some options include Sammy versus Rasheed, Chris Cumins versus Chris Leipe. That's kind of interesting to me because we again have not seen Chris Cumins at all, and he is blasting his way up the standings. And then a repeat between Harshan and Ben, which I know is going to be a popular option if I put it in the poll. So I'm not sure. I'm going to go ahead and start this poll This is a classic caveat on my part where it's not a full democracy and we may overrule you, but let's hear what you all have to say about it. What do you think, Josh? Hard to go wrong with some of these.
I definitely think Chris versus Chris is the best matchup that we have. Leader versus
Yeah.
I guess second place. And yeah, someone mentioned with this 18-point loss. Oh no, third place. Okay, with this 18-point loss, Sammy is going to go 17-8 plus 977, which is one more than Chris Cumins' plus 976. But I think Chris versus Chris, although confusing, would be my choice of matchup since we haven't seen Mr. Cumins on.
At least the last names are sufficiently different that we can just go with. And a lot of people do call Chris Leipe, I feel like. So it should be doable on that basis. So it looks like it's going to be that matchup. We don't have the confirmation yet which matchup it'll be, but I'm going to assume that it's going to be Chris Cumins versus Chris Leipe, and we'll work through how we communicate who's playing what word. What player we're talking about. We should be able to come up with a system there. I don't actually know a ton about Chris Cumins. I know maybe we have some people in the chat that can provide some more detail. I know he's an expert rated player, a very strong player. Don't know much else about him. So if anybody has Chris Cumins intel, please share that with us now.
Indeed, yeah. There's only one tournament on record in the North American fold. Chris Cumins from 2014, so very long ago. I can look up his WESPA rating. See, maybe there's some information there. But seems like a strong player. It seems like he's having a good tournament. From Scotland. Rating 1889. Yeah, very strong.
Scotland.
Okay. Yes.
All right, I'll go with the Scotland flag then. Again, not trying to start a geopolitical incident for anybody, but yeah, that's what we think we're gonna do. Once WESPA rating 1889, that's quite high. With somebody like that, you never know. Also, like a player who's already good that sort of decides to take their game to the next level can all of a sudden start to really stack great results and maybe outperform their rating a bit. If you can get to 1900 within the WESPA system, odds are pretty good. With a little more work, you can get even higher. So hard to say whether that could be, but I'm excited if that is the matchup that we get. Excited to watch him play, and that's going to be one more game, Josh, before we've made it through our third marathon day on the stream. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun. These games have been super fun to really break down for everybody.
Yeah, can we hang out more? I've been having a great time.
You made me snort. Now I have to, hold on. I'm going to be off camera, blow my nose off camera for a second because that was a funny comment. But I'm still here.
Yeah.
Should I run a poll whether people want to hear the nose blow sound or?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute.
Just do it. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, as a professional streamers, myself and Will, we know always to mute when we're about to sneeze or cough or eat. You know, it's we respect you guys. I know some of you want to hear all of the sounds, but I think most of you are happy with the professionalism.
Oh, sorry, I gotta unmute. I said you don't want to hear this sound, but we fixed it. Josh making me snort. Fix that problem. Let's see what they start. Oh, Chris Leipe and Chris Cumins started already, so that means we get a different game, I guess. Whichever. All right, I guess whichever between Harshan Ben, then Sammy Rasheed, I guess. I think
That's
nobody.
A hilarious comment. Do Will sneezes sound like stop banks?
I don't know. Has Will played Mun daily? So unfortunately, I have a standing video gaming session with my best friends from high school every Monday that starts at about 8:15 to 8:30. We play Baldur's Gate 3. We're actually doing our second playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Games before that included, well, whatever. We'll say Harshan and Ben as a reprise of a previous matchup here. Just so I'll have to get that matchup set again. But if not for that, oops, hold on. This is not the right matchup. We'll fix this on the fly. Actually, I'll do it this way. But yeah, that's the only reason why I would not participate in the Mondaily more often. So yeah, I would never dream of saying, shift Mondaily to another day. I would think that we would shift our gaming session to another day, except one of my buddies is a police officer and his schedule is very rigid. So Monday is his day that he can play. So that's the story behind that.
It's okay. Harshan being first in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those wondering what Will is talking about, I run an online Blitz tournament every Monday, but he has not yet graced us with his presence. And that is totally okay, because he would probably smoke everybody, as
No
many
way.
people know, and many people don't know. Will Anderson is the online Blitz world champion. There's never been any tournament as big as the Blitz champs back in 2021.
I still can't believe I won that.
Yeah, I mean, he beat David Eldar. He beat me.
I drew way
beat a
better
bunch
than
of incredibly strong players.
I drew way better than David.
He's gonna say you're gonna say some humble things.
All right, I'll thank you very much. I tend to be good at Blitz because I'm pretty solid on words in general. So yeah, that's definitely a help where you can spot your bingos really fast. That helps you a lot in Blitz for sure. So that's part of it, but I definitely do not consider myself the very best Blitz player. I do think that if we run that event,
those nameplates,
I'm doing it. I'm trying to riff and do it, which is exercising my brain in very new ways. Because I thought we were going to get that other matchup, but it started. So Harshan is in 5th, and Ben is in 7th. So this is starting to be an important game for these two to keep pace with the 17 win players, which, by the way, there are 4 of them. Chris Leipe, Sammy Okasaga, Chris Cumins, and Rasheed Balogun, all at 17 wins. Harshan with 18, Bob Linn with 16, Ben at 15. So this could be kind of like a Ben Schonbrun's last stand type situation, where he's going to have to beat an extremely challenging opponent to keep pace in the standings with not that many games to go. I think everything is now updated, if I'm not mistaken, with the correct matchup and all that stuff. It is round 26, I think, though. Is that true? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And I think we would now be ready when Ben gets to his seat. Harshan graciously appearing on the stream constantly here. I'm not sure who we've seen the most between. We've seen a ton of Rasheed, a ton of Harshan, a ton of Sammy, a fair amount of Ben. That's great. When I put it that way, Josh, it makes me like, yeah, this is like heaven for us. Get to watch all those people play.
It's true. Honestly, these days, with my my current brain rot, I think commentating is a good exercise rather than playing unfortunate and poor Scrabble. When I was watching the replay of my game from last year, during the break, yeah, I was definitely in better form a year ago, even though still not at the level that these guys are at. But yeah, commentating so easy when you have all the options in front of you. you have the benefit of hindsight, the omnipotence, and it's very enjoyable. So yeah, maybe time for retirement, Will.
That's what I said before. It's so nice. We were talking about that before, when we're talking about, oh no, internet is unstable. Please, internet, just hold on. One more game. But we were talking about diet stuff and how I could control my diet so much better if I just stay back at home, chill. Is anybody hearing me? Probably an F.
I'm hearing you, but yeah, you're breaking up. So
yeah, happening again. I knew this would happen. I'm not confident in my internet here. Dang it.
I think it's not too bad.
Yeah, something's happening. Something's happening on my end.
I wonder if people can hear me. If they can hear you, that's a great sign. But we will get this matchup for you guys very soon. Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a stream over there telling me that Scrabble's no fair. Sorry.
All right, I guess I'm not.
I decided to riff myself.
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm lagging all over the place, but I guess I'm not.
Well, probably. Yeah, I think probably if you reconnect, that would probably be ideal because. Oh, I can actually sort of see us now.
Reconnect
on
to
my
what?
end, I'm not seeing your virtual camera very, very well.
I'm doing an internet. I'm doing a speed test, and my speed test is coming through with like great speed now.
Oh, looks like you're coming back. Oh no.
I don't understand. My internet speeds are good now, so I don't really know. I'm just gonna pray that it isn't a problem. So, I mean, I'm seeing everything not laggy. So anyway, I'm just gonna pretend that there's no problem. Maybe while we wait for these two, we can go back to the standings. I don't think it's gonna be much longer until they get set. We actually are set with all of the, nameplates and stuff like that. But Josh, here we go. 4 players in the 17 here, one of which we have not even seen on the stream yet because he's just winning games left and right, Chris Cumins.
Yeah, and he might also not want to be on stream. We don't actually know.
That's true.
He's trying to start his games real fast.
To avoid it.
But hopefully, yeah, tomorrow, I mean, he'll still be in the mix, so hopefully we get to see him. Yeah, 4 players, 17 and 8. Harshan's result still not in, looks like.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, we saw Harshan put his stuff down.
He just played Ben, but he's playing again. Or no? There we go.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, never mind then. Harshan won, and he joins the 17 win club. I didn't even realize that. So the two of them just played?
Yeah, so I think
they're going to repeat.
You have to adjust the standings.
Yeah, I do, which I will. I will do that. All right, let's make sure we don't miss anything and let them start anytime. So Harshan with a win, moving up to 17 and 8. He actually goes up to 4th place with that win. Didn't win by that much, only about 25 points. And dropping, of course, by the same-ish margin. He goes down to 8th place, so that actually drops him into the bubble boy position, the first red name. So yeah, he's definitely looking to go on a big winning streak starting right now. If Ben were to win his last 7 games, he would probably still win the tournament, Josh.
Yeah, he's still in the mix. But like you said, I mean, it's even more dire than what we thought, 15-9 versus 15-10. But yeah, he's going to need to go on a run. And, he is no stranger to going on runs. I mean, Ben, he's been seemingly out of it in so many tournaments and then just wins all of the last 5 or 7 games and ends up winning. He's done it before. It actually bothers me. We play so many tournaments together. He'll often just be not having a great tournament and he's really upset. And I was like, Ben, you know what happens every single time, right? Like you come back and then at the end of the tournament, I've just lost 3 games in a row and he's won all of his games and he finishes ahead of me. It happens every single time.
Yeah. That's the way, right? Like I do feel like Ben has made such tremendous strides in every area of his game. Mindset, word knowledge, all of it. So it's actually been very cool to see. Harshan going first. I thought maybe he had a chance of drawing volumes out of the bag there to start things off, but the L did not materialize, and now he's going to have a much tougher decision on his hands. Not.
Yeah, I think you just play Ovum.
Ovum seems fine. Feel like E-move is also somewhat tempting just to score a little bit better, but Ovum much more defensive. Notable that in Collins, Novum is a word. Suffers slightly from that, but I would still be surprised to not see that play go down. I mean, I'd be thinking about some other stuff, Josh, but I agree. Ovum feels right.
Yeah, the U is just so bad. You might want to play Vum to set up the O and be a little bit more defensive, not let that N set up. But there are more O's than N's in the bag, and the 3 vowels, especially the duplicated E's with the O, are very, very poor together. So I think
Birdie.
Ovum is fine. It's just a question of just where you play it. You can play with the O on the star. You play it with, I don't know, the V on the star. That seems interesting. Your 7-letter words are going to play more often.
Yeah, PSA, Ben Schonbrun's tiles. Yes, we know. This is just his way. He literally does not care. It doesn't affect him whatsoever. Oh, check this out. The O. Nice. Giving Ben. This is a... Wait a second. Is this... I thought that was a word.
I had the wrong rack.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to say, this looks like a word to me. And it is. This is a fantastic find.
Yeah, pronounced with the C, like sabotage, right?
Is that true? I see. So, wow, good start. Very good start for Ben with a...
Oh! BG! Is that not good like this?
No, it's not.
Oh!
But that's tempting.
Sorry.
That is so tempting.
Sorry.
Could Harshan be tempted to play
it's 4 E's.
squeegee like this? This is sorely tempting. If he sees this, he's gonna have to think about it for a second. That would be crazy to see. The upsetting. Not at all. We love that energy. The crazy thing though is even with this U open, what do you even play if you can't? This is a very annoying turn. Is it possible that geese is the best play?
This is ridiculous. I would exchange before playing geese.
Really? I mean, geese is a good number of points.
28 points. Keeping QI.
I think you got to play geese. It sucks to play, but I'm playing geese here over exchanging at least. I'm hating every second of it, but yeah.
I don't know.
No?
This is terrible. Squeegee not being a word is so terrible. That should be. I'm sure there's tons, like a million Google results for squeegee, i.e.
Exchanging looking like it's simming significantly better than geese, proving me quite wrong. So
Veggie.
what is the
Kinda
point
weird.
of that? Yeah, what is the point of that play?
Keep the S. That's
Yeah,
all. That's
I
all.
guess. Right. Wow, that's really interesting. Exchanging crushes geese. I just wouldn't have thought that. So that's something for me to learn all the time.
I got something for you.
How do you spell that word? It's all E's. It's all E's. E's all the way down. Probably it's originally. That sounds like it's originally a. What we got here? Hold
It's
on.
a goose.
Oh, a geese. Is that the Eric? That's an
a-
Eric Rosen.
This is my newest
Very
member
nice.
of my Eric Rosen merch collection. Goose chess.
Whoa. Okay, that I did not see coming. That doesn't feel right.
Say cheese. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That is very weird.
Scopula, nice job, Ben. This is a double-double. He's playing it instantly, not even turning the board. I would be shocked if that wasn't the best play. This does create a kind of cool situation of what are the hooks to this. That could definitely rear its head. If I had to guess, S. I think I would also say.
Oh, I know this.
I think I would also say the one I would always get wrong is R. I feel like, I don't know.
So it's copulas, scopula.
E, definitely S and E. My question is
S
R
and E.
though. Scopular.
I don't
know.
like scopular. Isn't it scapular?
Yeah, that must be what I'm.
Scapular?
Okay, it's just ES, nothing with R. But that's a word that you could see be tried easily. I feel like scopular looks like a word to me. It sounds like scapular, so we'll see if that comes up. But yeah, the play of cheese is it? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's okay. It looks weird.
Practically speaking, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You really just hate that cue so much. But again, I would exchange before doing that.
G-E-E-E.
I think this board, I mean, Scopula was a very high score for this board that considering like, yeah, Ben could have bingoed, but I think that was at least 10 points or 15 points higher than your average non-bingo play would have scored. I think just given the state of the board, I would have exchanged and not been too worried about the deficit.
Nice. So Harshan, we saw earlier, in case you were not here earlier, we saw a game between Harshan and Sammy, I think, or Rasheed. Can't remember which.
It was Sammy.
It was Sammy. That was my first impulse. Where Harshan played front. Yeah, then Sammy played bait. That's right, when we thought he should have played a bye later on. It was the Troupial game. But yeah, then Harshan played very confidently frontager. Didn't remember that R hook to frontage. Or maybe it was in there somewhere in the recesses of my brain. And then he told us a great story post-game, Josh, where an experience with none other than the GOAT, Nigel Richards, inspired him to really take studying hooks seriously. So no question in Harshan's mind, clearly, that Scopula would take an E. Nice play by Ben of Pone, and now I guess Harshan has Algetic playable as well.
Or glaciate as well through the A of cabotage.
True.
So we're gonna
Probably
see
better. Glaciate better.
Some bingo here for Harshan. So that's good to see. We did see a couple games today where somebody took a very, very, very large lead. I guess we have to see what Ben draws. Is he going to draw infinite? No. Okay. Tiffins. Okay.
Wow. Tiffin.
So yeah, something's going to happen. Harshan's still going to be down a tempo and some points, but it's going to be in the game. I checked, Will. Can you guess how many results for Squeegee IE on Google?
100,000.
238,000. Not that bad.
So that's how
Doesn't
many
qualify
people
it as a word.
don't know how to spell.
Yeah, exactly. But
Just
you know,
kidding.
lots of words have become words because of misspellings.
That's
For
true.
example, irregardless.
That's literally what I had in my head.
Yep.
Mind meld.
Supposedly.
Wow.
Supposedly and irregardless, two extremely common, like not non-words. Like they're basically not supposed to be words. Are so common in speech that they are valid.
Yes. There we go. Harshan spotting glaciate as well. Very impressive. So Algetic, he saw it, would have played from the M of ovum, opening the triple. Instead, he's playing glaciate, which is much safer. Not ironclad, of course, just because you're still giving back something, but Algetic opening the triple needlessly with this available. Nicely played. It's going to even the game up quite a bit. I would say my personal pet peeve, this isn't a misspelling, Josh, but I just want to use my opportunity with all the viewers that we have on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much for joining me, by the way. Joining us, I should say. I hate I could care less. I hate that phrase. What if any of you say that, stop now. I could care less. That means you care, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I could care less about that though.
You are a nasty troll, nasty evil troll.
You are the host of this Zoom call. I shouldn't have said that.
Nasty evil troll that you are.
Wow, we're seeing Tiffin over Nif with two S's unseen from Ben's perspective. I think this is a little bit aggro.
Yeah, it's so aggro. Tiffin actually takes sneaky hooks, right? So the thing about it is that it takes the S, but also the G. So there's definitely, I guess there's only one G left. So maybe that takes the sting out of it, but it's still there, and Ben doesn't have it. Nif.
And there are two blanks out.
Two blanks.
The engine likes it.
I guess the nice thing about it is you're getting 4 more points, and if you're Ben, you're gonna draw that G, and you're gonna play Gradin doesn't fit. Can you spell it? No, Gladden. Okay, that's not a word. So yeah, I don't think he has a bingo there, but now he has the G, which is fantastic. But yeah, it's interesting that the extra 4 points and 2 tiles probably do outweigh the risk a little bit of setting up the S there. I guess another thing to note, Josh, this is a sneaky S hook too.
Yeah.
So S bingos are still fitting there. They're not going to score as well, and you're going to get scoring plays with Tiffins. But it's not like the difference between having a bingo with the S and not.
Yeah, that explains it. It's also worth mentioning that after Nif, Ben's taking a 40-point lead, but I mean, there's not really much he can do about all the threats on the board. If we imagine some natural plays, potentially like from this F, because Nif would be in the same spot, or down here, E would still be open. There'd still be a lot of things that he can't really do anything about because he's barely ahead. So this is oh, sorry, I looked at the wrong rack.
Yeah, tough.
This is a
really tough move here. I'm surprised by that play as well, just because I feel like I would hate to go into next turn with IU, but I feel like, again, Harshan has to honor that he doesn't have the hook here. That being said, Ben clearly didn't have a hook when he played Tiffin, or he would have bingoed. So maybe you don't have to go all out to block it right now. I guess unless you see a better play here, this maybe seems more reasonable than it looked to me at first glance.
Yeah, I don't really see anything better than Lunier that I can really think about. But it's not going to work out super well. Ben not sure of the G hook. Okay. That makes sense. He could have played Dong or Dang for way more, not opened the lane down here. But he's playing Dragon for a lesser score. 28 instead of 36. So this is definitely a miss. A rare word knowledge mistake from Ben Schonbrun.
Unveiler, at least. Is anything better than Unveiler? I mean, he has bingo tiles now with that. Harshan has that blank. There is a playable bingo that I see, but I'm trying to find, like, is Vainule or something available, or is that it?
I mean, this board isn't great, so that
Oh,
looks pretty good to me.
Look at that draw. Brutal. That draw is trash. Oh, man. This is horrible timing for Ben. If Harshan plays Unveiler, it's going to put a U and an N right here, but Ben only has one vowel. He can't do anything. With a more flexible rack, he could hammer the spot, but he won't be able to do much at all. Could be a turning point.
Yeah, it could be. So Harshan's probably going to see this word, Unveiler. But yeah, your question of, I mean, there's so much risk associated with this play. It's going to put an N here, like you said, just a 4-tile play with the unseen Z or the unseen J. But also, no matter what, there's a very good chance of a big clapback play. But this U, it's harder to overlap this or underlap this U.
Gotta draw just right. But it's definitely possible.
It's not as dangerous as it looks.
Yeah, the inclusion of the R in Collins really helps Harshan's chances of drawing something that fits there, because you would have the T and N and H and M all possible, but then you even get 4 more of the hits for it, and just either way, even if Harshan doesn't draw anything that good there, Ben is going to be panicking because he cannot do a heck of a lot about it. So either he's gonna go ahead.
It's Harshan to play Unveiler and be a little bit worried about what Ben.
Oh, I might have misspoken, but in my head I had it right.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Yeah. So there are 2 extensions to Dragon, 4 letters.
Oh, geez.
While Harshan's thinking, you really could forgo the bingo. You could play Venue or Vain. That's definitely worth considering.
True.
So he's probably going to take a little bit longer here. And Ben with a ton of time left, only used 4 minutes. So Harshan potentially in time trouble again. We saw it with first game against Rasheed.
I think he's working. There we go. He spotted it. So he's working his way up to it. I think it's fine to play this. The thing that's kind of nice about it, as you say, not so easy to overlap, and the V limits your damage a little. It's just that backstops it slightly. But yeah, Harshan could not be having better timing with this. Ben has really no way of doing much with that spot. Some people have suggested Trodden is going to be his play through the E of Iron just to burn through tiles. And that's going to give Harshan a chance to draw something phenomenal. There's so many things he could draw here, Josh. He could draw the Z or J and play something across going in. He could draw the Y and something hitting super hard here. Second blank. Or maybe he'll airball.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Harshan's going to take his time as he usually does. Puts all his tiles face down. I'm still surprised he overdrew that one time. He played Kintar and drew 7 tiles. Because he's so deliberate about it. So Ben, if he sees this spot that I was pointing to, Trodden is nice, but
wow,
this spot through this I and E,
ridded,
a bunch of really nice plays.
So much better.
Didder, ridded, ridden, even just diode in that spot.
Yeah,
probably be better than Trodden just based on score alone.
Great plays. Definitely. That's the spot. I'm sure Ben's already identified it. I bet he's just taking a moment to sort of say, do I really not have anything to address this new spot? Ooh.
Yeah, it's a miss.
This is a miss.
This isn't terrible. This isn't terrible.
It's not. This is definitely competitive, but Ben has missed so little, and I actually feel like plays in this spot that you mentioned, Josh, are Ben's like specialty. He rarely misses stuff like that. He's so good at finding these resourceful ways to make parallel plays that a lot of people would miss, and a lot of people would miss that. But he will probably, I don't know, is that Do you think it's possible
Well,
that
the
this is
engine,
an active choice on his part?
I don't think so, but the engine is giving a lot of credence to this play of Trodden. It's the only play that uses 6 tiles. So
That's
maybe drawing
crazy.
one of those biggies or that
Wow.
blank is more important than we recognize, and blocking this E and maybe the S hook.
That draw.
So that's very, very interesting. But Harshan, beautiful draw um, of anorexy with the blank Y, but that's not going to go down.
Yeah.
But he's going to have a lot of nice options, I think.
Something
Actually,
great. The question is, can he hit this spot with both the Y and the X? It's not immediately clear that he can.
there's nothing great down to here. I guess there's Onery. Oh, that's very good.
But just note,
Onery and NY.
if Harshan doesn't play there, Ben can play Zaire for a massive score. So there's definitely a lot hinging on playing in that spot.
There's one crazy play here of Oxeye that's been spotted.
Wow.
That scores 52, keeping NR blank seems amazing. But how big is this spot? How much are you putting into blocking the spot if you're Harshan? You're down 21, but you have great letters. So I think if he spots Onery, he's going to like that, I think.
Leaving
But
X
yeah, I'm ticking
blank.
down.
X blank. Yeah, I just can't imagine Harshan allowing that spot to stay open, even though, as you suggest, Oxeye has so much to commend it. I just feel like Onery results in such a more controlled position for him, denying the most obvious scoring spot to Ben, leaving X blank. Maybe you draw into a really high scoring X bingo immediately, but if not, you're almost certainly getting a 2-turn sequence of an X play and then a bingo, which is great. It's going to be very tough for Ben to keep pace with that. Actually, though, he has the ammunition to keep pace with it. So, no clue where we're going from here, Josh, but it's going to be a wild one to finish this game out.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen in the next few moves. Only time will tell. Only what comes out of the bag will show us. But there are lots of options that cover that triple. It looks like Harshan getting ready to play NY for 30.
Maybe just NY.
Keeping OXER blank, which is pretty balanced. I'm not really sure how likely he is to draw a bonus here, or if he ever even wants to play one, given what it opens. But NY coming down. I don't think this is terrible. I think this is one of the best plays for sure.
Definitely appreciate the logic here. Stay balanced. I do feel like it would be tempting to play more tiles, not only to score more points, but just if you could sort of continue to dig for all the good stuff that Ben has. Harshan's POV, it could be out there. So now, what does Ben do? He had his Zaire taken away, but there is good stuff all over the place here. He could play a Z here. He can play Zaire here instead. Maybe, I don't know if there's a good J play on offer that I'm not seeing, but a lot going on here for him.
Yeah, it looks like Day is going to come down for 54.
Yeah, that's
putting Ben in the lead by 43. Which seems great on this board.
Pretty solid for sure. So Harshan's going to have to buckle down here, figure out a way. I mean, he still has 44, seems like a lot, and it is, but something with the X to cut into that gap a little bit, holding the blank. I guess if I'm Harshan, I'm a little worried of what happens if somehow, well, maybe I'm not worried. How is this lane getting blocked productively outside of a play, like a short little play, maybe through here? It's just never, it's really hard to block this lane, Josh.
Yeah, I think I don't really know. There's 17 tiles left, so I don't really know how long it's going to take for something to come down there. I think it's unlikely that spot's going to get taken by anything other than a bingo. So a lot in the air in this final round of the day between Harshan and Ben. And Harshan to act, he's down to 7 minutes, which isn't a lot of time. Probably something like Kex, 8 and ticks here. Seems pretty good. Lots of vowels to redraw, many E's. You should start playing a little bit with a little bit more gusto. And I
Okay.
think he still has the advantage.
This looks pretty good. Lots of E's that Harshan can redraw. So I definitely think he has a really good chance of drawing something good. Now that he's gotten all those high scoring tiles off, keeping 2 consonants, he basically just almost needs an E, and he's almost for sure going to find a way to bingo here. And now the question is for Ben. He has this J. He definitely has words he can play. He has to be really careful about what he actually plays here, though, because he could open stuff up that he doesn't intend.
Yeah, you might be tempted to overlap and score with the Jiao, Jiao, but if I put this on the board, I mean, the insanity of the danger you're opening up
Too
on
much.
this leftmost column, way too much.
Hobbler comes down for a jillion points in that situation.
Yeah, I think you just played JAI here. There's no N left for QIN. So that sort of dampens the big spot. But anything Ben does here is going to open. Anything that looks decent. So yeah, it's a little bit worrisome. Wondering what he's going to come up with. He has 17 whole minutes left. And this turn seems kind of pivotal. He's staring at a pool of 8 vowels, 13 consonants. That's quite balanced. 2 S's, a blank. Some pretty good stuff out there. So he can't be feeling very secure about his chances despite being ahead and on turn. So I wonder. He's probably thinking, do I have any chance of interfering with this lane at some point?
Rioja.
I don't think you can play Jor, but it's certainly worth thinking about something like that just to numb the potential pain of leaving this open for the rest of the game.
I just want to say
You just have to go aggression.
Rioja here gets met with horrible. triple. So that's all I want to add.
Yeah, that's a lot. I guess the problem with JAI is a bunch of very high scoring responses for 50 plus, and you're keeping 3 vowels, so you might run into some trouble. That's my thought there, but I still think JAI probably the best out of a bunch of not so appealing options here.
Brutal. Yeah, Ben is up by nowhere near enough points to feel comfortable. So yeah, he's got to be concerned. He probably feels the same way that we do, that this spot is really annoying. It's really, really difficult to block it while not giving something new back. It's just sort of there. Is it possible that he plays something like Jar? That leave is horrible. But it does lead to a kind of like ironclad situation. If he can just draw a consonant or something, it's really hard to bingo from a J. There's nowhere else to bingo. I could see. Oh, is that what you were saying with JOR? Sorry.
JOR, yeah.
Yeah.
You could also see JAI maybe, but that actually protects this line.
Yeah.
Makes it pretty much impossible to block it. Ben is ahead, and he's probably thinking about defense. I like the amount of time Ben's taking here. This is a mature player for sure. He knows when to think. We could see. Can you keep the J here? No, I don't think so. I was thinking of maybe like some play here, but I don't see anything.
Yeah.
I think you play the J, but where. It's a really weird spot.
Yeah, this is brutal. Ben's played a lot of turns quickly, and he has ample time to think this through, and he's using it, which is that's exactly how you should be using your time in a perfect world. But man, I am really curious to see what direction he goes here. It just doesn't feel like there's any option that maybe he's just gonna play here. I feel like this is, I don't know. It's just like JAI here. He is gonna just play Jar, not Jor.
Interesting. There was the option, by the way, the best simming play that I saw was Xiao.
Yeah, it opens up some
24.
stuff, but like, I don't know. Is it possible, Josh, that just playing Jiao, sorry, I-A-O, this is the play that gives you the best chance of closing this line next turn? You play this now.
It does seem like it.
You give Harshan one chance to have something, and then play an overlap or play like whatever, something hodgepodge into the J and close it down.
I just think there was really no way to control your destinies super well without giving up chances of getting outscored. As we see Bell for 27, this is Harshan's best score without using the blank, of course, and that draw from Ben is going to put him in another very difficult spot.
A bind. A solid bind, for sure.
We could see an exchange. There's 9 tiles left. Still a blank, bunch of S's. Ben is ahead 14 right now. If he plays a few tiles, that gives Harshan the chance to leave only a couple tiles in the bag and maybe catch Ben with some bad stuff. So that's the first thing I'm thinking of in this spot. I don't know about you, Will.
Yeah, it's agonizing. I just feel like I'm so loath to play something that would balance my rack here. I know that something like Auri or Rowie in this spot is going to be favored probably initially by the engine, but you just cannot throw open the board so widely. This is a reasonable play to me. I feel like it's not that scary. Yeah, there is the potential for heavy hitting overlaps here, but maybe there actually are not super many tiles that play alongside the I and W. You kind of need like O, E, S to really do much there.
Yeah, if you're gonna play something, UE for sure by far the best play.
But exchanging maybe.
I like this. I'm not sure. I really don't know. This is a very hard position for both players. Probably the most difficult strategic / tactical situation we've seen in the entirety of the coverage. There's just so many things to think about, so many plays to consider for both players. And Harshan down to under 5 minutes. I think Ben playing Iwi quickly, whether or not it's the best play, is a very good practical choice, putting the pressure on Harshan when he doesn't have an immediate response.
Yeah, navigating this very tricky end of the game. Ben with 12 minutes to Harshan's 4 could definitely pay dividends. Man, it's agonizing here that for Harshan, he has to be worried he can't know that Ben is sitting on this. From Harshan's POV, Ben could easily have something high scoring right there, and Harshan's just going to go ahead, balance his rack, use one of his 2 Rs with Dazer, makes a ton of sense, and force Ben into a brutal situation here.
It's really, Will, this feels like one of the only racks Ben could possibly have where he's at risk of getting outscored, at massive risk of getting outscored by Harshan.
Yeah.
There were so many scoring tiles unseen. There's HM. There are so many more consonants. Ben is down. Ben is up 16, but with 4 in the bag, we also have to see what Harshan draws. If he gets an A, that's going to be ideal. Oh, He got that M instead. So Thrimsas.
That fits. No?
Oh my goodness, that is
Thrim-
totally insane.
Thrimsas actually fits with ST. That's insane. Thrimsas. I definitely like Harshan's chances of finding that. And that is
But
a brutal.
Ben could play Oos for 6.
I mean, the nice thing from Ben's perspective is now he really should be able to know that this spot is next to impossible for Harshan to use. There's no vowels that play alongside the W. So Harshan has to blow his blank if he wants to play here. So normally, if I'm Ben, I'm like, oh, I got to play here before Harshan does with toe or row or something like this. But maybe he can find it in himself to actually get a block. Oh, but Thrimsa still gives moose. So you still get hit after that, right?
No. The M is
Oh.
one spot lower.
Right. Says. Okay, Oos would do it. You're right. Okay. So Oos would actually do it. That would be an insane play to find.
There's
That being-
also stuff like G or Jeté.
True. I would balk at this
would
though.
block.
Because look, Josh, if you can just
Yeah.
get hit with math and stuff, hath, I think that's not the way. I like the idea of playing down from the J. But Ben might feel at risk.
Oh, this is a good play though.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna see this.
Exactly. I feel like Ben is going to feel a little bit at risk of being outrun and not perceive this to be that big of a threat. I mean, how could you really?
I mean, it's not. It's just that there's 4 tiles in the bag, so you can't possibly see all the threats. But Thrimsas is available naturally without using the blank.
That will
so
help.
that might lead Ben into seeing it, and he might get scared. But I do agree, like, we're seeing Harshan's rack. I think it would be a very human decision to block it, but probably not an optimal decision. I think, EYOT with DR
scores great.
It's hard to see anything that scores better than that.
Yeah, gotta protect yourself from being outscored here. In addition to hoping no bingos will play, could there also be something through this eye? Sure, I'm sure there's stuff up there that could be available, but Ben might be saying, with all my low pointers, I'm at more of a risk of being outrun than I am of being bingoed on. I gotta get points here while I can. Makes sense. Maybe he finds it somehow to play off of this J. That would be crazy if he did. Ugh. Brutal.
ROE. I don't know where he's thinking of playing that. Maybe just with ODER at the bottom. Oh, but he has so much time, Ben. Think a bit longer. Oh, just ROE at the top. This is losing.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
Makes sense. I mean, you're grabbing points there, but actually that spot is really not a threat to you from like the POV of Harshan having that much there. He's gonna have to burn the blank to do it. And now here's the question: does Harshan see the bingo, which is not a layup at all? He's gonna take a look here. Look at Ben's draw. Not bad. Does this give anything?
There's no threats after Thrimsas.
Yeah.
It is over if Harshan spots this. Oh,
T the first tile. Whoa. Yep. Wow.
This is insanity. What an insane finish to this game. You said it, you called it. There was so much unknown in this game. The position was so wild. And Harshan's just gonna do his diligence,
double checking,
make sure that he's not giving anything back. And even if he is, it's probably still appropriate. Yeah. This is a heart-sinking play.
Brutal.
To see.
Ben needed this game too. And he's gonna, not much he can do except sit back. I mean, could he have found a way to block this? I guess, but that was a really, really brutally difficult position. I have no idea how, you would expect somebody to nail a position that complicated every time. He did a very, very good job on some of the previous moves. Great find by Harshan to finish this out. What a game.
See Harshan's hand shaking a little bit.
This
at
is
the
an
thought of maybe
incredible win
something
for
he's
him.
missing.
Yeah. I mean, I think he, as you suggest, he took a look at it. He probably knows to quite a high degree of certainty that he's fine after this. Let's take a look at what this tile is real quick.
An A, yeah.
And that's going to do it. So a thrilling win
Wow.
for Harshan here.
Wow. Yeah, what to say? It's a brutal one. There's just so many things that could have gone right or could have gone wrong for either player. It really came down to that draw. That draw after, what was it? BEL?
Yeah.
Or no, OR.
OR, right.
Playing OR, keeping TIRH blank in that draw of MS.
Like Ben's going to nail this endgame move here. That looks like it's got to be correct. Oh, no, apparently. Oh, his best move, the engine says late-ish right here. That is a 1 point better than Sheath. Again, anytime I see something like that, I think to myself, Nigel would find it.
Yep. But it's all academic. Harshan is going to try and find his best spot for the A. A very, very heartbreaking loss for Ben.
Yeah.
Who I think has really been knocked out of contention for first place with this loss. Hate to see it. Had to happen to somebody. I guess if Ben had won this game, they would both still be in contention. But
yeah,
very well played by both. A couple of misses along the way, but hard to fault much of anything.
Yeah, we kind of jinxed Ben on the
Scrabble
on the stream a lot. He lost a lot of these games on the stream, despite the fact that he played by and large fantastically well. Some of the best Scrabble we've seen from anyone on the stream. That's how it goes sometimes. Ben had a lot of extremely difficult positions in this one. So yeah. That's tough now. He drops to 15 and 11. That's going to make it really tough tomorrow. Everything's going to have to break right. It might not work out just because there's so many players that are going to be at 18 or 17, 3 or 2 games ahead of him. It's going to be really tough to leapfrog them all. If anybody could do it, it would be him. But that's a great win for Harshan, who has really, master-classed his way out of his 2-4 start. Right at the top of the leaderboard right now. I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to Harshan again, which that'll be our 3rd or 4th conversation with him if he's willing. And it's a great time chatting with him about Scrabble, Josh, every time we get to.
Yes, indeed. So we'll have one final opportunity today to talk to our victor, as you said. And
what do we want to ask him
tomorrow? 6 games. What do we want to ask? If you guys have any questions, as always, let us know in the chat. Did you see this? Did you consider that? How did you feel here?
I mean, Cheese, Lunier, Nye, some of the late game moves. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah.
Cheese seems like a good start. That was a really tough one. I'd love to hear what he has to say about that.
NY and Cheese are the 2, I guess, most questionable decisions. But other than that, just Lunier. Yeah, Lunier was also very interesting. Blocking those hooks and just trying to go for a blank.
So while they wait, let's take a look at the standings here. Just to remind you, not every game is in. Please note, some of them are. Looks like Chris and Kevin maybe lost their games, and Chris Cumins lost his game, but Chris Leipe won his. So in all likelihood, Chris Leipe oh boy, okay, we got a whole bunch just coming in. So we know Harshan is going to pop up, but he's actually not going to gain in the standings. He's going to still be at 18-8 with just a little bit of spread behind Chris Leipe and Sammy Okasaga, knotted at 18 wins apiece. And we're going to have at least 3 17-game winners going into the last game. So it's total mayhem at the top of the standings, Josh.
Yeah. This is really going to come down to the wire no matter what, as we
Turn
see.
up the volume, it's really quiet.
As we see Harshan back
there we
on the
go.
headset.
Yep, so we got Harshan here for yet another conversation. It's making a habit with us here of coming onto the stream, putting forth a masterclass, and then getting to talk with us about it afterwards. So I'm enjoying this this new trend of ours.
Me too.
Nice. So there were a ton of tough decisions there. Josh, I'll turn it to you if you have one you want to start out asking about.
Yeah, I guess the first question, start from the end. When did you see Thrimsa's?
I saw it straight away. I
saw
it straight away. I was just thinking about if it gets blocked, what's plan B? I was just trying to think what I would do if it got blocked, and there weren't any very many good options really. So yeah, I mean, I saw it immediately because I was eyeing that spot even on the previous turn. I was trying to see if a bonus would fit there. So I was like tuned into playing a bonus there already. So it didn't take long.
Yeah, that
was amazing. When we saw it, we almost lost our cool. That was
I mean, I tried to make a bonus fit on the previous turn and the turn before that. So this was like the third try at it at the same spot. So I was like completely tuned into that spot. If that makes sense.
Of course, yeah. You didn't miss anything. Maybe you already know, but there were no real whiffs of that nature on any of those moves. Or Bell, Kex, all pretty much nailed it. A turn with a ton of options though was Nye. When you played Nye there, that was a really tough situation. So
I know. I mean, like, the lesson I've taken from Nigel is just be patient, score off the Y, kill that part of the board, score off the X, and then bonus. I mean, he doesn't rush it, basically. I'm sure I missed like a bonus score, burning the blank in the same spot with the X. I couldn't see anything good. So it nearly backfired when I picked the K, but luckily I was able to get rid of the K and the X on the next turn. What were the other options? I mean, I think I didn't feel good that I'd seen all the best options. I saw X and YE, but I didn't see any other good options. What were they?
Yeah, so there was this very nice fit of Oxeye to that E in Lunar.
All right,
which was
okay.
53, and that was the other thing to consider, other than playing and covering the triple.
Yeah.
But you'd be happy to learn the engine thinks they're pretty similar in value, and you blocked Zaire for 80 points.
Yeah. I mean, that was what I was thinking. I thought NY had huge defensive value given the unseen tiles. So yeah, that was part of the thinking of NY. I took a hit on the score, but I thought, look, I'm going to take that spot. He's not going to have it. It kills that corner of the board. And then I'll get rid of the X next turn, and then I'll hopefully bingo either. And I wasn't fussed about not bingoing the turn after that. If I could bingo out close to the end of the game, that's often very effective. That's what Nigel does. He keeps turning bingos down until it's his outplay. So I'm trying to learn from him, trying to be patient. But yeah. Good to know that I blocked a huge spot for him.
Yeah, for sure. With the J and Z lurking and the Y as well that he could potentially have. This made a ton of sense. So even with Oxeye available, we definitely feel like blocking that spot has a ton of value. I guess the other really tough situation that I still am not 100% sure what the heck to do was your play of cheese and cabotages, which is an absolutely brutal spot in the early going of the game. We were totally, I thought I would want to play geese there, leaving QI, but the engine hates that. The engine does not want that. So my instinct was totally off. Maybe you could talk a little bit about your thinking on this move.
I mean, I think it's really obvious what the best move is, right? Didn't you see it? It's like QIS and ovums. That's the best move, right? And hope it stays on.
Oh yeah, that would be a fantastic move.
Yeah, I mean, purely on your equity basis, that's the best move. So I'm really disappointed I turned that one down.
No, you're totally wrong, Harshan. Actually, I screamed something out that was not a word at the early stages of your turn. I was like, "Oh my God, squeegee!"
Yeah. It's Squilgy. It's Squilgy, isn't it? It's
Squilgy and Squeegee with all E's. So you could have ambitiously tried an alternate spelling of squeegee there.
So what won the sim on that turn? What actually won the sim?
Veggie. Veggie
weird play.
TAGE.
Such a weird, really weird play.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like awful leave, isn't it? Awful. But at least the G fits onto the U of ovum. At least it's compatible with the board, right? I mean, that's the only thing you can say about that leave.
QES, you would have maybe been able to play through the U of ovum next turn,
and QIS doesn't give anything back. It just doesn't do anything for him, right? I mean,
it blocks a lot of scoring, so there's definitely merit to it. It just the leave felt just so awful. Anyways, that was really all we wanted to ask. I think, Will, is there anything else? Loonier, I guess, was the other.
Oh, right,
It was just like
really
so
tough.
Awful.
Terrible, but what I couldn't see any other options. What were the other options?
I think
the only thing I saw, maybe LIEU under the EY of iron, just to open a new spot with a complete different.
I mean, there were like so many S's out, and like and
the G.
And there were 2 blanks out. I just wanted to turn some tiles over and block the Tiffin's hook, basically. I mean, that was my thinking. I mean,
I think we like Loonier a lot there for those reasons. Just don't let Ben get a free crack at Tiffin's or Tiffing with the other G. Made a lot of sense. We really didn't quibble with basically any move you made, and then the fantastic find at the very end, which sealed the game for you. So going into tomorrow, you're one of 3 players at 18-8. Chris Leipe and Sammy Okasaga the other.
We talked about this.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, hold on. I want to tell you guys a story. Did I mention the barrel story already? Or
yes.
I did. Yeah. So 1 barrel at a time, and my next barrel is the first move of my next game, and the next one after that is the second move of my next game, right? And so on and so forth, right? So that's the way I'm playing it.
Yeah, sorry. I totally forgot. That's my bad.
No,
I'm not trying to sabotage you here.
It's human nature. It's human nature. We're all human, aren't we? Right? I mean, absolutely.
So I'll retract that statement, and I will just say you're going to have 6 great games tomorrow. We'll probably
100%.
see you for more of it. And congratulations on overcoming a slow start and having a fantastic day 2 and 3 at this tournament. So with that, I guess we'll let you go, get something to eat. And thanks again for chatting with us.
It's a pleasure, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. There you have it for an extra outing on the stream, chatting with Harshan. Always a pleasure. He just plays fantastically well every time we watch him, Josh. And I think that's basically going to do it for us today. So huge thank you to everybody behind the scenes, of course, as we'll cut back to our commentator view. Maybe just a quick look. Harshan's put his headset down, so we can now go to the standings and take a look at this without creating an issue there. But I think this is basically it through round 26. Pretty crazy. We've seen a lot of ups and downs here. Any thoughts when you look at this standings list, Josh?
Yeah, it's totally up in the air. Anybody in the top, anybody that's at 16-10 or higher has a chance. Definitely between the 18s and 17s, that's who we're going to be looking out for the most. And yeah, it's just a mess at the top, as we expected. So many players of such a high caliber. It's hard to choose a favorite between any of these guys. So yeah, I look forward to it. Are you gonna wake up early, especially early?
Well,
to cover
here's the
every single round?
thing. We just finished here. Well, what are you going to join me, Josh? So basically, Josh and I need to decide whether we're going to wake up and be ready at 4 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We have been omitting that round. So rounds 9 and 18, we did not cover so that we could be ready for 5 a.m. local time. What do you guys think? Should we go for it? Try to wake up at 4, be ready at 4 a.m. for this round? I'm sure you're all going to say yes, but we have to decide for ourselves.
Let's hold on. Let me see. Maybe we can make it an incentive here. How many likes? We're at 107 likes. If we get to 175 likes on this live stream,
we'll wake up early.
75 of you watching. Yeah.
Well,
maybe no, let's do 200. 200 likes for sure.
200 likes.
There's probably 93 of you probably have not liked this video.
Then all right, 200 likes on the video, maybe we'll just everybody can click like on it, and once we end the stream, I'll take a look at it and see if we reach that level. And if so, the alternative is what we have been doing, which is we wake up, the round 27 will elapse, we won't get coverage of that, and we'll pick up with round 28. So you would get an extra game if we get to 200 likes. Thanks, Josh. That was very clever on the fly. So basically, that's what we'll do. We'll see if we get to that threshold. Hit your buttons right now. Don't forget also that you can always watch along on Twitch at twitch.tv/AxerTypo, Josh's stream. If you want to show some support for Josh for being alongside me here on YouTube the entire time, head on over to Twitch, show Josh some love there as well. So, think that's gonna do it here. We had our standings update. Not sure any other stuff to address before we say good afternoon and good night to everyone else watching all over the world.
Yeah, that should do it for us, guys. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Even if you're encouraging us to do something really crazy like waking up at 4 a.m., we're here for you. We're happy to cover all of these games. It's really been a pleasure. So at any rate, we'll see you at 4 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Eastern, whatever it is. We'll see you tomorrow for the exciting finale of the 2025 MGI UK International Scrabble Classics. Goodbye.